Okay, so morena everyone, and thank you all for coming along to listen to us with our real talk. I don't want to say parenting program because we're not actually doing the parenting program. We're just going to take some kōrero over the next few weeks around things that have come from real talk that we know have worked for us, I suppose. Yeah, so we don't want to come across as this is professional. Morena koe. That this is professional, this is just stuff that we've learnt along the way as parents ourselves, you know, grandparents out there, and just kind of raising whānau, and then things you learn along the way. So I'd just like to put out there as well, like the program, how we kind of did come about Real Talk. A colleague and mine, as I'd said previously, created it over a matter of months, and we did try to put the heke whānau right in the middle of trying to think if we could help them understand, then maybe we were getting somewhere. Morena Glenn, and also myself and my colleague who was too shy to come and go live, Rosa, we did deliver Incredible Years for about 4 years, which was a great journey, and I'm sure all of you can relate to Incredible Years, but we just felt it wasn't a great fit for whānau, and it was just way too long, and we needed something, and we needed it kind of fast. So that's just a little bit of where Real Talk has come from. And then my friend and colleague here, Phil, has put his hand up to jump on with me and smash this out over the next 6 weeks. Yeah?
Yeah.
So you all know who I am. I'm Liz. And maybe Phil, you could just do a little brief intro.
Sure. All right. Well, kia ora everyone. And it's really great to be here with you, Liz. Like Liz says, we've been friends and colleagues for a long time. I think it's like a really long time.
Yeah,
It's going back to
years.
the 90s, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I've been living and working in Australia for the last 8 years on and off. So it's really great to be back in the hood. I tell you what. It's just so cool, and to be here with you, Liz, on this new venture. And I think again, it's for me anyway. It's about putting out some things that I've learned over the years. I'm a counsellor, and I've been a parent educator. I'm a clinical supervisor, and I'm a psychiatric nurse. So I've kind of been around the mental health system since I was 20, and I'm pretty old now, so it's a long time. I really like the way that we're going to do this. And Liz and I are just going to have a chat, or a yarn, as they say in Australia. We've got her all here.
Me and the white fella.
Yeah.
They say that in Australia too.
Right. They do too, yeah. So I've been like, anyway, so that's good. And I really like the way that we're just going to do this, because Liz and me really like sitting down and yarning, and we're going to do it in front of you guys. And we kind of, I don't know whether we finish this, but if you've kind of got questions along the way, I think that's fine. Just put them out there. We can actually read the screen, so put them up. We might not answer them in the moment because we might be into something, but we've got half an hour after the first hour, where if you want to stick around, we'll try and cover the questions. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. So what we're going to start our kōrero off in this morning is around foundations, whānau foundation, and the importance of knowing, how to set a strong foundation, or what your strong foundation is made up of for your whānau today. So this is where it's different, whānau. So normally in our program we've got another way of doing this, so we're just gonna, feels weird just rambling on, but we want to talk about like how you were raised. Have you ever stopped for a moment to actually think about how you were raised, how your parents parented you growing up? We're in a different era, we're in a different time, and things are very different from back then. I'm a 60s baby, and there's a few of you on the screen I can see coming up. And I know our parents had to work hard back then, so kids pretty much were left at home to their own devices because mum and dad were at work, and a lot of our parents worked hard and drank hard as well.
So I don't know, thinking about how you were raised, like how were you raised, Phil?
I was raised quite differently to that.
Yeah.
Just right there, you
Yeah.
know, so there's a big
Wow,
thing.
yeah.
Almost the opposite. So
Yeah.
my dad worked. I was raised in a white middle-class family. I grew up in Kandala, which is, you know, the sort of opposite of the east.
Yeah.
In fact, I was thinking about this morning, and there was only one Māori family in Kandala that I can remember. Yeah.
Sheep.
Yeah, I know. It's quite amazing. So it was another world. And we were lucky enough that, well, I don't know whether it's lucky or what, but my dad had a good job. He went off to work, and he earned enough money to have it that my mum stayed at home and looked after our 8 children. There are 8 of us.
Wow, yeah.
I'm the oldest of 8.
Yeah.
So in comparison to what you're saying, you know, both your parents had to go out and earn. They obviously didn't earn like a lot. They had to go, but they had to go and do that to keep the family fed and housed. And right there is a different foundation from mine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
So it's just, thinking about the values that your whānau had growing up, and for some whānau it might not have been a good experience. And there are things there, but things happen and things shape you, and it either makes you or breaks you, I guess. But it's having that thought whānau and going back to thinking about how you were actually raised and what have you taken from your upbringing and applied into your upbringing of your children. How are you raising your children? Just to think about, what tools, what values that you have, or what things have you decided not to have if your upbringing wasn't such a great one, and to actually pay some time reflecting on that is not a bad thing to do, you know. And a lot of it is, thinking about our behaviours that we would have learnt from our own upbringings, and those behaviours that you've taken into the bringing up of your own children, having to think about that and how that kind of sits for you, sometimes can be hard to do. Not so straightforward.
Well, when you mention that, or when you talk about that, I'm thinking, my mind leapt to like discipline and punishment, and the kind of ways that parents manage their children. And that's the thing in what we're talking about, isn't it? Like if getting people to think about, how did your parents manage you? Like what did they do when you got out of line? Or when you were naughty, or when you were good? How did they respond to you? What did they say to you? How did they act towards you? So that kind of I suppose you'd call that modelling, would you?
Yeah, that whole mirroring,
role
modelling,
definitely role modelling.
Where have you learnt those behaviours, and like you said, the discipline. I think we did come from a time where everyone, I don't think I know anyone that didn't hit their children.
See, in my case, I never got hit.
Wow.
Never once. I know. I got hit.
You softy?
Yeah, I know. Oh, soft bastard. Jeez, harden up. But I just remembered one of the few times I got hit was when my mother got really mad with me. It was at the kitchen table, and I'd done something, I can't remember what it was. And she got really, really angry with me, and she got a wooden spoon, and she went to whack me with it, and I put my hand up, and it broke on my arm, and all the kids were sitting there, and they all burst out laughing, and Mum just fled the room because she was so embarrassed. But that was the only time I can remember getting hit. So again, it's like different universes. When I first talked to Liz about this, everyone, she showed one of the things they did in the introduction to this module was show people a bunch of photos of different types of families, and she had the Brady bunch, and she had the white fellas like me, and she had the Hecky family, the Waltons, the Adams family. There was a lovely photo of a Samoan family with grandparents, and so we're all raised in a different context, weren't we? In a different place. But one place you're talking about is that place where physical discipline or punishment was common. Everyone got the bash. Was that fair?
Yeah. Everyone. But you know, you look back and you laugh at it. But yeah, today it's illegal, and it's you just can't do. But you got to think. I don't know how this works. You got to think too, because like back in the day, you know, masters used to hit their slaves, you know, and then they put a stop to that. Masters were no longer allowed to hit slaves, and then we had women that were getting beaten by men, and then a law came out you could no longer beat your woman. So it makes you wonder, why did we leave our tamariki till last? Why did we leave that till just a couple of years back, that you could no longer hit your tamariki? Like, go figure that one out.
I think it was that they were your property. And
Yeah,
you're
you're allowed to
do what you wanted with them.
Yeah.
Same as women.
Yeah,
But, you know,
it's interesting.
society used to think that women were men's property.
Yeah.
And there was no such thing as rape, for example, within a marriage.
Yeah,
Or like
yeah.
you couldn't be charged for
Yeah,
it. So
yeah.
things are
Wacky,
changing, eh?
Things are changing. So yeah, whānau is just have a really good think, about how you were raised. You know, what have you taken? What are the behaviours that you have taken? Are they good behaviours that you are taking into raising your whānau today? And just think about it. And if there are things that you need to adjust, then just think about how you need to adjust. The other thing we're going to go into is also the parenting styles. Like, who knew there were parenting styles? But there's 4 of them. Yeah.
Can you remember them?
There's the authoritarian.
Yeah.
That's the sergeant major guy. You do what I tell you to fucking do.
You fucking obey my fucking orders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's the authoritarian.
Yeah.
Authoritarian.
Authoritative.
Authoritative.
That's right. I haven't done these for a while. Authoritative.
Authoritative.
It's like firm but kind.
Yeah.
So that's no, Liz, you're not going to be doing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But let's talk about this. So we kind of all want to be in that box, don't we?
I think it's a good box.
It's authoritative.
Authoritative. Yeah.
And then we have the permissive.
Yeah.
The permissive parent who is just like, oh, they'll be all right.
Yeah.
Just let the kids run and
what time are you
break
coming
everything.
home? What, 12 o'clock tonight? Oh, that's all right. Just be careful, okay?
Yeah. You know, whatever rocks your boat type thing.
Also called enabling.
Yeah, yeah. And then we have the uninvolved, which I think we have a lot more of that today. I used to think uninvolved parent was the parent that had children but wasn't around to help parent that child. But I think today it's even become more the parent who's stuck on a mobile in the same room as your children, or on your mobile. Here's your food. Here's your school bags. And you're not involved in your child's life.
No, you're only involved in your social media.
Yeah, you're on your phone.
Or more in this society in your pee pipe.
Yeah, or on your pee pipe. Yeah. Rather than
a lot of
being
stories
involved.
these days about people who binge and then they spend 2 days
on
sleeping.
the couch sleeping. Yeah.
Kids tend for themselves.
Yeah.
Would that be an example of uninvolved?
Uninvolved. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, just thinking about those 4 styles, and you can Google this stuff too, whānau, or you can YouTube it. I'm sure you will find a lot of information around the different styles. So you've got to think about what style did your parents have, and how were you brought up through that parenting style? Have you continued that style with your children, or are you a different style? And I always think it's good to think about, because, we've got villages raising our children. Hopefully we're all in the picture. How does everyone else around you raise your child?
That's a good question.
Well, if you're going to go to grandparents and they're going to spend time at Nan and Pops, or what's everybody's styles?
Sure,
They're probably very different.
Yeah, and what do you do if they're too different and not good?
Yeah, and what does that do to the kid's head?
It does their head in.
Yeah.
It fucks with their heads. Because they might have a lovely authoritative parent.
Yeah.
Well, I want to know the names for these styles, okay? So what about permissive, too much permission?
Yep.
Authoritative, just right.
Yeah.
Authoritarian, too much.
Too much, yeah.
Uninvolved.
Not there.
Yeah.
Sounds like that Goldilocks theme's coming back. So, a little joke.
Little private joke. So if grandparents is a good example. So you're a kind, loving, firm parent. You're bringing up your kids to respect themselves and the rules and you. But they might go to live, let's not say grandparents, let's just say, go with grandparents. Yeah. They go to their grandparents, and grandparents, they're old school. And if kids talk back, they get a bash, even though it's illegal. If they give them a bit of lip, they don't give them any dinner. So they overreact to the kids. And the kids are going, well, how come granddad treats me like that and you don't? And these are questions that we shouldn't ignore, because kids get really confused by that.
Yeah.
Another case that I come across that a lot is when parents have separated and they separate.
Yeah.
And, the kids live sometimes half with mum and half with dad. And if mum and dad have got rules that are way, way different and not in line with each other, then the kids get really confused by that too.
Yeah.
And they might come back from mum, who's a permissive parent, and expect that dad's going to let them do whatever they like. And then when dad starts putting a rule down, it's like, well, mum said it's okay. What are you on about?
Yeah.
So it's a good point.
That's a really good example, because I think there's a lot of mixed whanau or blended whanau, I think we call them today.
Yeah.
And it's whether you're a step parent or mum and dad are split up, there's your little pocket of turmoil there of the parenting. Yeah. If you're not a team whanau, then you're kind of in for it. So you've got to work a way to be a team regardless.
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
So even though you're not living together and you're not in love anymore maybe, and you're not caring for each other, those kids are your responsibility till they grow up. So you have to put yourself aside for them and get your shit together in terms of your relationship with your ex. Because too many people, they use the kids as a tool and a weapon, and they say, or they withhold access to get back at that bastard that did the thing.
It's all games, ain't it?
Yeah, that's right.
It doesn't benefit the kids in any way, shape or form.
No. And I guess one of our big focus here, isn't it, is the kids. This is about kids.
That's right.
Not anyone else.
Yeah.
It's not about you.
Yeah.
It's about them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, just putting the seed out there, whanau, just think about those parenting styles when your children or your tamariki are with whom and how are they being parented and what are they learning, what are they seeing. It's all stuff to take into consideration, is Robin Pope.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Hello, Robin.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's just another kōrero to have. And if you are split up, definitely work your hardest to get onto the same page and be a team regardless. You've got to do it.
Yeah, you've got to put yourself aside,
Yeah.
Which is really hard for all of us. It's not easy.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Especially when you're separated, you're hurting, or you're angry, you're sad, bitter, all of that.
Bitter. There's a lot of bitterness comes with that stuff. And when you're a step parent too, that's hard. I think that's one of the hardest jobs in the world.
Oh, you're right.
You weren't there from the beginning, and a lot of our parents are very protective of their children, and so they should be, but you've also got to find that fine line where you can share.
It's almost a whole session, isn't it, step parenting? You're right, actually. It's a huge thing.
Yeah.
Because when you said that, I thought, because I've never been actually, I have been a step parent.
Yeah.
I am a step parent. Yeah. I just remembered.
This white fella.
No, he's getting pretty old. But when it started, it was like this boy. He's a man now, but he was a boy then, and he wasn't mine. He came with. It was a package. He came with my wife Jenny. Yeah. And you don't just fall in love with someone, just because they'd turned up on your doorstep. It took a while to warm to him and get to love him, and that's the same for every step parent, I think. And I think some. Anyway, maybe we shelve that. Maybe we think about coming back to
it
that
another day.
Yeah, because I could go on for ages.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, no, definitely.
But I think maybe a final thought is that when you do have a new partner come into your life, that you have to be kind of careful, don't you, and respectful that they can't instantly love your children.
No.
And they can't instantly go along with your rules. They might have their own history of parenting. So there's a lot of negotiation involved, isn't there? Yeah. You've got to have good kōrero about this sort of stuff.
You've got to have a strong foundation.
Yes,
You've got to go back to that foundation, whānau.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what we wanted to talk around parenting styles, just to put the seed out there for you to have a think about. Yeah.
Can I say a little bit more about them?
Yeah.
So, like maybe some signs of which style you're operating from, and we do move from style to style too.
Yes.
We're not all used. Some people are stuck in one, but most of us move according to how good our kids are at manipulating us. Often, you know, my kids were very good at turning me from an just right parent into an enabling parent. So and emotionally manipulate. If I said no, oh damn, that's not fair. I have to have that new Xbox, blah blah blah. So then you can feel the temptation to care for your child. So let's go back. So permissive or allowing is you're letting things happen. You're giving in, or let's put it like that. Permissive. You're giving permission much more than you should be. Like a lot of our job as parents is to set boundaries and to say no, and we'll probably cover this later. But boundaries are there to make children feel safe.
Yeah.
They're there to make them know that someone's in charge of this whole bloody situation and it's not just complete chaos.
Yeah.
And as parents, and sometimes when we've been raised harshly, we want to give our kids a good time. We don't want it to be like for them like it was for us. So that's one of the reasons that people move to a permissive parenting style, is they kind of want to do the opposite to how they were raised.
Yeah.
But you go too far.
Yeah, and you know what? Actually, a lot of our brothers that come out of jail, and some of our sisters, I've seen it often where, because you've spent whatever years behind bars and then you come out and you just want to give them the world to make up for it. You're not making up for it that way. The best thing you can give them is your time. It doesn't have to be money. You don't have to go, because then it becomes a demand. Every time they come and see you, they'll be thinking, well, what else can I get from them? What else can I get from them? Because you planted that seed.
And you're setting up their mother, or the other person, the other partner who's been out looking after them all that time.
Yeah.
And you're lavishing them with these gifts, and they go back home and they want something. And mum has to say, well, no, I can't afford that. Well, fuck you, mum.
Yeah.
Dad did it. Well, mum did it.
Yeah. And there becomes the argument, like, fuck, that's it, you're not going back to your father's or your mother's.
That's
right. Because you're being, flourished with gifts. So you've got to take that into consideration. Time is the best thing you can give your kids.
Loving time.
Yeah, doing something with them. The best gift ever. But, if there are questions...
Yeah, sure.
We can come back to that later on.
Yeah. And so I'm just, what am I doing? Going through that. So permissive is that. So authoritative, which is the best one.
Yeah.
That's like being in charge, not being bossy, not being cruel, not being punishing.
Yeah.
You're being firm.
Yeah.
You don't give. You're flexible. You'll move a bit. You'll negotiate with your children, especially as they get older. But generally, they know what they're going to get every morning.
Firm but fair.
Firm but fair. Mum and dad are always going to be the same. Or if it's a single parent, that parent is going to be the same most of the time. Authoritative. Too bossy, over the top. It's usually a parent who's always got the finger out. Or the fist. It's not allowed, it's not allowed now, but or the palm, or the fussy.
You're going to get a fussy.
So that's your really, tough. It's tough parenting, and often it's because it's the only thing a parent knows. It's what they were brought up with.
Yeah.
And that's what they know. It's like, well, how else can I meant to do this?
Yeah.
So this is not a criticism at all of parenting like that.
Yeah.
This is hopefully a way for you to find out different options.
Yeah.
I had another thought then, but it's gone. And then uninvolved, we've talked quite a lot about that, so you kind of get that. Yeah, so just wanted to throw that in.
That's it in a nutshell, But like I said, you can definitely Google. If we find stuff on this too, we can actually pop it up on the page.
Yeah.
So you can
But like you say, if you Google parenting styles, you'll get 3 million hits. There's so much out there.
It's all there, Yeah. Okay, so the next kōrero we wanted to kind of go into, and again, we're not professionals about this, but I do understand the basics around it, and it just makes a lot of sense, is the first 1,000 days of our baby's life, and how crucial it is for all of us to understand what that actually means. So this is all part of the brainwave stuff, and I think, what's his name? Nathan Makalio Wallace. He is the man on this stuff. So YouTube him, Google him, get on his Facebook page and learn this stuff, whānau. This is where you make a difference and break cycles. So basically the first 1,000 days of our baby's lives, and I think it's even more when once a baby is even in the womb, that's an environment, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
So when baby is in your womb, and if there's lots of negative stuff going on around you, then that actually begins to impact on baby in the womb. So if you guys are...
And that's because there's when you're stressed or you're in a traumatic environment, the mum who's experiencing that environment, she produces cortisol?
Cortisol,
It's just the hormone, isn't it?
Yeah, those big words.
Yeah. This is coming back to me. So that's a physical thing that happens. It's not just airy-fairy kind of stuff. This is science.
Yeah.
It's proven. So that's why it's really important to raise a child in a stress-free, loving, stress-free environment. Let's just call it that. Yeah. So that's where it starts, eh? Yeah. That far back.
Yeah, that far back. Baby begins to gather data, from that time onwards. And you've got to remember, baby is in an environment in your puku and can hear what's going on.
Yeah, that's right. They can hear.
Yeah.
They can hear everything. Every angry word or every loving word.
They're taking it on.
Yeah.
So the idea is, we have to create an environment. There's a whole purpose around this. We need a calm, loving environment. Not saying fluffy, Brady Bunch type thing, but the best you can do so that baby can actually grow a really nice, calm cortex. That's the main thing. That's what we're aiming for, a nice, calm cortex.
Cortex being a part of your brain.
Yeah. We've got 4 brains, haven't we? Or our brain is broken up into 4 parts. And the cortex is the part that we should be nurturing and growing. And here's something, I try to create this myself. It's probably back to front for you guys.
Oh, it is a bit. Yeah.
But, with my glasses. So this is the cortex. You can even rip it off.
Don't rip off your own cortex.
This is the cortex. This is what we should be growing from day dot for our babies.
So is this your thinking brain?
Yeah,
that's
your
the
thinking learning.
Learning brain. Okay.
Right. So what we do when our babies are in our puku, or even for those of us that have been raised in unhealthy environments where there's a lot of arguing and fighting, we've learnt to grow this brain, which is the fight and flight brain. That's our brain stem, isn't it? Yeah. So this is what grows, and you don't really gain anything from that but fight or fright or fright, fight, flight.
Yeah.
Sorry, all the F's. All the F's. So for a lot of our whānau, a lot of our whānau that are in prison, I do believe, and this is where my heart goes out for them, they've learnt to survive in this brain, and the rest of their brains have not been nurtured, and if only we had learnt this stuff way back then, we wouldn't have as many prisons as we have today.
And this is why these days are so important, these 1,000 days, because this is where it all happens. And sometimes if it doesn't happen enough here, it can't be reversed. You can't go back and fix it. So if those connections aren't made in the brain and those areas aren't developed as they should be, then they're fucked. Sorry, but you can be. You can be. Like, because I told Liz about this before. I wanted to show off about something I know. It's like they did these studies, and they've actually seen what's happened to Romanian orphans who managed to survive physically in orphanages in Romania, but then they got adopted by people around the world. And because their first 1,000 days weren't done properly, they didn't have the bits in their brain that could help them function as they should, as normal human beings. And one thing they couldn't do was attach to a parent figure. So they'd get adopted, and the parents consistently said, these kids, my kid doesn't love me. They don't know how to love me. I try everything I can, but I don't get anything back. So that part of the brain, that part of the brain didn't get developed. The part that knows how to love and be loved. So that's what happens in this 1,000 years. Fuck, that'd be a long childhood, wouldn't it? These 1,000 days, that's why they're so important. And
yeah,
I don't want to get anyone whakama here, but this is where some of the worst damage is done.
Yeah.
If you're not parenting properly, not properly, but in the right way.
Yeah. Well, you would have seen that throughout all your days in the psychiatric ward.
In psych wards, yeah.
Doing
family court counselling,
yeah.
Working in prisons. Yeah, that's where that's why it matters so much. I think that's why we're trying to get this across. It's so important.
Yeah. And hopefully, who knows, maybe we could get Nathan on here one day to do something. I will definitely push for it, Whanau, just to see if we can get Brainwave here live to you guys as well.
Yeah.
You've got to learn about it. And, so for the whānau that have been raised in their survival state, that's everyone that's come from the state system.
Yes.
Like, really,
yes.
Every single person that has come from the state system has lived in that brain all of their lives, and that's them survival mode. That's it. So it is. You've got to grow your child's cortex and grow it well, nurture it, and make sure that environment is giving them the best possible upbringing, so that they do grow up to be cool, calm, and collective people.
The C's.
A
3C kid. Yeah, I like it.
In their older years, or even as young tamariki off to primary school, we want that. We need that done. So the first 1,000 days, you're talking about the first 3 years of our babies' lives. That is the most crucial. What you put in there is what you're going to get out at the other end, and that's your connection. You're growing your connection with your babies, isn't it?
Yeah. Or what another language for that is forming a secure attachment bond.
Yeah.
I just want to go back because I don't want anyone to think this is a criticism of what you're doing now. I mean, just by the fact that you're logging into this talk means that you're a parent who cares about your children and you're interested in developing. So
yeah.
And
actually, you know what? Because it's like, I didn't raise my kids like that. I didn't know about any of this stuff.
Yeah.
I've learnt this for my muckles, and I wished how I had known way back then. But, too busy partying, getting involved in shit you shouldn't be involved, probably functioning out of my
right,
out of my brainstem, But as a nan, I've learnt so much, and I love it, and I apply everything with my muckles. And I can see it when they come, the things that we do together, the bonds that we have, has been because of what I've learnt myself through Brainwave in the first 1,000 days. So, Whanau, you do not know what you know until you actually know it. So no one, is at fault. No one is to blame.
No.
It's just, it is what it is until we learn it.
Yeah.
But once you learn it...
I was just going to say that. Once you learn it, we're watching.
Yeah. So that's all part of the need to build a strong foundation, for your whānau, for our babies, the next generation, if we are to do it right. Think about how you were raised. How are you raising yours? What are the parenting styles that are going on in your baby's lives? And that includes ex-partners, step partners, step parents. Think about the first 1,000 days of your baby's life, and just kind of look up that stuff and do the best you can in providing a really cool way to grow their cortex. And when we talk about the need of a strong foundation, this is where we're talking about, apparently we are, as children, are supposed to be the best days of our lives, as children. But for a lot of children, that's not the case. They are the worst days of your life. They're traumatic, and they can fuck you up for the rest of your life, and that's, gone are the days where your childhood should be the best part of your life. But if you can make that happen for your tamariki, then man, it's going to go all the way, and you're creating a really cool person for society. So it's positive experiences, positive feelings, building strong bonds, and those strong bonds or connections are what you will fall back on in the times of when you do need to have hard conversations or conflict, or you need them to get
and do the things you want them to do. That's where that bond and that relationship has come from.
Or when they hit adolescence.
Yeah, that's it. When they hit 13 and everything goes out the door.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they know you're coming from even though they hate you and they think you're the worst parent.
Yeah,
they underneath that, they know that you're...
Yeah, because you've built that strong foundation, eh?
Yeah, that's right.
So, the other thing we just kind of want to touch base on, do you think it's all right to move into the next?
I think because I think what I'm getting is that we've really highlighted how important these first 3 years are, right? And like they're critical in kids' development, and you've got to do it kind of. There was a doctor a long time ago invented this phrase called "good enough parenting." So we've got to be good enough. We're never going to be perfect, but we've got to be good enough. And you're talking about these 1,000 days as being the most important. So so we look over here every now and then. We're just not ignoring it. There's a list over here that we keep.
So we don't forget anything.
Yeah, that's right. So if we move into the next stuff, that next paragraph, that's going to explain what we're kind of doing in those 1,000 days. Is that? Is that what you're thinking?
It's we're going to go into play, and people might think, oh, play, but and I, back in the day, you'd just be like, you kids, put yourself outside and play, get the fuck outside and play, fuck off outside and play, and didn't really get out there and play with your kids, but we kind of learned, I missed the ball there too on my own kids, but giving attention to play helps you to find out who your child is, because you're seeing them in their make-believe, you see them in their confidence, you see them in how they are being sociable with others or not, their imagination comes to life. So you really need to watch them and see who they are as little people, so that you can begin to grow and nurture that stuff as well. But we are too quick to just get outside and play, or here's the bloomin' PlayStation, or get on there and play. So it's really cool if you can actually make time, and it's dedicated, uninterrupted time that is theirs, and you actually let them choose what they want to do and how they want to do it, rather than come in and dictate the play to them. Because we are so good at whether it's a jigsaw, and I bet you all do this. When there's a jigsaw puzzle and they can't get it right, we'll just come along and then we'll just jiggle it around until we get all the pieces in. It's like, yeah, but who's feeling happy right then, us or them? Probably us, because we've just done it and we've done it for them. But when we're doing it for them like that, we're not teaching them to stick with it, are we? We're not teaching them. Yeah.
We're not letting them have a learning experience.
Yeah. So for us as parents, we should be guiding them in play, and if it is a jigsaw, or if they are colouring in or something like that, we're the person, like the coach on the sideline saying, try it, you got this, do it this way, or you're just guiding them and letting them do it. And not taking over their play. That is so important. Yeah.
So, and play it's everything they do actually. When kids are, especially in that first 3 years, everything they're doing is play. Unless, when are they not? Probably when they're living in that space that Liz is talking about, the fight or flight space. So even when, their play it's designed by nature so that it increases it. It's about brain development. So every time they play with something, they're learning something from it, and then they're creating more brain. This will all be in this brainwave stuff. More brain connections. Their brain's getting bigger and stronger. So it's really important not to diss kids playing. Like I've got a muku in Indonesia. I've never met her, so the only contact I have is through videos. Which my son sends, 10 every day, so it takes up half my life watching them. It's really cool. Anyway, I've been watching this girl. She's a year old now, and just over that year, the way she's developed in play, but the play is really meaningful. Like everything she does is it's exercising something new and different. Like what do they call it? Motor skills. Like she learns to pick things up with her fingers. It's just like watching someone in rehab after a stroke or something. But she's learning, like she thinks, oh look, and then she drops it, and then she picks it up again. And it's like it's like she's on acid or something, because she's like, oh my God, you know. It's so cool. But it's so, you know, we've got to be really careful about interrupting our kids or getting in their way or translating as what they're doing as bad or naughty, especially. I think that's a word we've got to look out for, is stop being naughty. You know, like kids on a high chair, and Jenny, my wife, calls this a science experiment. So they get their food and they look at it and then they drop it over the side and they want to see what happens next, we reckon. And then quite often a parent will say, for God's sake, stop dropping your bloody food and eat it. But what they want to do is they want to find out. They're doing an experiment. So usually what happens is a mum or dad comes along and picks it up and puts it back on the high chair, or they throw it in the rubbish, and then the kid does it again, you know. But that, anyway, I'm raving on, but that's play. And pretty well anything your child is doing before around 3 is play. And the more things, or the more permission you give them to play, the better, I reckon, without shutting them down or like you say, like rescuing them or solving things for them.
Well, and within reason, like you don't want them pulling out all your pots and pans and stuff like that.
Well, I don't know actually. as long as it's not ruining dinner. But you know, at one time of the day, it's okay, isn't it? But at another time, it's not. And when you stop that, it's when you're learning boundaries and putting things, you know, like saying no to kids without punishing them.
And so just making that time, like, and if you've got a big whānau and you've got lots of kids, and it will be the hardest thing to do, but if you can just find time, like if it's reading a story before bed to them, honestly, it just makes the biggest difference, because they know they've got you and only you, and nothing is going to interrupt that time. You've got to give them that, it does. And you know, most of the time when they're nagging at us, it's because they actually want our attention. So if you can find the time to have uninterrupted time, and they know it and you know it, so pick your times wisely, then that will help get rid of that stuff, because they know that they're going to get you.
But you can even book times, can't you?
You can book
times, they're old enough.
We have told whānau, like, you know, that have had 6 or 8 kids, it's really hard, but if you've got mum and dad, divvy it up, just make sure that they get some of that, you know, uninterrupted time. And a lot of whānau have come and tried these simple little steps, and it's worked wonders, because they're always trying to get our attention. But we'll come back to attention. That's something else we talk about later on.
It's a big one, isn't it?
So play whānau. You be the first teacher in your baby's life. Don't wait to send them off to kohanga or kindy so somebody else gets that privilege. It's got to start at home with you. And it can start today.
It can start today. Yeah, I like that.
You can do that, yeah.
Yeah, and I guess and parenting is such a tiring thing, and I think we're possibly talking to a lot of solo parents, and it's just the hardest job in the world, and it's completely unappreciated and unvalued by society. And if you are a solo parent out there, good on you. Congratulations for being here and for hanging in there. But, you know, you want a break, don't you? You just want a fucking break. Just give me a fucking break. So it's, you know, all ups to you if and when you do make time for your kids, because like Liz says, it's really important. Then they know they're special. They know they count. Sorry, and I was going to say, you know, I mean, we will talk about this probably next week as well. But when your kids see that in you, like their little faces light up like little light bulbs. Like you see this when you make them happy. When they feel like we are happy and they have done something. You see it. Their little light faces light up like light bulbs, and that's because we're pleased with them and we're happy with them. So, and you've given them attention. Attention. Give it to them. Positive attention. It's what feeds their souls and their wairua. Absolutely. And their little bubbies. So what you were talking about too goes on to our final kind of topic for today. We were just going to talk around self-care. Okay. Because a lot of whānau, you don't do it, or you don't even stop for a moment to think that you have to do it. Yeah, who thinks about self-care when you're that busy parenting and managing a bloody budget that's not enough, and your rent's going up, and your fucking landlord's going to evict you. Christ, the old man's at you. Self-care, what the fuck is that? do you mean self-care?
Yeah, you've got to do it, whānau, whatever shape or form looks like. We've asked whānau, what does self-care look like? What does it look like to you? What do you do?
Well, these days I meditate every day. At the moment I can't, because I'm such a cripple at the moment. My hand doesn't work, my shoulder's stuffed, so I can't use my hands. Usually it's gardening. I love gardening. I'd be in the garden all day if I could. I've got a lovely big garden out in Pakakariki. Self-care, so meditation, exercise. Luckily I have a loving wife, so that's part of my self-care. It sure does. Tell me about it. But that's not really self-care. I guess the self-care is keeping the relationship going, because then I get something back from it. So for me, meditation, exercise, gardening, that'll do for now. Yeah. What about you?
So I like meditation as well. I like to end my night and just release everything as my head goes down, let everything go from my
day.
Like
a real conscious letting go kind of process. Nice.
And there's a thing called asthma Reiki as well, which I just love. If I can get that on a Saturday afternoon, man, I'm in there. I just zone out, and I'll try and look for like a 50 minute one.
So what is it?
So it's just like Reiki, but it's from afar, and it's like energetic healing, just a massive release, which I really love. Cool. And if I can get by nature, then definitely. And the sea is like, man, just dive in and let it all go.
Swimming. Okay.
Yeah, I love the water.
Okay,
that's massive. So
so that's interesting, isn't it? So you and me have got some similars, but some quite different. So I guess for people starting to think about this, it's starting to think about what works for you. Like what is it? What's that saying? What ticks your box? That's it. Something like that. Yeah, that sounded a bit funny. Anyway, what works for you too? And think about. Maybe a way of thinking about it is, God, if these fucking kids weren't here, I'd ... And what is that? What would you do? Would you go for a walk? Would you go and take in a movie? Would you watch a binge a Netflix series? I don't know, but try that. Hey.
And if you're in a situation where you have got kids and there's just no way you're going to get downtime by yourself, then I guess it's trying to think about the best way possible you can all, I don't know, go on a picnic, go out to the ngahere, let the kids run wild, and you can just chill out with some kai and relax in the sun. I mean, it might be as simple as that.
That's a good idea.
If you can't
get it by yourself.
If you are a couple, those date nights, they're crucial. Go out together if it's just for a coffee, if it's just to a movie. I mean, self-care could be anything from going to the girlfriends to have a coffee, I don't know, just a phone call. It doesn't have to be, fancy pantsy or dressed up.
We're all woo woo woo.
It just has to be something that you enjoy and something you're doing for yourself.
Something that feeds you.
Bubble bath. I mean, a lot of girls go get their fingernails done and stuff like that. But, for our guys, I don't know, what do guys do?
Go to the pub.
Go to the pub.
Which sometimes is good because they hang out with mates. So if they're not getting drunk, at least they're getting some social connection. Men aren't good at self-care. They're not good at it, Liz. We're not good at it.
Yeah.
I think, generally speaking. And then we don't, because we're not caring for ourselves, we get antsy, and then we take it out on our partners or our kids or the world.
Be interesting to know, if you're a male and you're watching, what do you do for self-care? Type it up so others can have a look.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. So, that was kind of our first session for today, whānau. We just thought we'll just talk about these topics and put it out there.
Have we done it?
Well, 5 to 11.
What about good life behaviour / sharing? What does that mean?
Good life behaviour / sharing.
Sharing.
Where did I put that?
Just there. And then you got imagination / social skills.
I was talking about play, like for our tamariki. That was just kind of like why you need to let them play.
I'm going to do a bit of reading about play and come back next week and talk a bit more about it. Is that okay?
No, that'd be cool.
Because I've read stuff before which I've mostly forgotten, but I think I was really struck with how important it is. and
play.
how, and understanding why it's important.
Yeah. And maybe just quickly, because Whanau, some of you know, like our moko, our youngest moko has got autism, and this is a whole new journey for myself and Dennis, and we didn't know anything about it. We didn't even really see any kids who were autistic before our honey Sage came along. So with her in play and just kind of, helping to raise her, we've learned so much. And, we've got 5 kids and 9 mokos, but we are still learning and on this whole new learning journey about what play looks like to her. It's totally different to anyone else that's been in the house, and she has to play by herself. We have to think about the toys or the gadgets that we create. Her bedroom here is for her. So
there's a photo, isn't there?
The photo and her, so like the lights,
video with the lights.
The lights.
That was so cool. I saw that
because the lights calm her, and they keep her in a good calm kind of way. She likes like the sound of rain or the waves, birds singing. That's the kind of music she'll be around. She doesn't like to play with anyone. That's just a part of who she is. So no other children really. She's got to be in her own zone. And if you go in her zone, havoc's gone around. Last night her koro went and he saw something that was unsafe and was there in her zone, and he went to move it, and she got upset because it was part of what she was building with all the other toys there.
Yeah.
So we realised, we need to move and make sure that's seen as safe before she comes in and starts doing her thing. So our house has been almost suited to autism and what we are learning around the quietness, like not too many people in our house at once, because that does her over. And we were thinking about her birthday, which is coming up in March, and there's just no point having birthday parties because that doesn't do her any good. She cannot be around big amounts of people. So we were just thinking, like we said to our daughter, like you could just drop her off by us, and all we're going to do is make her favourite fairy sandwiches. We'll get a bubble machine blower for her birthday, and we'll just do a night of lights. That's it, because that's all she can kind of handle.
That's what she can handle.
And that's her life. For her. Yeah. So we're not going to plan on having a party, and because that's just not going to do anything but upset her. So there's all this stuff that you're learning, which is like, wow.
Yeah. And I think that's a really lovely story, Liz. And one thing I'm getting from that is how individual our children are.
Yeah.
Like each one of them, whether they have whatever we want to call it, or nothing, or whatever. All of our children are individuals, and they all need to be treated as individuals with unique kind of needs and wants, and that you can't have a one-size-fits-all approach to them.
No.
Like one kid will like a hug, another kid will go crazy if you hug them. And it's our jobs to find. I mean, I've got three boys, and they're chalk, cheese, and tomatoes. They're all completely different. So I've had to learn to, give them what they need. That particular person needs in the framework of good parenting, good enough parenting.
And I think next week we will touch base on that. That's in the temperament box.
Okay.
So we will talk about that. That's temperaments, and trying to figure out which temperament your child has. Actually, your whole house has.
Which one's
You can actually take your whole household on that. So next week Whanau will be here on Tuesday morning, and then it'll be 5 Tuesday mornings in a row
at 10 o'clock.
At 10 o'clock, Phil and I will both be here. But we're happy if you've got any questions, or if there's anything, I don't know, you want to say.
Can people say? Or?
They can type, and then we can see what people are saying.
If we move that, what's that blue box? Is that the latest comment?
I know. I think you just type, and then it comes up. But otherwise, hopefully we'll wait.
We'll sit here I'll put the kettle on.
Put the kettle on.
I'll put kettle on, and and we'll just hang. If people want to type in something. If there
is anything.
Hopefully there is. I'd really love it if there was.
We don't want to overwhelm you with too much talk.
Yeah, true.
Overwhelm ourselves.
I worry about talk. Jenny says I talk too much.
Yeah, Phil does talk too much.
Oh, shut up. I'm not coming back. Yeah, fine. I'll put the kettle on.
Yeah, put the kettle on.
Kia ora, everyone, and hope to hear some questions.
Yeah. But
are we going to stop going live now? Or?
No, we'll just wait for 5 minutes. We'll just wait for 5 minutes, and if not, we'll just leave you there, whānau.
Yeah.
Just in case. But I hope you, I hope you already probably knew a lot of this stuff too, without a doubt. Sometimes there's a lot of stuff and we don't know what it's called, or I've learned that, like, is that what that's called?
Well,
that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, like people are sort of intuitively, instinctively doing stuff and haven't got words for it, language for it.
Yeah.
So, I reckon, because anyone that's turned up to this is already being a good parent.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. You know, and now it's only onward and upward.
Yeah. Well, I think in this day and age too, there's a lot more cycles that have been broken.
Yeah, true.
Like, man, there's a lot of fun out there just breaking cycles, and it's like it's really exciting right now. It is, honestly. You know, when you see all this kind of mamai and trauma that people have had, but they are determined that that's not going to happen with their kids.
Isn't that great?
You're a cycle breaker.
Cool. Yeah, that's so cool.
It is.
Yeah. It's exciting, eh? Yeah.
It's good stuff. So we've got to keep going, and sometimes you don't know how. You don't know how to break a cycle. You don't know what are the first steps. But I guess your intuition will always feed that, eh? Like your intuition, or
if your intuition tells you what's going on isn't right, I want to stop it. Then the next step is finding information about how to do that.
And things like this. Or there's so much out there. Around parenting, where our parents' day there was nothing.
There's no books for it. Well, there are now, but there weren't. Only in the last 10 years, eh?
Yeah. Hey, what's that?
I don't know.
Oh, must be the kehua that lives here. We've got a few.
Kehua? Which one's a kehua?
The ghost that just went in front of the scene.
Oh, that one. Right, okay. Yeah.
Did you see that though?
I did. It was a
whānau seen that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think anyone's asking questions.
Okay, thank you, Liz and Phil, for your kōrero
today.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Look, we're right in tune today, Liz.
Just hope it resonated with people, and you enjoyed listening to us. But we're not professionals, whānau. We're just sharing what we've learned, things that we've seen and picked up along the way, and we'll be here for another 5 weeks.
Yeah.
On a Tuesday morning. At 10 o'clock, so different topics.
And you were saying people can, post questions whenever they like now that they've seen this talk.
Yeah, and we'll come back to it when we can and answer if there are any questions on there we have missed. Yeah,
we'll answer them in writing.
Okay.
What do you think?
We might
sign off.
Yeah, we might sign off then, whānau.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Okay, what are we like? Shall we hit it?
Yeah, we might as well go for gold, eh? Don't waste any time. Okay, so, right, we're just going to hit it off, whānau. Where do we go? So last week, if you were here, you would have been part of session 1, and if you weren't, please feel free to go back and look for us. It was more around parenting styles, foundation,
the effects of parenting styles.
Yeah, the effects of those parenting styles.
Which we're going to go into a bit more today.
Hang on, and what the hell did we talk about?
Yeah.
That's right. Play.
Play.
Play for our babies and self-care.
Yeah.
And the first 1,000 days, not years. That's right. Yeah. So this week we're going to talk about why the fluffy shiz.
Is that a word? Did you make that up, that word? Shiz.
Well, Rosa wanted to say shit. And I said,
doesn't look good in print.
Yeah. So why the fluffy shiz? Right. Which is kind of about that whole praise and why we need to praise.
And I suppose the attitude towards it.
Yeah.
Like people think it's fluffy shit.
Yeah. But
basically.
It's not.
Yeah. We don't think it is, do we?
Yeah, no, that's basically what it is.
Yeah.
So we're going to start off though just talking about temperaments, and just kind of put it out there if you've ever thought about, or do you know what temperaments are, and do you know how to kind of see them in your children or your tamariki at home. So temperaments are
well, they end up being their traits, don't they, in a child, sort of. But you get temperaments that might be flexible, laid back. You might have a child who's quite difficult or feisty, a little bit harder to work with, or someone who is slow to warm up to things or afraid to give things a go.
Shy,
fearful. All that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So if you've got tamariki out there, it's cool to sit back and kind of have a look for their temperaments to see what you've got in your bunch, in your lovely little bunch.
Your kite.
Yeah. And that's just, figuring out who is who in your whānau. And when it comes to the children, morena Bronnie, when it comes to your tamariki, you have to figure it out. Because I think one thing we do as parents is, why aren't you like your brother? Why can't you do this?
That. It's like we tend to have, or if we're not careful, we'll have a one-size-fits-all thing. And why aren't you like your brother means they've all got to be the same.
Yeah.
But they can't be. And that's why it's really important to think about temperament,
Yeah.
Because, like you're saying, every tamariki's got a different they usually have a different one.
Yeah, well, there's a few that you can pick from and you can see them,
Yeah, that's right.
So it's actually identifying which one your tamariki has got. So, I don't know, examples would be, what have we got in our family? We got 5, well, they're all adults, but we definitely would have the feisty one, but use that feistiness on the rugby field. All of his life, league, rugby, wrestling.
He's a man. He's the feisty one.
Yeah. We've got one who, kind of that social butterfly, likes to get out there and mingle and be with people.
Yeah.
You've kind of got the dominant one who is almost like a mother figure, I suppose, or the auntie on the marae. Wants to take care of business. And then you've got the other one who has always been into like technology and design and I don't know, just a total different focus, totally different to all the others. But at the same time, wow, what a personality. So it's not forcing the one that's into technology to get out there on a rugby field and be like your bloody brothers. Like it doesn't work like that. Or if it's girls, to get on that netball court, where they just don't want to because it's not in their temperament to be as open.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're kind of pissing in the wind if you try and force your child into something that's not in line with their temperament,
eh? Yeah.
Like that was a good example.
Yeah.
Like some kids thrive on team sports and other kids, they don't want anything to do with sport.
Yeah.
And that's part of their temperament in a way, isn't it? Like they don't go for that kind of thing. They're totally self-contained.
Different. Yeah.
Yada yada.
Yeah. It might even be you've got one kid who loves kapahaka, they want to be out there in the front and be a shining star, where the other one will stick to your knee and be your little power and won't part from you. And it's because that's their temperament, so you can't force it. And where we go wrong, we force it.
Yeah, we do. We try and impose something on them, on our values or what we think a personality or temperament should be like.
Yeah.
But coming back to the power, I think, even though they've got that temperament, part of our job as a parent would be to try and encourage them to dislodge from the leg and take a bit of a step out.
Yeah.
But without throwing them out there or, making them leave. But in a way, because they do have to leave the leg, don't they? They've got to dislodge. You can't be a power all your life.
No, you can't. But you can guide them.
Yeah.
You can guide them to do that stuff. You don't want to threaten them.
No, that's a good word. Yeah.
Threaten
if you don't fucking get out there, then you no TV for a week or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And we can do that if we're not careful.
Yeah.
And make our kids. And then, it leads to all sorts of things, doesn't it? It leads to them thinking there's something wrong with them because they're not getting out there and they're not like their brothers and sisters.
That's right. Why can't I be like them? Why am I not good enough? That's probably the main feeling. Why am I not good enough?
Yeah.
But it's not their temperament.
It's not, and then it goes further than that. I was thinking about this today too, warming up to this. And it was sort of like the conclusion that kids draw is there's something wrong with me.
Yeah.
If I get treated like this and mum wants me to be like that and I can't,
well
then it must be me.
Yeah.
Because kids don't know how to think about the appearance as if there's something wrong with them.
Yeah.
As far as kids know, the appearance are God's. And whatever they do to them it's like what parents do.
Yeah.
And so when kids look around for someone to blame, they don't usually blame anyone else in their circle.
Yeah.
They blame themselves.
Yeah.
So we don't want to set up situations where that can happen.
Yeah.
We want to avoid it at all costs, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. So, sorry. Yep, I have to threaten or bribe Applebee. Yeah, and we've all done it. I think we have all done it, you know. So it's about, getting to know your kids' temperament, figure out, you know, what works best and when it works best, I suppose, as they grow from little people.
Can I answer that comment or speak to that comment? Because it's really interesting about I have to threaten or bribe. And I think when we've only got those two choices, we're kind of running out of options, you know. And the thing about threatening and bribing is it works too. Don't get me wrong, it works in the short term, but what it means is that the kid's only doing something different because you're there threatening or bribing them.
Yeah.
They're not making a decision on their own, kind of off their own bat to do something. So in the end, it's not the most effective way to parent someone.
Yeah.
So you can replace threat with encouragement.
Yeah.
Or bribe with reward.
Yeah.
So bribes come before behaviour and they make behaviour, but reward comes after the behaviour and reinforces the behaviour.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, definitely. And we are going to go more into that stuff as well, and kind of how to get your kids to do what you need to do in another session, Applebee.
Yeah. But thanks for bringing that up. And thanks for sharing it. It's a really important point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so temperaments, that's what it is in a nutshell. It's just figuring out your baby's traits, who they are as little people. Don't compare them to each other. They're not the same. And just figure out how to kind of grow and guide them in a way that's a lot better.
Yeah. In response to their unique kind of personality and temperament and who they are.
Yeah.
Like you say, why can't you be like your brother? Well, that's a real setup for a kid, isn't it? Because they can't.
We all do it, eh? We've all done it.
Trying to encourage people not to do it anymore.
So something to think about, you know. And the other thing you can think about is your own temperament, you know, because you've got one. Everyone in your household has got a temperament. So which of the kids have got your temperament? What is your temperament like? And what is Nan and Kuro's temperament like? But there's always a bigger picture. It's not just your household. You know?
Yeah.
So, definitely have a think about it.
You're always living in a system, aren't you?
Yeah.
Not just you.
Yeah.
You've got to get along with that system too.
Yeah.
We started talking about relationships last week, after the live.
Yes. And we'll come back to that.
I'll spend another 10 years on that.
Yeah. And this is the thing, Whanau. We've got, this is week 2, so we've got another 4 weeks, but we're hoping to cover a lot of that stuff as we go. And I know you probably want it all at once, but it's better to take our time and just do this week by week. Yeah.
Can I just go back to that where you're talking about in your household, the adults in the household have all got different temperaments too, and I think that's a really important thing in terms of being a parent. You know, like kind of tuning into your partner's temperament and working with it instead of going up against it or saying, well, why can't you be a parent like me? Because they can't either. They've got their own temperament and their own style. So often it takes quite a lot of negotiation between parents to come to a kind of a common agreement about how we're going to deal with this. You know, rather than, is this all right to go on about a bit? Yeah. So, you know, like if say, you know, what's an example? A kid who I don't know, won't pick his shoes up when he comes in from school, you know, and mum says, if you don't pick your fucking shoes up, you're not going to watch TV for a week. And dad, what does dad do? Dad picks them up himself and puts them away. Right? So dad's sabotaging mum, and mum's being way too over the top in terms of the response. So I'm talking about a 2-parent family too, obviously, but you know what we need to be doing is talking about how we are going to manage this behaviour, not well, I'm just going to do what I fucking like. And
yeah.
then getting down on Dad because he's sort of stuffing my strategy up.
That's right, and that's why that's the importance of being a team. What we talked about, your parenting style last week and your foundation. So you would have both came from different foundations, possibly. You would have had different parenting styles, and now you're confusing your child. No,
yeah, no, you are. No, you are. No, that's right.
Yeah,
you're fucking their mind.
Yeah, so you need to figure out their temperaments, basically, and see how you can bring a balance into your whare, understanding those few things. Sounds like really hard work. Yeah.
No, I don't think it is. It's work.
Yeah,
it is work. Because what it is, you're not just going along without thinking about it.
Yeah,
you're starting to think about it, and then that certainly brings up challenges, eh?
Yeah.
But I think if you can talk about it with your partner, and maybe we do. Is there a session about communication with partners or?
No, but we were going to talk about relationships. So we can throw it in there.
Yeah, chuck it in there.
Stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, it's a really important area and thing to think about is, parenting together, like from a team. I think that's a really good word, like a parenting team, it's a team that you're creating. And I think, and when you say it's hard work, I think it probably is to start, but once you get a few agreements, like imagine, say, with Manu, he's coming in and never picking up his shoes. Well, if you get together and say, what are we going to do about it? And you come to an agreement based on a authoritative parenting style, and you say, well, let's tell him that from now on, if he doesn't put his shoes away, he's not going to be able to watch TV from 5 o'clock till 6 o'clock, which is a fair kind of consequence.
You're on the same page.
Yeah. So when he does it with either of you present, you both think, oh, what's the deal? Oh, the deal is this. And then that's what you tell Manu, both of you, either of you.
Yeah.
And that's not that hard, actually, is it?
Well, no, I think it's just getting on the same page. It's the hard stuff.
Yeah, it's the intention.
Given your background, if you're feisty and you're angry and you can't be bothered with each other, or someone doesn't want to know, or someone can't be fucked with this shit, it's getting on the same page.
Or getting them on your page.
Yeah,
that's a really good point.
Part. Yeah.
That's the hard, actually, that's fucking hard work.
Yeah,
Sorry, you're right, actually. That is big work, actually. Yeah, and so there's a hell of a lot in it. It's not just get them on your page. Phil says, we'll just get them on your page. It's a fucking problem.
Yeah.
No,
they got to understand your page first.
Yeah, that's right. And they have to know how to read.
Yeah. So that's the temperaments, Whanau. Yeah. I feel like you are talking about me and my household.
Oh, that's great.
Well, there's some cool stuff coming, bub, and I hope that it helps later on. Just stay tuned in.
Yeah.
So that's the temperaments.
Thanks for that feedback. Yeah, that's great.
You can also go in YouTube temperaments. I bet you there's heaps of stuff out there. Google it and just learn about it. There's only a few, so pick which one your children sit in, and it'll give you a bit of an inkling of, right, I've got them sussed, I know, and then you can learn how to work with them rather than against them.
Yeah, good
I
one.
guess, yeah.
No, nice. Yeah.
Okay, so we're moving on to praise now, and this is quite a big topic, and this is that fluffy shit that we're all talking about, and
you could say one of the backbones of good parenting.
Yes,
it's not fluffy shit.
That's what you'll realise when we finish talking about it.
Yeah, hopefully. If it's done any good at all.
So, I don't know, I know for myself before I started, actually Phil was my supervisor when I first started working in the industry, which is over 22 years ago now.
Hard to believe, eh?
Yeah, and I remember getting praise from work colleagues and just feeling really feeling really embarrassed, you just want to cover up and go, fuck, don't look at me.
Were you a fucking ma?
Yeah, I was very shy. Didn't know how to kind of take it, and didn't know why that was neither. But I remember, back at school, and I don't ever recall a teacher giving me praise or telling me I was a good kid or saying I could do well.
What about intelligent? Nothing.
I don't remember anything like that. I got kicked out of Poly Club, so I would have been 12, and they told me I was a bad influence. Get out of this room.
Get out. Right,
Yeah,
great.
you know.
Hey, that's really going to build a lovely personality.
Yeah,
isn't it?
so there was no praise at all, but
and not just no praise, Liz, but there was an absence of praise and a presence of punitive criticism.
yeah, and that's how it was. And a lot of you from that era will know the brown teachers in our schools over those years. That they would hit us brown kids. You know, it wasn't uncommon to get a slap or a slam on the wall or. You know, I mean, I remember my brothers would get the strap, but we had a few brown teachers that just didn't hesitate to hit you or whack you or fingers, you know, when you were just a little bloody kid at school. And I think it was that whole, well, you're brown, I'm brown, we'll just sort you out type thing. That's how it went.
According to my kind of cultural norms.
So being praised...
foreign.
Yeah, it was
foreign
very foreign until I actually started working at Wesley and then didn't know how to take it. And
because Whanau, she was a star. She really was. Everyone thought, oh my God, this woman is so talented.
Aww,
and we did. Look, she's doing it again.
Yeah, anyway,
sorry, Liz. Sorry.
So praise is hard, and I wonder, you know, who
There's a live example.
Who has been praised, you know, as a child, and how do you praise your own? You know, there's questions like, how do you feel after somebody praises you? It is quite hard to kind of accept and take it on, and you feel stink, but I guess eventually you do get used to it.
Did you?
Eventually, yeah. Still don't like it. Still get uncomfortable with it. I will rather give praise than get praise.
Yeah.
You still feel fuckable about it.
Squirming when I just said that.
Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, I don't like it.
I feel like keeping on doing it just to poke you. I won't. I'll stop.
Yeah.
But that's a really good example. What just happened then, it's a really good example of what happens when kids don't get praise when they're growing up.
Yeah.
They don't know how to take it from, people. And I'm not trying to do a job on Liz. I know her really well. I wouldn't say that stuff if I didn't believe it and know it. So it's the truth. But when someone has grown up without it, there isn't like a place in their brain or their wairua to take it, you know? So part of personal work or recovery journey or whatever you want to call it is creating that place inside yourself.
Yeah.
Because it was never created when you were growing up.
Yeah.
And that's why we're banging on about praise today. It's like our job as parents is to not only praise, our job is to praise our kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that creates that place inside them where they can be take praise in, and also that the praise creates a self belief in themselves.
Yeah.
And it's it's one of the main building blocks in self-esteem. Praise. You know how people bang on about self-esteem. I think it's a bit fucking boring sometimes. With self-esteem, there's self-esteem there, but there's other language for it. But you can't develop it without praise. Without someone from outside of you saying something about you.
Yeah.
And someone outside of you who you love.
Yeah.
And you look up to.
That's where it should start from, you know?
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing with our kids. I bet you've all seen it. When you tell your babies that they've done something really well, their little faces light up like light bulbs, right? As soon as you tell them something or you give them that little bit of praise, our babies, our mokos, they all light up like little light bulbs. So why don't we do it often? You know, why are we not feeding that into them? Why is that kind of so rare that we do that? And
Well, I think I can answer
You got the answer?
I think so.
Let's go.
I've got maybe a couple, but why aren't we doing that? I think partly because some people haven't heard this kind of information.
Yeah.
And they don't know how important it is.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. Oh, that's probably it,
Yeah.
actually. Because I think surely as a human being, if you know this, you're going to start doing it.
Well,
or maybe that comes back to this fuzzy shit.
Yeah, well, that's the thing though. Not everyone has had praise. I mean, when we do this program and our whānau that come in the door, you'll be very lucky if you get one or two that put their hand up each time to say they've had praise. Like, it's there. They have not had it.
Yeah.
So when we talk about, you got to go home and start with the little things like praise mum for the kai she just cooked. You know, don't just expect it, but praise her. Because then mum, when I get praised for my cooking, I want to keep cooking. And that's the feeling. Like, you know, I love to cook. But when I get praised or told that was yummy, it just kind of puts me up there and I want to keep doing it. So with our babies, if our babies did something, I don't know, put their shoes away once or did something, you need to jump on that stuff so that they keep doing it, and it builds their self-esteem, doesn't it?
Yeah,
you know?
It does. And also, just to jump in there, that's called positive reinforcement. When you praise a good act or a healthy act, you are giving positive reinforcement to that act. So what the kid, they don't think this, because they don't think about this sort of stuff, but what happens is that they'll do it again because it feels good. It's like Liz said, they light up like a light bulb. What's this?
Yeah, that's Applebee's. So her little 6-year-old did the dishes. And that's right, bub. You jump on that stuff, you know. And all they want to do is please
now
us.
He brags.
Yeah.
That he's the best dryer. And he's always keen. Yeah, see? That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's it right there, Applebee.
It's catching them being good. Because the other thing
is... that's a fucking great phrase.
Yeah, we focus on the negative so much as parents. We don't catch them being good. We need to catch our babies being good. You need to look out for that stuff, because what you focus on is what we grow. We always grow the bad shit. It's like, you know, you never pick up this, you don't listen, you don't.
And do you know why? And there's a lot of research around that. And, you know, like what it is that a kid will do anything to get attention. Yeah. Whatever sort of attention
good
it
or
is.
Bad, it's still
good
attention.
or bad, it's still attention. It still means the parent's kind of there, you know.
Yeah.
So if parents are ignoring the good shit and only noticing the bad shit, they're still noticing.
They're going to get attention.
Yeah, they get attention.
Yeah,
that's exactly right.
You know, we grow that shit.
Yeah. So that's a profound phrase. What you just said, which I've already forgotten. Find the good shit.
Yeah, catch them being good.
Catch them being good. Write that down, everyone. To take anything away from the session today, that's the gem in the middle of it. So, and you've got it as a parent. That's your job. You know, parenting is a fucking job. It's not just a thing that you lucked into or you stumbled into.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Oh, Seamus, my nephew, yeah.
Oh, sweet. It's our job to be alert for that all the time, because all those good things catch. What did you say? I've got all of mine.
Catch them being good.
Catch them being good.
Yeah.
You're not there to catch them being bad. That's not your job. Your job is to manage your own response to them being bad.
Yeah.
And don't pass it on to them.
Yeah.
But like, you know, our kid spills, you see this a lot, like your kid spills a drink on the floor. Well, your instant response is, oh shit, I've got to clean that up. Well, what a clumsy bugger.
Yeah.
But that's your shit.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
Your job as a parent is to keep that shit to yourself.
Yeah.
And look out for the time when your kid spills something on the floor and goes and gets a cloth to clean it up.
Yeah.
Well, then you go, oh, you little beauty. Well, that's fantastic. Look what you were doing, you know?
Yeah.
So
you grow that stuff, you know?
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, when it comes to praise, like the whole reason, whanau, that we really need to praise is because we need to grow confidence, we need to grow self-esteem, we need to teach our tamariki to be persistent in what they're doing. So even our babies that are doing a jigsaw or playing with a toy and they can't get it and they want to just give up, like praise them and tell them you're doing really well. You could, you know, you got this. You can do this. So you start to build that momentum in them. Because if they learn from you that they can stick at it and they can actually find a way to figure it out, that goes with them right through school, from primary school, intermediate. That's that I can do mentality.
Keep going. Into adult life.
Into adult life, for work, whatever, university, whatever your tamariki will be doing in the future, you have planted the seeds that says you can do it. And it starts with building that praise and you telling them, you know, you're proud of them, you got this, you know, you know rock. What you're doing, you rock. It's all those simple little things that little light bulb moment creates.
I wrote a little bit down about that too.
Yeah, so that's kind of why we need to praise whanau. And you need to start at home with your partners, whoever's in your household, whoever's cleaning and doing your dishes and washing. It's just the small things that you need to begin to acknowledge. I'm not saying have a fluffy bloody home full of fluffy shiz. It's just when you notice someone doing something, you know, your man's out there mowing the lawn, tell him fucking awesome. Have a beer, my dear, whatever. You know, you deserve it. Their lawns look amazing. Let's go roll on them. Whatever. Yeah, you got to notice the little things, and put it out there.
Yeah.
Don't get out of that dark, negative bloody talk.
Yeah, and I guess I'd encourage people to just watch themselves over the next little while and just notice what you're doing in response to your kids. Like, oh, look all crunched up over there. It's like, anyway.
Perseverance, yes. Yeah, it's perseverance. And you know what, that's probably the hardest thing is sticking at it.
Yeah, true.
For us
as not giving
parents.
up.
Because we are so tied up in our own world, and especially, you know, washing's got to be done, tea's got to be cooked, the house has to be clean, I've got to do the shopping, I ain't got time for this shit. Well, you got to make the time for it, whānau, if you want a happy ending.
Nice.
Wish I knew it all when I was a young mama, but I didn't.
It's not too late.
Yep. No, we didn't know neither, you know, but give it back to the muckles.
That's nice. There. Now my nanny, your muckle, your second chance. That's right.
Yeah, our muckles are our second chance.
Yeah.
So we get to do that with our muckles.
Yeah, and we hopefully get to like not beat yourself up for not knowing any different when you were early mum.
So whānau who have got young ones, you know, from about the age 3 up, I think is the kind of age group where our babies actually understand, you know. So if you have got tamariki in that age group up, get in there with that stuff so they know their own self-worth. And I think the other thing is a person who has been praised and has confidence and has self-esteem, they become leaders, don't they?
They can be,
you know?
absolutely.
Yeah, and
if that's part of their personality or their temperament.
A lot of them do though, you know, and they stand out because their confidence is that high and can get out there and do stuff. So we do want to plant those seeds.
Hell yeah.
You know, we want our babies to be leaders.
We want a forest of great people coming out of this land.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, you know.
Damn it. And the praise is one of the fertilizers that goes on the soil, around those seedlings.
But it starts with you at home. Mirror that stuff, role model that stuff, so your babies see you doing it. And I tell you too, when we do run the program, a lot of the whānau do come back, and when their babies actually praise them because they're getting it.
All right.
They're watching mum or dad praise, and then they start to tell mum and dad they're doing a good job and what they like about they're doing. That is pretty powerful. When your babies turn around and tell you what you're doing really cool. That's been amazing, you know. And probably lastly, just to go over the stuff we talked about the first 1,000 days and that whole growing a calm cortex. This is all part of that, you know, because you're growing their cortex in a really cool way when you start just noticing the good things that they're doing and getting those little light bulbs going on for our babies.
And to go back a bit, I don't think there's anything wrong with praising under 3. Like, start when they're babies. It's fine. It gets them used to, and you used to saying it and them used to receiving it. So, I mean, even with infants, maybe not, but like 1-year-olds, 2-year-olds starting to walk. Well, look at you walking. You know, not just, like you say. Can you write that down, Liz, that phrase that you said? Because I can't remember it. I've got a gap in my head.
Oh, yep, you wrote it. Catch them being good.
Catch them being good.
Catch them being good. Catch the good stuff.
Yeah. So this can be anything at all, as long, on the other hand, as you're not gushing and you're not giving. I've written this down. Insincere praise. You know, so like. Oh,
they
Mum,
pick it up.
Exactly. They pick it up. They don't early on, but eventually they'll go, you're shitting me. You're trying to do a number on me. You're trying to get me to do something you want. You know. So don't do it unless you feel it so much. I mean, I think when you're starting to learn to praise people, it's going to feel a bit unnatural. I think you've talked to me about this, about people who they kind of like
who have never been praised.
they've never been praised, so they don't know what it's like to do it.
It will feel weird, you know, it will feel weird, but you know, only you will know that you're doing it, so give it a go. Give it a go and start small, praising whoever's cooked your kai.
Or your children.
Or your children,
Start with your kids.
Yeah,
it's easier to praise them. Sometimes praising your partner is quite complicated.
Yeah.
Sometimes, I don't know. But let's keep it up with the kids.
Yeah, and I think there's the other thing around the different kinds of praises as well, like if you are going to praise, it's like be specific with your child too. Don't just say something like, "Oh, your kids are cool. You're all sitting there really nice and quiet, quietly." Actually explain to them what it is they're doing. So if Johnny is sitting on his chair and he's actually eating his kai, which he never does, tell him that's what you're proud of him for doing, so he knows that's what it is he's doing. Rather than just throwing it out there and they don't know what it is they're doing. So rather than, "Oh, what a good boy, Johnny." It's like, "Gee, Johnny, you're doing really well. You're sitting there quietly and eating your food." It's great. Because then he'll want to do that again, so he'll sit there quietly and eat his food. His little light bulb just went off, didn't it? When Mum said that or Dad said that. Like, "Oh, gee, really? Gosh. I want more of that." Or if the kids are actually watching a movie and getting along together without scrapping each other, like actually notice that stuff and tell them, so they actually think, "Shit, yeah, cool, Mum's happy with us or Dad's happy with us," you know. And they think, "Oh, this is what." Well, they don't think this, but they're starting to learn. This is good social behaviour. This is like they're not going to be thinking this. But this is one of the hopeful outcomes of praise, is that our children are learning to get along in the world. So they're not going to go to visit their friend and start jumping up and down on the couch when everyone's watching TV, which will mean that they get rejected in that home, and the parents don't want them back again. So it's just we can't probably we haven't got enough time to talk about all the benefits of praise and everything that it's going to do. But take it from us, it's really important, and it really has benefits, and it's a really important part of being a parent. Makes them feel good, makes you feel good. You know. So, and I think just the other thing is these big words. There's proximal praise as well. It's a big word. It is a big word. But it works a lot when you've got all the cousins in the room and you're trying to get them all to do one thing, and you've always got the ones that won't do or won't. So you praise the ones that are taking their dishes up to the sink, let's say, and are doing what you want them to do. And the kids, I see this all the time with our mokos. If one is getting praised for doing something and the others haven't done it, they'll come back and do it because they want that praise. They want their light bulb lit up. So it's kind of like getting them all to just follow suit, but without telling someone, "Well, why haven't you taken your bloody dishes up there, you lazy little hua?" It's that you can tell them once and ask them twice. But after that, they do see the other kids doing it, then they're the only one that hasn't done it. That probably takes us into behaviour management and managing behaviour. Well, actually, that's probably, maybe we could yak about that for a bit too. Like praise, it's another aspect of praise, isn't it? So what we've covered so far is self-esteem, self-worth, developing, mature, blah blah, fitting into the world. But then if we think about praise as a way of managing behaviour, this is actually quite a good thing to rave about for a bit. I reckon. Because when you praise your children, your tamariki, you're encouraging and responding to good behaviour. You're not going to praise bad behaviour unless you want to raise a little monster. But that's what you're doing. You're encouraging good behaviour. So that means you're going to hopefully continue to get good behaviour, and the bad behaviour dies away, because the other side of this is that it helps if you kind of pay as little attention to the bad behaviour as possible, and without accepting it.
sorry, I'm just speaking out loud about this. I haven't prepared this. But
but that's as long as it's not something that's harmful or extreme.
Yeah.
It's just the little niggly things that we are always, stop doing that.
Yeah.
I told you, kids. No. Just the little things that become niggly things for us.
Yeah.
It's like if you can learn to just kind of ignore them and let them work themselves out.
Yeah.
Because then you become repetitive and you're in there all day long doing that shit.
Yeah,
It does
yeah.
your head in.
Yeah, and it does the kids'
You
head
know?
in.
Yeah.
And they start ignoring you because you just
Yeah.
keep saying nothing happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, you're right though, Liz. There's lines that the kids shouldn't be able to go over, like, you know, property damage, harm to others.
Yeah.
You know, that you're,
Yeah,
and
all
you'll have
those
your
things.
own rules about it,
Yeah,
won't you?
yeah.
In your house.
Yeah.
Hold.
Yeah. I think it's don't sweat the small stuff.
That's the bugger.
Hey, don't sweat the small stuff if you can let it go, and then just keep jumping on the positive stuff.
Yeah.
So that you're growing that over the big stuff.
Yeah. Because what did you say earlier on? You said you'll get what you give, or you basically what you pay attention to is what you're going to get the most
Oh
of.
yeah. What you pay attention to is what you grow.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, and we want to grow that good stuff.
Yeah, because if you're only paying attention to the bad stuff, like Liz was just saying, then you're probably going to get more of it because that's the only attention the kids get. But if you are giving the attention to the good behaviour, you're going to get more of that. We can just about guarantee it, I think.
Yeah.
Can we?
Yeah.
I think we can.
Yeah.
Yeah, over time.
Yeah, over time.
Yeah. You might get kids who maybe don't know how to handle the good attention, and they want to keep getting the bad attention
If they haven't had it.
if they haven't had the good attention. Yeah, so you're sort of turning a bit of a ship round at sea.
Yeah. It takes a bit of work, but you know,
Yeah,
it pays off in the long run.
yeah, definitely.
And you know, there's that saying, I don't know who actually said this quote, but it's so much easier to teach a child than it is to repair an adult.
Yeah.
You know, that is so true, Whanau. I don't know who said that
from.
quote, but it's a really good one. It is way easier to teach a child than to repair an adult. So it all starts with you, and it starts at home. Everything starts at home. Yeah.
And can I go back to that quote? So when this person says to try to repair an adult, so I just want to have us think about that line. You know, like repair an adult.
Yeah.
So that to me means they're broken.
They're broken, yeah.
Yeah. So something inside of them is broken.
Yeah.
And that, I think we've had some absolutely beautiful posts on the page about this. You know, these beautiful wahine who are, I'm going to get all tangi, what do you call me?
Oh, tangi wetu on me.
Tangi wetu. The Kandala kid. Tangi wetu.
Yeah, so people from Kandala.
These lovely wahine who are telling us their stories about being broken, I think. And you know, part of that was their childhood, what they had to go through in their childhood. And they have found a way to repair themselves. And they've, to me anyway, what I'm hearing is they've come out better. They've come out like not just, you know, fixed but renovated.
Yeah.
And they're in a wonderful place.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't want to kind of labour this, but if you read those stories, you think, well, that can be what happens to people if we don't parent them properly.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah. I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, some of those people had other things, not just parenting. They might have had violent partners.
Yeah, there's all sorts that have contributed to that.
Yeah, not just parenting. You know, okay, so I'll take that back a bit. But if we don't parent properly, well, not properly, it's not a good word, in the right way, or fuck, whatever. You know what I mean?
Where are you going with this, Phil?
If you don't, it can contribute to your children not having a good adulthood.
Yeah. So should we show them the ego picture that the
chart?
The chart that you drew.
Yeah.
Because that's pretty cool. Because that's kind of what you're coming. That's where you're coming from.
Yeah, that's right. I am.
So I'm not sure how we'll do this, but I'll try. We've got a little bit of a picture.
Yeah, we've got a chart that I just drew, but I'll explain it. And Liz will help me explain it and ask me about it. So our faces are going to go away for a bit.
And
I think you should be able to hear us.
Yeah.
So the mic will be able to
hear it'll be back to front too. Yeah. Well, you might be able to still explain it.
Okay, I need a ruler like a teacher.
Get a wooden spoon out of see the drawer by the sink? You'll be able to get a wooden spoon.
Okay. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Remember my mother? My
If
story
you play up, I'll bloody smack you with it.
Okay, so can you lift it up a bit?
Yeah.
Can you maybe go back?
Go back. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, so it is reversed, but on this side here, we've got a parent, okay? Now, some of you might have seen Liz's talk about transactional analysis, and which is a model of personality, which talks about people coming from three different ego states, and they are parent, adult, and child ego states. So, okay, we all know what that means, really. Parent, adult, and child. Parent is like, a parent. An adult is thoughtful, in your mind, you're thinking. And a child is the part of you that's free and has fun and plays. And the parent is either kind of nurturing and caring, or it can be controlling and punitive. Mm. And what I've drawn here is sort of my idea of parenting and parenting styles. So over here we've got the parent. So let's just imagine that it's you. Okay, let's imagine that it's you. And these little round things are messages that you're sending to your child, which is this person over here. Now, up here is where the messages that you send are lodged in their parent, and they, you've seen your kids parenting their siblings, saying, listen, or don't do that, or they might tell them off. They're usually copying you, actually, when they do that.
So they're your seeds that you're growing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So this side's black, which I've just, it's because I only had a black and a red pen. Could have been any colour. But so these are not helpful messages, and criticisms, put downs, things we say to shame our kids, things like that. Yeah. And when we're talking about an authoritarian parenting style, we're sending messages to our child that they're not so good. They're usually punitive, punishing messages like, you're stupid, what do you know, why the fuck did you do that again? So there's messages and beliefs, actually, beliefs that children are starting to form about themselves because of the messages they're getting from their parent. And then as they grow up, these messages that are stored here get played back to their child, to the child within them, or us. And I've called that self-talk. So that's what we say to ourselves about us. And we say that about us because of what we've heard about us from our parents. Mm. Yeah? So I've put two sides on this. This side's like authoritarian. This side's authoritative. So now, because this child here has got some red messages, and that's because even though they didn't get any good shit from this parent, they might have another parent that's giving good messages.
Yeah.
Like, yada yada. Or they might be that's getting too complicated. All right, so let's leave it at that. So stuff comes from this parent into the child. They store it, and it becomes the thing they say to themselves about who they are. That's that self-talk. And then if they don't learn, or if they're not praised, they do it to their child. So that's called a cycle. That. And if this is abusive, what's coming here, then this will be abusive. And then you've got an intergenerational cycle of abuse. Yeah. But if what we're talking about today is us and you as parents, or whoever you're teaching to be a good parent, if you're a grandparent, you're going to have this side. You're going to have praise. You're going to start praising. And that's what you're going to pass on to your child. Now you see over here, there's none of the black dots are there. It's just good shit. And that good shit means that the talk that they do to themselves is good. It's like, I'm a good person. I'm smart. I'm intelligent. I'm kind. And they can say that to themselves without getting all whakama about it. So, see, when I said that to Liz, just to give you an example, when I said that to Liz, she's got some of this now. She's got quite a lot of it actually. So her self-talk quite often is, I'm pretty cool. I'm okay. I'm not, you're not. I hope you think that, because you are. But at the same time, you see, these little things are still there. These messages are still there. And they came out when I said that. And they said, no, you're not. You're a dumb fuck. Hey.
That's how it feels, yeah.
That's how it feels, yeah. So there's still that going on. And, to be fair, most of us have got that. We've got two parts in ourselves, or three or five. But, we're going to have a good message and a not so good message. Yeah. So have you got any questions, or can you...
No, it was just, we were just trying to figure out...
Do you want me to hold it while you point out anything?
We were just trying to figure out how to just give you, just a visual on what we're doing. And, if you're third and fourth generation into your whānau, you can just kind of see, is it negative, is it positive, or is it a good balance? Because the good balance is where we want to be. And I think someone else had said, love and hate, yin and yang, good and bad. Yep, definitely, that's what makes us. But, in a good way, balance it. So it's not destroying and putting you down and making you a broken person who needs to be repaired later on.
Yeah, right on, sis. Yeah.
So I don't know if that sits with you guys. It's just a little bit.
little offering that you might or might not want to take up.
Fills artistic circles.
I used the glass actually. So can't even take credit for that. All right, we'll come back to the screen, we might get some... Oh, epic, there you go. Someone thought it was epic.
Yeah?
Yeah,
that's
Nicola.
Good.
Nicola thought it was epic. Thank you, Nicola.
Oh, Nicola Bracken. Hey! Yeah. So,
and Auckland and Vai.
Oh, yeah. Okalangi mistakes we go through with our kids.
We learn
how to deal with it when it happens again.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
good
absolutely.
Point. Especially if you learn from them. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what our babies are. They're our teachers, aren't they?
Yep.
That stuff can come back and hit you in the face one day.
Yeah.
Because they become adults and they remember. They remember a lot of things. And like we said last week, your childhood is supposed to be the happiest time of your life. And I don't want to talk about whānau who have gone through trauma, but even just basic childhood, you remember, and you laugh about it. You have so much to laugh about, half the time. But if you were someone who was just ridiculed and put down and never ever praised, you grow up to be quite sad, don't you? Because you don't know how to continue that. You don't know how to fit in, and you do kind of lock yourself up because you don't feel confident to go out there and be with others.
Yeah.
You don't have the self-esteem to go and try something new or break out of your circle or get out there and learn more about yourself. I think we're always learning about ourselves. Doesn't matter how old you get. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, choice way of explaining.
Oh, good.
Oh, cool, Nelly.
Thanks, Nelly. That's great.
Yeah.
Awesome, kōrero. Thank you. Thank you,
very
Diane.
Cool.
It's great. It's great to get this feedback. Straight away,
is. Yeah, we're getting lots of hearts too. Look at all of that.
Hearts. God, everyone's loving us.
Yeah. So, there wasn't a hell of a lot to today's one. We wanted to touch on the temperaments. We wanted to touch on praise. We hope that you understand why behind it, why we have to praise. It's not just fluffy shit whānau. We need to grow our little people and we need to grow them well so they do become leaders, confident, full of self-esteem, and have that whole I can do anything mentality,
right on.
And when they go to school, they're that confident, other people just want to be with them. That's the thing.
And that's a good point too, when they go to school, or when they go anywhere actually. So if they've got that foundation of belief about themselves and good self-esteem, if they go somewhere else and someone gives them shit, they can say, actually, no, that's not true. I'm not like that. I am not dumb. And they can stand up for themselves. They can push back against some fucking teacher who's going to slag them off. Mr. Brown.
Yeah, you're wrong.
You're wrong. We need our kids to be able to do that because we can't be there all the time for them.
No.
That's why it's the same. Oh, anyway, that's a big rope. I'll leave that for another time.
But you're right though, because then that goes into their college years. That goes into their workplace.
Yes.
It goes
their
into their relationship.
Yeah, and
you know,
obviously it goes into them being parents.
the relationship is probably a big thing because, yeah, you do want your children to have happy relationships when they can praise, where they can give, and they can take
Accept it.
yeah, take feedback. What do you call it?
Constructive criticism.
Constructive criticism.
Yeah.
And let that shit bounce off them. You know, like take the learning and cool.
Yeah,
cool.
Just
Thanks
take
for
the
that.
learning and don't take anything else.
Yeah, and don't take anything else. That's what we want.
Yeah.
You know? So, yeah, that's another reason. I don't know.
I like the seed, you know. I think what we're talking about is we're planting a seed, and praise is one of the main ingredients for growing a tall, strong tree that can withstand the rain and the storms.
Yep.
And it can keep growing all its life.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And still stand firm.
Yeah. Stand
absolutely.
proud. Stand strong.
Yeah. And you know, Whanau, if there is anyone that wasn't praised as a child, like it's not to take that out on anybody. It all goes back to, you know, we didn't know what we didn't know. Our parents were all on a journey of their own, and may not have been taught things or may have gone through their own trauma and all that kind of stuff. But it's up to us to grab that bull by the horns now, like, you know, now. So, you know, yeah, take that into your whare and grow it, and do the best. And you watch your little babies' light bulbs go on. That's all they want to do is please us, eh? That's all they want to do.
They want that feeling. It's the best feeling in the world, isn't it?
Yeah,
Well, for some people it is actually.
Yeah, so grow it.
Yeah.
And
get your kids used to it.
Yeah, get them very used to it.
Yeah. Get them to think this is how it should be. Well, it's along.
Thank you both for everything you spoke of today. I learnt heaps and will definitely take it away and action some of it in my whare with my tamariki. Oh,
it's a bit of a wake up call for myself.
Oh wow.
That's great. Thanks, Applebee.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah. Love this.
Definitely needed to hear this. Thank you.
Oh,
thank you, Christine.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, this is it, eh? We don't know what we don't know, folks.
Yeah.
And this is the whole reason we want, on this platform, we want to share anything that, I don't know, that we know.
Yeah.
Things that we have learnt. And if there's whānau who have got stuff to share too, like, don't hold back from sharing it. Do a live, share the knowledge. Because not everybody knows everything.
No one knows everything.
Yeah.
No parent is perfect.
No, definitely not. And we're forever learning, you know, whether it's with your mokos, and like someone else said, we get to do it second time round with our mokos, you know.
Today someone said that.
Yeah. If I had known this with my own kids, I mean, I don't really regret a lot, but I realise there's things I could have done a hell of a lot better. Instead of dragging them around in my life and my shoes and what I wanted to do. It was never about them. But we still have a wonderful relationship anyway, I think.
You were good enough, Liz.
Yeah, because we had, what do you call it, the dyadic relationship, because that's the other thing, eh? Like we learn through brainwave is, even if you're, oh gosh, this is opening up a whole nother door. Actually, yeah, no, so I might not go into
Make
that.
a note.
We'll come back to that and talk about the dyadic relationship, triadic relationship at another time.
Yeah, okay.
But thank you guys for tuning in. We'll just see if there's any questions anybody wants to ask in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, we're happy to rave away about anything.
Yeah. Best
Dyadic
feeling in the world.
Praise, best feeling in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, I hope, well, I don't know. I think, I love the light bulb metaphor, I think that's really cool. Yeah. So if people are going away thinking, right, I'm going to turn my kid's light bulb on as much as I want it blazing all the time. Yeah. 200 watts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a little bit, when a baby takes their first step and you say, you did it, you did it, you know, and you're looking them in the eye and they come for that hug, you know that look on their face. I've seen it with my own children, with my moko.
And they're so pleased with themselves, aren't they?
That's that. Yeah. So that's what you want to take through life, you know. They need to do their homework. You can tell them you can do it. You got this. When they get stuck, because that's what you're building too, eh? Like them being able to do their own homework, get stuck into things.
Independence. And
stay persistent. Don't give up.
Yeah, and I guess just a final thing there, like it made me think of, you know, how I talked previously about positive reinforcement, and threats and what was the other word that lady used? Threats and punishment. No,
Yeah.
was it? Anyway, bribes. It was threats and bribes. So their behaviour only happens when you're there to do it, when you're there to threaten or you're there to bribe.
Yeah.
But if you praise, like Liz just said, if you do it, if you praise that good behaviour, that independent behaviour, that self managing behaviour, I suppose.
Yeah.
Then your kids are going to go away and do that by themselves.
Yeah, whether you're there or not.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's right. And that's what you're aiming for. Because they have to leave.
Yeah.
They can't stay forever.
Yeah.
They have to leave and they have to live their life. And anyway, I just wanted to throw that in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you, Nicola. Glad you enjoyed it.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's our hour, just about up, or one more minute, 2 more minutes. I think
enough,
Phil's got to take off to Wellington. Okay, we're just going to kick off, Whanau. So, welcome back to week 3 of our kōrero. Morning, Rach. We're halfway there now, so that's pretty cool. And just to recap, over the last 2 weeks, we talked about the foundations of where we all come from, where our behaviours come from. Morning, Colonel. We talked about parenting styles, the 4 different parenting styles, the first 1,000 days of our baby's lives and the importance of that. That's the first 3 years. We talked about the importance of play. Hey, morena, Ember. The importance of play and why we must play and develop our babies through play. And then we talked about praise. That was quite a big one last week, and the importance of what we're actually doing as parents through praise.
Yeah, and what effect it has.
Yeah, the effect it has on our babies and their futures and shaping them.
As opposed to the opposite of praise.
Yeah,
Which is
nothing.
Well, it's either the absence of it or the presence of put down or insult or
the horrible stuff.
The horrible stuff.
Yeah, the horrible stuff.
Yeah.
And then lastly, we talked about the temperaments. So, hopefully some of you went off and had a look and had a think and had a watch about your baby's temperaments and what you've got going on in your whare and around you even. Nannies and koros and everybody else has temperaments. So it's good to just have a look. Yeah. Okay. So today we're just going to talk a little bit about, I guess it's routine in the home, getting our little people to participate in things, maybe even reward chart type things. Just to kick that off, eh? Yeah.
And then we're going to start, I think, with child's rights versus child's privileges.
Yes.
Yeah.
So should we just start with that conversation? Because that's a good one, eh? And you know, Whanau, I don't know, because the decades have changed. So you got to wonder, what is a child's right and what is a child's privilege? Have you ever thought about that?
So what they are entitled to by just being alive, like basic human rights, I suppose. Versus what they think they should have, but actually they don't have to have. Yeah.
What they think are their rights.
Yeah, that's right. They demand their rights.
What we know are their rights.
Yeah. So what are some rights that children have?
Well, I think, do you type away if you like, Whanau? I think our tamariki have the right to a roof over their heads.
Yeah, definitely.
They have the right to food.
Food on the table.
Yeah, food on the table.
Good diet, not just any old food.
Yeah, no, not just bread and water or anything like that.
Or Maccas every night.
Yeah.
So I guess, should I just extend that a bit? Just that bit there. So food, good food on the table, not... like Macca's. So I guess as a parent, don't get me wrong, it's not always easy to do this, but I guess it's part of your responsibility is to put that good food on the table. So that means a hell of a lot for a parent. That means learning how to budget. It means learning how to cook, because some people haven't been taught how to cook. It means learning about nutrition, because if we don't feed our kids the right food, they don't grow up with their brains don't actually develop properly. They don't have the right diet. So there's a hell of a lot involved in just when I think about that.
Just that,
that, like putting good kai on the table.
And Anna, you're right. Yeah, food, shelter, education.
Yeah, education.
Those are basic rights.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The right to a roof and food. Yep. So we're all on the same page here.
Yeah.
What else do they have the right to? Education. Do they have the right to sports?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you think so? Is sports a right or a privilege?
Good question. Oh, you got me. Actually, I think it's more of a privilege in a way.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good one. That's a grey area.
If there's a cost to it and mum and dad's got to pay and you've just been a little shit all week.
Yeah.
That's
you
a
need
privilege,
to earn that privilege.
Yeah.
Balanced with our kind of responsibility as a parent to develop our kids and help them meet their potential.
Yeah.
And some of our kids are sports people. They are sportsmen or women.
Yeah, absolutely.
So part of our responsibility is to help them develop that on the one hand.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if they're not kind of getting on board with the whanau and the household rules and...
Yeah, it's not a given right.
Good one.
Yeah.
So as you're hearing, it's, you got to think about it. It's not just automatic that...
Yeah.
Because your kid might say, well, I deserve to have my soccer gear, rugby gear, league gear, and you pay for it.
Yeah.
But
sport is a privilege. Yeah.
Someone thinks it's a privilege.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rachel, appreciate warm housing. Yeah, warm housing. Love nurturing and a violence free. Yeah, absolutely.
There we go. Violence
Sports
free.
is a privilege. Yeah, more than a right. I think so too.
And I'm liking what Donna said about violence free. So that's a whole other area of a right.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Like Mark says, regular exercise would be a right. Yeah. I mean, because prisoners even have that right to regular exercise.
Yeah, no, good point.
But they don't have the right to go and play sports and,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the opportunity to exercise. Yeah. So that they're not denied that right to go out and play outside or on a sports field if there isn't anywhere outside.
So let's go if it's a privilege. I think it's a privilege.
Sport is a privilege.
Yeah.
Exercise is a right.
Yeah.
I think that's good.
Yeah.
Because sport involves cost, doesn't it, for parents?
It does.
A lot of parents, they can't afford stuff.
And parents getting them from A to B, like that takes a lot of...
Well, it takes a whole day. It used to take me a whole
just to
day
get
with
them
my
out.
kids with rugby. And,
Same. Especially if they've all got different sports.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so what else is there? Child's rights versus a child's privilege. What about the old tablets and the games and all that kind of stuff? Those are definitely sitting in the bloomin' privilege basket.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a lot of tamariki don't realise that. They actually think that it's a right.
Yeah, well, all their mates have, not all of their mates, but some of their mates have got it, and according to them, all of their mates have got it.
Yeah. And that's where a lot of arguments stem from, I would say. We've seen a lot of whānau come in because the mobile phone, they think that's a right today.
Yeah.
But, again, it's another cost.
Yes, absolutely.
On the parents, on the parents' behalf. So I would definitely say that's a privilege.
Yeah. Does it ever get to be a right, a mobile phone? I don't think it does it?
Maybe when they're adults and they've bought their own phone.
Mobile
phone.
Yeah.
Definitely boundaries with the technology and the privileges. Yeah, all that stuff comes hand in hand.
Yes, it does. And negotiation. I mean, if your kid's a little shit, why would you buy them a mobile phone or a tablet or a PS, what are they called now? I've forgotten.
Yeah.
PS, is it PS3?
3 or 4. I think there's like a 5 now. I think, Yeah.
Did we finish? Did we spend enough time on safety? I thought that's a really important point. That a child has the right to feel safe, like physically safe and emotionally safe.
Absolutely.
And psychologically safe.
Yeah.
So if he can't, we're talking about abusive households here, aren't we?
Yeah.
And abusive relationships. So whether or not a parent is abusive to the child directly, or whether they're only abusive to their partner, that is still abusive. Being around an abusive relationship is abuse. And a child lives in fear all the time, and they live not knowing when the violence is going to happen again, so they're always on hyper alert. So that's not okay.
And
I think maybe people think, well, I don't bash my kids. So
yeah, I don't
do
bash
they? I don't
them,
know.
but I throw things around and I smash holes in walls, or I
Yeah, right.
yeah, but
Yeah.
the child still ends up living in their bloody in their stem brain.
Stem brain, yeah, the
Don't
lizard
they?
brain,
Yeah.
scared all the time. Yeah. So
Yeah.
anyway, I just wanted to hammer on
Yeah.
about that a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they do have the right to have a what would you call it? It's about the environment,
Safe
and a
environment.
safe and nurtured environment.
Yeah,
Like
right
a few
on.
of you have said.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
have. I think it's really great to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Great
don't want to
something.
live with Wi-Fi. Yeah, I constantly have heard how
Yeah.
bad this is. My thoughts on cell phones.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
well,
they
I
can
think they should all be
focus.
managed, eh? Like, there should be times where, yeah, there is, and like, try and keep it old school where you've got human contact.
Yeah, well, we like to think that, don't we? But you go into a room full of teenagers these days, and they're all sitting there on their phones, not talking to or texting each other in the
Yeah.
room. Have
Yeah,
you heard of that or
yes,
seen that?
yes,
I just couldn't
yeah.
believe that when I
Texting
first
each other
heard
in
about
the
that.
same room, and maybe then this is where it comes back to the household, eh? And like whatever your rules are too. It's
Yeah,
if you've got 3-4 year olds now, you can actually shape that stuff. You don't have to wait till they're teenagers and they're already living in a room closed off. Like you can actually shape that stuff as little children, growing them.
yeah. And some families have
Yeah.
phone-free evenings or meals, or
Yeah,
leave your
yeah.
phone outside if you come and eat together.
yeah, yeah. It's okay to do that stuff, eh?
I think it's good to do it.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
yeah.
people are going to forget how to talk to each
Yeah,
other.
you lose contact.
Actually, I think there's research now that's saying people are kind of they're forgetting how to have a conversation.
Well, if you go to I took my mother to A&E like last week, and just kind of sitting there, and just the amount of people that were just locked in, man. I was like, far out. That's out of it. Like,
Yeah. I mean, you miss a lot of the world, don't you?
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah.
it's another convo, eh?
Yeah,
But-
so just wanted to plant the seed around, children's rights and a child's privilege. And privileges is just as big. There's all sorts of privileges. And just wondered, do you realise, a privilege is what it is, a privilege. And a lot of our tamariki demand these privileges today. You see it, and they think it's their right.
Yeah,
So-
and they're pretty good at hounding parents, aren't they, till they give in.
Yeah,
And then mum or dad just has to put themselves second.
Yeah, and children should have the right to have a voice, and be
that's
comfortable, talk and express themselves.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yeah, exactly. They should do.
Yeah.
They should be able to.
They shouldn't be slapped down if they disagree or they want to voice an opinion about something. Yeah, well put.
Yeah.
So I guess with electronics, that's a really big thing for parents these days, isn't it? I didn't have to deal with it. when I was raising
neither.
mine.
No.
Yeah. And you hear different things and different ways of managing it, I think. And there's people have different ages where kids, someone talked about, maybe when kids can pay for their own credit is a good thing, because why should we pay for it if they want a phone?
Yeah.
They can get a job or go and do a bit of work.
Yeah, or do something for it, eh?
Do something for it in return.
Don't just expect it. Because a lot of the tamariki just kind of expect it, eh?
And then mum or dad, or mum and dad feel guilty because they can't provide it.
Yeah.
Well, don't feel guilty.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
Yeah.
Feel guilty if you're not feeding your kids. Yeah. Or if that's because you haven't got any money, then seek help.
Yeah. Seek help. I thought you were going to say seek help.
I know. I can't say that.
Seek help.
I'm a honky.
Just getting it right.
Maybe down my throat. God, Dennis will be out the door in a minute. Anyway, sorry.
Yes,
digress.
Donna, you're right.
What is
yes,
it?
many tamariki throw wobblies because they can't get their games.
Yeah.
And it's kind of something we've created. I think a lot of us adults tend to think, yeah, cool, there's the babies, there's your automatic babysitter, the kids are on the game, out of the way.
Yeah.
And it does take a little bit more effort, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And that's what we don't want to lose sight of as the adults, is the effort. Otherwise, that's what we end up with.
What an easy life. And us having an easy
everyone's
life.
going to end up with neck problems.
And no
arthritis.
only friends online, eh? And that's all I've got. Yeah.
Yeah, so although it's the easy way out, I don't think it's the best way out.
Cell phones are a child's addiction.
Yeah.
That's so true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're not. I don't think it's just children anymore. I think it's adults too.
Yeah.
Like Liz says.
Yeah.
I was walking down Lambton Quay the other day. That's the main street in Wellington City for people not from around here. And you know, all these adults walking down the road just looking at their phones.
Yeah.
I don't know how there's not many more pedestrian crashes. Cause
yeah.
Or you're driving, you see people on, that enrages me.
Yeah,
and Jenny says, don't, I'm driving along. Look at that bastard, he's on the phone.
Yeah, it's the one place where you just go from 0 to 10, on the road rage.
Because that's killed people.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're getting way off subject. But...
Yeah. Anyway, so just putting it out there, whānau, like, you know, it's good to have a think about what are your children's rights, what are their privileges. You can even sit down and have a kōrero with them, you know. Our kids are not, you've seen our tamariki on the platform, they know way more than we think they know. So it's easy to sit down and have this kōrero with them. It would be fun. It would be fun. And draw up a list so that maybe you've got that list there, and next time you don't have to go back into a big argument because it's on this side. It's a privilege. Work for it.
Read the list.
Yeah, you know, that's a quick thought. So the other thing we just kind of wanted to touch base on also was the differences between a bribe and a reward. Yeah. What do you think? What's the difference between a bribe and a reward? I think, we stuff up a lot there too.
Well, what we came up with, was, I wrote it down, a bribe is something you give to make a tamariki do something before they do it, to make them do it or to get them to do it. And a reward is something that you give a child after they've done something to reward them for it and to reinforce it. So it's a learning thing that you're doing with a reward. It's not a something else, which is what a bribe is. I'm not sure what that is.
But we bribe them all the time, eh? Like, if you're on the phone, let's just say, if you're on the phone or you're talking to your friends, here, have a biscuit and get outside, you know, or go outside and play and I'll give you a biscuit. And you give them the biscuit and they eat it, they go outside, but then they come straight back in. Because they ate the bribe. And they want another bribe.
Well, that's a good example. So you've got to keep providing the bribe. But if I guess the goal of rewarding behaviour is... Sorry, I can't read very well because my glasses are...
Oh, that one's about the devices, that there's research to suggest that the dopamine kids get from device...
Yeah, right on.
There's no... Yes. Yeah,
right
definitely,
on. Hence the tantrums, that's right, because they're going into withdrawal if you take it away from them.
That's right.
It's a really big thing, actually.
No,
that's a really...
technology.
So
the bribes, bribes. We're just saying, we often, because we just want the kids out of the way while we're on the phone or while you're texting or while you're watching whatever. So you give them the bribe, the biscuit, and then they bugger off outside and then they just come back in for the next bribe and you just end up bribing till the whole packet is gone, don't you?
Or, say, washing the dishes. If you only get the kids to wash dishes by giving them $1 every night, you're going to run out of money one day. Well, you're not, but you could use that dollar somewhere else. Whereas if you reward your tamariki for doing the dishes, they'll learn to offer to do the dishes eventually, because they kind of take it into themselves. So you've taught them something by reinforcing that behaviour, which is what a reward is doing. It's reinforcing good behaviour, which we talked about last week. Reinforcement is the way to learning, and a bribe doesn't do anything. It just does nothing.
It just bribes them for that moment.
Just holds it off for you. Gives you some peace. And that's sometimes you have to do that. That's okay.
But what they also learn too, they learn, well, if I just keep doing that, I'm going to keep getting more and more of what I want. If it is biscuits or lollies, I just keep nagging and doing what I'm doing. Mum's just going to keep giving in.
Mum's going to buy me off.
Mum or Dad, will just buy me off. They read us like books, that's the thing. They are our teachers. I think we've got to realise our children are our teachers. And they'll pick their moments. It's their job. I used to promise my kids stuff and never follow through with that. Promise now. I can't believe I used to do that now. I just tell my mokos how it is. And that's all of us, because life gets too busy and complicated and we're in the now and it's what we've done. We've done that for bloody centuries, I think.
And that one there, that might have been how you were brought up, that you got what was it? You got promised my kids stuff and never followed through with that. Yeah, and a lot of us do that. I mean,
Yeah.
but sometimes we don't realise we're doing it. So good stuff that you are.
Yeah.
And I was going to say something else about
Yeah, and Rafia, is it? No. Oh, my glasses. Hang on. Rafia, is it? Yeah, what about negotiating the reward? Yeah, definitely.
7-year-old, is it? 7-year-old, yeah.
7-year-old.
Good question. Yeah.
You can talk those things through. Our kids understand, but it's about being clear and it's about being consistent. And not going back. Once you've made that agreement, that's that agreement.
It's a contract, eh?
Yeah.
But that's a really good point.
Yeah.
That you actually, do you have to negotiate? I suppose in a way.
Well, I suppose it's not negotiate, but it's coming to a common agreement where I want this done, and your child knows, okay, I need to do this.
Yeah.
And then there's your common ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess the negotiation would be, or could be, in what the reward is.
Yeah.
So you might sit down together and come up with a list of possible rewards, and maybe your tamariki chooses the reward because that gives them some, power in the situation.
Yeah.
So that would be the negotiation. But at the end of the day, you're in charge, a parent in charge. So, but negotiation definitely can be part of it. Well, actually should be part of it.
It should be.
Yeah.
And like we were just talking about this earlier too, like there's so many different types of rewards,
infinite.
Yeah, and whānau, like rewards should be low cost or no cost. We're not talking about go out there and spend what little money we have left just to get your kids to do something. And this is it's the things that we already do. There's so much we do as mums, dads, nans and kuros, aunties and uncles that are privileges, and our kids would have got that anyway. So when we talk about things, I don't know, rewards could be, it could be you get to choose the pudding for tea tonight. Yeah. It could be an extra treat in the lunch box that they wouldn't normally get.
Could be, like you said, making pie crits. Mum will make pie crits.
It could be a cooked breakfast, like a Saturday cooked breakfast rather than the normal Weet-Bix or cereal. You actually get something really nice cooked in the weekend.
Yeah.
It could be a sleepover. Automatically, the cousins can come over and sit. That's actually a privilege, or going to Nan or Kuro's house. Those are privileges. They don't have to be givens that we have to give, and they can be used as rewards. With our tamariki as well. Extra game time. It might be extra hour after bed. You can watch an extra movie. Maybe mum or dad's going to read you an extra book at bedtime. Or there's a lot that you can actually sit down with your tamariki and talk about. Records could also be time. Time. I come and play with you on the tramp for half an hour.
Good one. Quality time. Children love it. Adolescents hate it.
Yes.
What do you mean time with you? I want anything to do with you. You suck. You're the worst fucking parent I've ever
We're talking about our bubbies. Maybe from the age like 3 they begin to understand.
Yes, they do.
I mean our babies we always play with anyway, but from the age 3 up they actually begin to understand. So you can begin those conversations.
Yeah. And I guess I'm just thinking too that all of these rewards are, like according to the age of the tamariki. So, and I guess too that point about negotiating is important here because the older they get, the more able they are to negotiate and kind of put their own thing in. So, as they get older, there's definitely more scope for negotiation.
Yeah. But Sorry, just going back to the rewards. There are 3 different types of rewards as well, and I think our young babies they tend to go for the social rewards, which is the touch, the kisses, the hugs, the smiles. Yeah.
Are they right?
Well, they kind of are, but they don't know that at that age.
No.
No. Well, you should be doing that with your babies anyway, but that's what you call a social kind of reward. Isn't it?
Yeah.
When you know that they've done something brilliant. So you want to look them in the eye and show them with enthusiasm and love that, damn, you're awesome, Yeah,
and that's getting mixed up with praise, isn't it? It's crossing over into praise.
Yeah.
But that's a slightly tricky area. You don't want to withhold praise because they've not been good. So Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But you want them to repeat what they just did.
That's right, exactly.
You know,
you do.
Anyway,
you want them to learn to do that, just as a matter of course.
Yeah.
So praise and reward are sort of the ways you get that.
Yeah. And then there's the tangible, which you would plan around, wouldn't you? You like, and maybe this is what you're talking about with your 7-year-old is the more, okay, well, I want this game, and it's going to take, you would negotiate, okay, well, that might take you a month of, I don't know, whatever it is, if it's an extra chore or something, and that's what you would negotiate, is getting to that specific bigger goal
tangible
or reward.
Goal. Yeah, tangible reward.
Yeah, that's what we would be talking about with our tamariki. Rather than, they just nag because I want a game, and then, you go off and get them a game. Make them work for it.
Use that desire.
Yeah. And then you've got your spontaneous, which, I think a lot of us do all day, every day. But again, it's about using that wisely. So if you've been out shopping and the kids have actually been awesome, by the time you do get to the checkout, you want to actually be able to say, man, you fellas have been cool, you rocked it today, and you can pick a lolly. That's spontaneous,
Hey. Nice,
yeah.
And that's what you were talking about last week, that fantastic phrase that I can never remember about look out for the good, or...
Oh, catch them being good.
Catch them being good, that one.
Yeah,
so that's the same area there, good. So catch it, praise it, and reward it.
Yeah. And that's, rather than they just get to the end of the trolley and they've been screaming and yelling, like, tell them, it's okay to tell them. Yeah. When we get to the end, if you have all behaved and we got through this in one piece, then you get your reward,
Yeah. And that's great, because that's not a bribe.
No.
A bribe would be before you go in, you give them $1 each and say, if you're good the whole way through, no, here's $1 to be good the whole way through. And once you've given them that, they can do what they like.
Well, they've got the $1 and they're gone.
Yeah, that's right. Sucker. Cheer, mum.
Yeah. They'll come back, we've got another $1.
I'm going to be naughty. Well, it happens, eh?
Yeah, it does. So, just something to think about. So you've got the social rewards, which is the huggy, kissy, touchy kind of stuff. You've got tangible, which is plan it, think about it, and work it. Don't just give it. And yes, negotiate. That's where your negotiating skills will come in on both sides.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm going to do this to get that. Then you make sure they do that to get it. Stick to the...
And I hope everyone's really clear that we're doing the rewarding to reward positive behaviour, or what's that word? It's something to do with socialisation. So that our tamariki are growing up to be good citizens, and they can work in the world and work with other people.
Yeah,
that's why you're doing it, not just to have a good life and have
and get them off your back.
Yeah, that's right. Hey? Yeah. But it actually will get them off your back. There's two benefits to it, because you have a better life, don't you? With well-behaved, well, not well-behaved. I don't like we want to get to that, but they actually will end up being well-behaved.
Yeah.
And they'll end up being monitoring or self.
Yeah, they can make good decisions from it, can't they?
Yeah, they make healthy decisions about their behaviour.
Yeah.
And even how they think and act.
And how they contribute to society.
And the whānau, starting with the whānau.
Yeah, starting at home with the whānau.
Yeah.
And that's how we plant the seeds. We are the farmers.
That's right.
We are the farmers, whānau. So, that's...
One more thought. Sorry, I'm just thinking about the low cost, no cost. I think going back to negotiation, but this is probably not negotiation, but it's more like sitting down with the tamariki and making lists of rewards.
Yeah.
They'll have things they want. They'll know what they want. And some of them will be privileges, which you can say, well, we're not doing that. We're not mixing up technology with you being a good person. But some of them will be rewards that are quite easy for you to give. and you can also put limits on the rewards and say, well, they're not going to involve money, okay, or only very low cost rewards. So let's make a list, and then when I want you to do something, or when I want to reward you for doing something,
there's your list.
Here's my list that I can choose from.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think it's a good idea?
Yes, and if we were doing this like a normal program, Whanau, we would have created a list. We would have brainstormed the list together. This is the hard thing about we're being online, but there's some ideas here. So you would have just created a list of low cost and no cost. Maybe, and that's what Phil's talking about.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, maybe we could put that up.
Yeah, we could actually. And just to give you an idea of low cost, this is kind of what Whanau have come up with. And there's some of you I can see watching that have actually done the program as a program. So some low cost stuff is like knuckle bones, Play-Doh, just ordinary indoor playgrounds, swimming pools, a day at the museum, a park, gymnastics, sports groups, a train or bus ride, kinder gym, Wi-Fi. Is that low cost? Yeah, no, it is. But, that's there on the list. Family board game nights, baking, arts and craft and reading. Now, all of those types of things you can get from a $2 shop, for next to nothing.
Yeah, good point.
Those little things. And then for no cost, it's like bike riding, when we plan and we go to the beach, that could actually be a reward. It doesn't have to be just something you just give to the kids, because you should. Like that could actually be a proper reward. Playing ball on your local rugby field, Spotlight, for those of you who remember Spotlight, all those old school games, going to the library, playing dress ups, going to see your grandparents, storytelling, just quiet time. Building forts. Who remembers how to build forts? Man, me and my brothers lived down the old road building forts with our cousins.
Yeah.
Tree climbing. There's movie nights. There's all sorts you can do. Elastics. Teach your kids how to play elastics. They probably don't even know what it is.
Okay.
But there's all sorts of things like that don't have a cost to it. And we don't think about doing it with our kids, but they could all be part of the reward list, And
I want to go back to something that someone said about yourself, like time with you. Kids love that.
Yeah.
More than we know, I think. I was reading some research about kids and this COVID time, and some of the feedback about how kids loved having their fathers at home because they were working from home, and then they never see them, and then they were getting anxious about their fathers having to go back to work. So I think that's a reward that you can use, is time with you.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you have to ration it. You're so busy organising the family life that it's not a given that you spend time with your kids. But if you start making it a reward, then you plan it out and you can, eat.
And they'll look forward to it,
Yeah.
And it could be like, Saturday, all right, everybody, if we've all had a good week and everyone's done what they had to do, then Saturday we're going to pack up all our kai and we're going to go off for the day. You enjoy it, they enjoy it, and it's actually a real treat.
Yeah.
And it's okay to do it. Well, that's how we should be doing it, I reckon.
Yeah.
You know, because the kids are always hounding and wanting to go and wanting to do, and it's half the time it drives you crazy. But if you plan it and you think about it and you create it together, they know it's coming. You know it's coming. Yeah. Loving the food of thought options. Yep, best program I ever did. Oh yes, you were awesome, Rach. Making the kids, Rachel's one of our first nans to come through and do the program when we first ran it. She came all the way from Levin to do it.
Whoa, that's commitment.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's a good hour-long drive, people, if you don't know.
Yeah. There wasn't too much around, and I think there was a massive waiting list for her to go on to incredible years.
It's over an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an hour from Puckeridge.
Yeah.
Anyway, well done,
so,
Rachel. Whoa.
Yeah, so that's kind of the stuff around, rewards and privileges and rights, and we thought we would just go into having a little kōrero around creating a reward chart. Mm-hmm. For some of you who are not sure or have had reward charts that haven't worked or, think you might want to try one. It's not everyone's cup of tea, I must say that.
You were talking about a mate that you know who was looking after their moku, wasn't it?
Oh, yes.
They were.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I never did reward charts with my children. It was just, when I say clean, we clean. You give them that eye, that non-verbal...
non-verbal communication.
Yeah, of what you expect to happen. But there was a time where I did have one of my mukus come and live with us. And we had to start from scratch with him just to get him back into his routine. So we, sat down, had a kōrero, had a talk about, the expectation of being at...
How old was he?
He would have been about 6 or 7,
okay.
I think, back then. But actually, in saying that, we have done this with all our mukus that come here when they come for the holidays. And they actually thrived on it, eh? So they had, and I know this will be backwards, Whanau, but... we have the evening routine. This is exactly how it was. The evening routine and what was expected of them. So basically, Monday to Friday, it was about when you come home from after school, hanging up your clothes, putting your lunchbox in the kitchen, eating your tea at tea time on the table, your dirty clothes go in the laundry basket, and shower time in the evening. And every time you do that, you got a tick in your box. And in the morning it was the same. It was like just a little picture of them making a bed, all the toys packed up in a basket, getting dressed, washing out, eat your breakfast, brush your teeth. That was it, just every morning and every evening. So they got all their little tickies going on. Ticks.
Right.
Ticks.
Yep.
It was just ticks that was on a chart
So
on their
box,
bedroom door.
Each day, if they completed their task, they get a tick.
They got a tick. And then we together created, what their reward charts were. So we did it by numbers. I don't know where this came from, but it was kind of like you got 5 ticks, you got 10, 20, 25, and that kind of like was a different reward each time. So we had our little chart that they created. This is one of my little mukus, Mr. TK, a lot of you will know. And there was things that he wanted to do, and it was stuff like cooking. It was a movie night at home. It was a breakfast of my choice. It might be dinner out, a sleep at Nan's house, play at the park, a picnic, play at the beach, a cousin sleeps over. A bedtime pass meant that he got to stay up earlier, past his normal bedtime. It was an activity with his mum. He really liked the whole camping thing, so marshmallow kebabs on a fire, that was a big thing. His favourite dinner. He also loved flowers, so we would actually go to do a trip to the flower shop and buy flowers that he could come back and plant. Or a big one, it was actually a big one, was a trip to the movies. So depending on how his week had been, because the one thing you don't ever want to do is tell them that they were naughty and they're not getting their reward. Yeah, and this allowed us to break it down with, you got 8 or 10, so we'll look at what we've got in the 8 or 10 pile.
Nice.
So you've always got something
to give them.
Something to give,
They don't give up.
Yeah, so they don't give up.
Or feel stink.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are things that we will give them anyway. There's nothing in this list that I wouldn't give to any of my mukus anyway. But they've got to work for it, and that's the basics. You get up in the morning, your bed is made. Tick.
Yeah.
Your washing is in the basket. Whanan is happy. You've had your breakfast, you've eaten it, and your dishes are back on the sink. Yeah, winning. It's all these little things. And what do they get for it? We get to go out and have a picnic together. We would have done that anyway, but they're learning the routine in my whare, mine and Kuro's whare. Yeah. And when our mukus come, it doesn't matter how long they've been away. We go through it once, they remember, boom. And most mornings, I'll tell you, I can wake up in the morning and their beds are made. And this is the other thing. I'm a perfectionist, and it took me a long time with my own children to accept, like, that's how they made a bed. It's not how I made a bed. And you got to come to terms with the thing is they made the goddamn bed. It's like hanging out the washing. It's not the way you might hang it out, nice, straight and tidy, and everything's, hanging perfectly. The washing is hung out, and that's what you got to be grateful. I fought my inner demons with that, but
It's not about that. It's about the effort that goes into it and recognizing the behavior.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing,
Yeah.
that they are doing it. And there's a lot of parents out there who are all in the same boat, perfectionists. It's got to be,
Yeah.
to that
Just how I want
standard,
it. Yeah.
to that standard. But it's
Yeah.
about the effort. And when they're not there or they're not around, you can go along and just tidy it up and
Satisfy
straighten it
your
up.
own inner demon. Yeah.
Because that's how it would be. So, loving the food for thought options. Best program I ever did as a nanny is
That's
making the
Rachel,
kids have dessert. See, dessert or do baking money. Doesn't have to be. No, it doesn't have to be money. Not at all. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, there's some ideas there, Whanau, but to do a reward chart, you've got to have, again, the conversation with your child, sit down and talk to them.
I guess what you're saying is that it's not something you do to them, it's something you do with them.
You want to be
together.
inclusive of them. Bring them into the conversation.
Yeah.
Talk about what it is you're wanting,
why
you're wanting it. Don't put them down about it.
No. You're not, none of this, you little shit. You've been a little shit, so we're going to try and stop it. It's like, you want to avoid that, don't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And be clear. And if you say you're going to do it, then you need to do it. I think as parents, consistency is the biggest thing we fail often because we're too tired. Life gets in the way. We don't put the effort in after they put the effort in, and it just lets them down. So to do it, you've got to be consistent. And once they get into that routine, it's like, you can move on to something else, But don't make it about money. Don't make it about expenses. Use the things that you're already doing. Rather than just giving it to them for nothing.
That's I like that. Don't give it to them for nothing. Use it. And that's not cold-blooded, but that's just
you win because you get the things done. You get what you want done.
Yeah.
They're learning routine.
They win there because they're going to take. That's a takeaway for them.
That's a takeaway for life.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. If your child can learn how to make their bed, put their washing in a basket, do the dishes and all that kind of stuff, they're winning for life.
They're already an attractive partner.
Yeah. Yes, they are. If you don't have that routine, then that routine of not having nothing, you've planted the seeds.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah. And I know that there are a lot of mums, dads and nans out there, like, if my children were to go somewhere else, I would have a massive expectation that they clean up in somebody else's whare. That is a given. I would be shocked if I had a lazy kid who didn't do that at somebody else's whare. And that comes back on the parents. So, if your kid does go to someone else's house for a sleepover and they're a slob and don't do anything, those parents in that whare are going to be going, whose kid is that?
Yeah, he's not coming back. She's not coming back.
I'm know that happens.
Pick up after her again. That's right. Or teaching my kids bad habits.
Yeah, so you want to get them into the good habits of, all the basic things, putting out rubbish.
Yeah. Well, it's taking responsibility, isn't it? I think that's the overriding thing there. Is taking responsibility for your own life.
Yeah.
Not expecting somebody else to do it. And that's going to work in a relationship. It's going to work when you get into a job. It's going to work everywhere you go. Taking responsibility for yourself. That just came to me actually. Like, why are we doing all this? That's what it's for. To teach them to take responsibility.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And so that means that they will, and they'll live a better life, and people will get pissed off with them. And reject them.
There's a lot of seeds in this, There's a lot of seeds in this, Whanau. It's not just about, getting the kids to do what you need to do. It's just going to benefit them in the long term. So, think about the routine that you have in your whare. Think about how you do it. How do you get the kids to do what you need to do? And, the privileges and the rights that are there. There's so much that we can give them. Don't give it for nothing.
I didn't ask this before because I didn't think of it, but do we do consequences in this course?
Yeah, towards the end.
Towards the end, okay.
Yeah.
So consequences are what we do. I'll just briefly talk about it now.
Yeah.
What we do when, I guess, when behaviour isn't changing. So, no, hang on, that's not right. So consequences are there to discourage behaviour that isn't useful. Yeah, like not like consistently not making your bed or dissing your mum or your dad or something like that. So things you put in place in response to that. But we're going to come back to that because it's the other side of rewards. It's but we're going to have probably a session on it, isn't it, or half a session?
Half a session.
Okay.
We'll come back and have a talk to that.
So,
and I know there's so many things you could talk about, and whānau probably want them all at once because you often get that you just want to hurry up and know what the solutions are and try and get things sorted, but you've got to do it week by week so you can so things can sink in. It's not rushed. You can go home, give things a go, you know. See how it's
there's
working.
a hell of a lot here to do, isn't there? Thinking about consequences.
Yes, well, the last 3 weeks and everything we've talked about is quite full on. You know,
big things to get in your head if you've not thought about them before.
Yeah. And it takes a lot of work. You know, it takes a lot of work and a lot of effort. But the biggest thing here today is about recognising, rewards, privileges, bribes and rewards.
Behaviour.
And those privileges and what they are, and getting the kids into a routine where they actually participate in the home and begin to take responsibility as little people
for their routine.
Because
otherwise you're following them around saying, go and pick that up, go and make your bed, go and do this, go and do that. You don't want to be doing that either.
No, not all day long, man.
No.
Does your head in, eh? You hear your own voice and you get sick of your own voice.
And I bet your kids are sick of it too.
I told you to pick it up.
Leave me alone, for God's sake, Mum. Just leave it out.
Well, if you can set the foundation and have a really good routine, that's what's expected every morning, every evening. Then
pro-social. That's what I was trying Sorry. Pro-social behaviour, not anti-social behaviour. So we know, sorry Liz.
So they're proactive.
Although they're, because you got anti-social behaviour, haven't you? And then you got pro-social. So that's what we're aiming for.
Pro-social.
Behaviour that fits in socially.
That's right. And why can't little people do things like that? They can.
They can,
They sure as hell can.
And they feel proud when they do too. They feel good about themselves. They
can do dishes. They can do all sorts. They can vacuum. They can broom. They can take rubbish out.
Without getting into child labour.
But
there's a balance. You don't want them running the household, but you want them contributing according to their age, and contributing appropriate to their age.
And I think we kind of.
But I think you're right. I think we kind of do it a lot for them. I know I used to do that. I was the oldest of 8, so I was at it all the time doing stuff for my siblings. So I thought, I'm going to give my kids a break. But one of them in particular, no, that's not true. No, that's not fair. But, you tend to not expect them to take responsibility for stuff. You let them off the hook.
That's right, but my mum and my dad, they both worked their whole lives, right up till like now. They both had a job. My mum had 2 jobs. So us older kids, there's 3 of us older ones, we had to get up. We did what we had to do without a second thought. So when you go to our houses, like, man, I go to my brother's and I just think, your house is immaculate, man. But I think back to our primary days when we were like little 7-year-olds, that's where it was. The expectation was planted right there. We didn't moan. We knew our parents were gone. We knew what we had to do. We had jobs and we just got them done. And that planted how we run our own homes in the future.
Yeah.
Wow. It's the first thing I'll do for my whole life. And I became a mum at 15, but it never left me. Get up, clean up, washing on, house is vacuumed. Every day my house is vacuumed.
And this
the
house
washing
is
out.
Whānau.
Everything before 9 o'clock because those seeds were planted way back then. Not many people will come and catch me off guard.
They have to get here pretty early.
Even when I'm sick, it's my routine. Get up, clean up. Sick. My washing will still go on and out, and then I'll crawl back to bed.
But you feel proud, don't you?
It's done. It's like my routine is not complete if I have not done that. And there's a lot of you out there. There's a lot of whānau out there that's just the way it is, And I would love for all my kids and my moko to be like that.
It's a gift for them, isn't it?
I'll tell them that.
Yeah, right. Giving you a gift. Don't complain. Yeah.
So I don't know. That's kind of our session in a nutshell today, Whanau. That went fast.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, it's about 10 to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if there's any questions or anyone's got any thoughts. I wonder if there's any whānau that have tried reward charts out there and have they worked for you? Is a question.
And again, people can Google this stuff. There's like 3 million pages out there about reward charts.
Reward charts.
More ideas or you know, ways of thinking about it.
The kids love them. Hey, they love them. Yeah. If you play the game right, I suppose. But if we're giving them mixed messages and we're not participating in it or following through.
Yeah. I reckon it makes them feel safe too, because it lets them know what is expected of them, and they're not just living in the dark, you know. Because if a kid's just travelling along and then every now and then mum or dad says, "Oh, don't do that. That's bloody. I don't like that." Well, they go, "Oh, I didn't really know that. I'm just finding it out now." But this sort of stuff, it really lets the kids know what's expected of them and what you're aiming for with them.
Yeah.
Which makes kids feel safe.
Yeah.
Any structure at all makes children safe or feel safe.
Yeah.
And this is structure.
Yeah.
And routine. Like
structure and routine.
Yeah,
they're key, eh?
They are key. Yeah. And like a house in chaos is a child in chaos.
Yeah.
I just made that up.
Yes.
That's pretty good.
Yes, no, I like that.
Yeah. And you'll see it. You'll see them acting out because they want boundaries around them, or we do boundaries sometime later, don't we?
Yeah.
Boundaries. We're sticking with rewards now.
Yeah.
I'm starting to get off the subject, sorry.
Yeah.
No.
That's all right, yeah.
Yeah.
But they are, boundaries are, they all go alongside each other, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, boundaries, rewards, consequences, they're all, part of the structure of parenthood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a hard job being a parent.
Mate.
Yeah.
It doesn't get enough recognition.
Yeah.
You don't get to go to school to learn about it. You've got to do it just by instinct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every second I've done reward charts and they worked. Yay. Especially when negotiated. Oh, very good.
Okay.
Negotiation breeds good logic and lifelong skills. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
both awesome. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Rach. Yeah. It's really cool when whānau can do it. I haven't tried reward charts, but I'm watching this video again and taking notes. Thank you for the motivation to be more organised. Yeah,
awesome.
That's the one. And honestly, Google it. There are hundreds of different templates. Or talk to your tamariki and get them to create one that's going to work for them. And just stick it on the bedroom door, on the fridge.
Yeah, co-creation.
Keep it simple. Keep it really simple so that they don't get, overwhelmed with 1,000 jobs. So basically, if it is, make your bed, washing out, breakfast, shower. There's 4 things in the morning before they go to school.
Yeah.
Pretty simple. Yeah. And think about those rewards.
And
keep them simple and, if you can, no cost.
Would you use it to manage something like, I'm just thinking of a kid who keeps hitting his sister.
Yeah.
Could you use a reward chart to manage that a bit?
Yeah, you could.
I'll give you a reward every time you're nice. It's not when you don't do that, but it's when you're nice to her, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're looking for actual behaviour. Not the absence of bad behaviour, but the presence of good behaviour.
So it might be that your sibling, you can play with your sibling without fighting for 3 hours.
That's the goal.
That could be a tick.
Right, okay. And then you have a reward for that.
Yeah, or you two can play together so well.
Yeah.
From after tea till bedtime. If you can play so well together, then it might be that together, I don't know, they get an extra treat in their lunchbox the next morning, or they get to pick pudding for tea the next night, or something like that.
Yeah.
But
using it to do that sort of behaviour too.
Yeah.
Only.
Not just routine or cleaning the house, but if the kids do nothing but fight and scrap, you could use it for that. Yeah. Okay.
Or back chatting.
Back chatting, because it's about recognising that behaviour and the effort that's gone into that, and then giving them something that they would have got anyway.
Yeah, for doing something that isn't that bad behaviour.
Yeah.
But it's good behaviour.
And most kids, they once it becomes their norm, it becomes their norm, you know, and then it's kind of like you can recognise that and say, right, let's move on to the next kind of thing.
Yeah. It gets momentum, eh?
Yeah.
Like they start picking up that teaching that it's giving them.
Yeah.
They learn more quickly and more
That's
quickly.
right. And even better, if you can go to their schools and tell the teachers what you're wanting to happen, like then the teachers can get on board in the classroom maybe.
Right.
Most schools, I think, are on board with that kind of thing.
Oh, they should be. Yeah.
So there could be a chart at school if they've had a whole day at school of not hitting someone or not swearing or, I don't know, just, you know, whatever. Then that gets acknowledged when, you know, when they come home.
Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking, like, sometimes one of the, you know, challenges is kids' behaviour at school. So you could do your own reward chart about that, and together with the teacher. And nice. Yeah. So it can be used in many different areas, not just as we're saying, you know, first off routine, but then other more social behaviour and yada yada.
Yeah. Well, we all know when the cousins come over, they all have their moments. That's what kids do. But, you know, if it's something that just happens every time and you need to actually work it out and sort it out, siblings do it too. But, if it's something they just every day, all day, then chuck it in a chart and get them to work on it. Yeah.
And rewards, I guess, one sort of final thought, you need to be age appropriate.
Yeah.
But I think if we're negotiating with the tamariki and co-creating them, they are going to be age appropriate, aren't they? The kids. Diane Wilson, you're welcome, Diane.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool, Diane.
Thank you. I think if you're co-creating, kids are going to name the rewards they want that are suitable for their age.
Yeah. So bring them into it. Bring them into the picture. They know.
Yeah.
They know.
Yeah.
Our kids are not silly. And you want them to own it. This is your chart. You put that down.
Yeah.
You
get the reward if you do the thing. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So hopefully, Whanau, that was helpful. Today's session. Next week we're on to session 4, and it's called Drawing the Line. We'll have a bit of a kōrero around what does drawing the line look like in your whare. I won't go too much into it right now, but hopefully you're enjoying these. It will go quickly now that there's only 3 sessions left.
Yeah.
And earlier on in creating the platform, we have got a list of things that you had all put down, so they've all been noted, and we will look into all those topics and try and continue on a Tuesday, either with other people or ourselves. And just try and hit the topics that you've asked for. Okay, so we're going to start off with just a kōrero around what is the difference between discipline and punishment. Have you ever thought of that? You know, have times moved from punishment more into discipline? Is there a difference? I don't know.
Well, there is.
Yeah. Have Whanau thought about that? You know, the difference between discipline and punishment. Yep.
So, should we tell them?
Yeah.
So this is the difference between a group,
interaction,
and they'd be hopefully giving us some ideas. But we'll just have to fill in the gaps.
Yeah. So, and I'm just trying to read. I can see people popping up, and I'm trying to read at the same time. Sorry, and that's where I'm getting a bit
morning,
lost. I won't focus.
Eileen says morning, Coach.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Cool. So the difference between discipline and punishment. So my thoughts are, punishment is when someone is made to feel so bad that they're kind of like, you're a bad person, and a lot of us have that feeling of kind of being sent to the dungeon, you know. You're worthless, you're hopeless, get to the dungeon, then you're locked away. I feel like that's punishment. And discipline, if I'm right, it should be more of a learning curve. Like somebody stuffs up, we should be helping them to learn, and to, well, I guess discipline, pull yourself back and try again and do it better. Rather than make that person feel like they're a really bad person and not worth anything.
I agree with everything you said. So I'll have a rave too.
Yeah.
So punishment is the, let me think off the top of my head. Punishment is the exercise of power over someone.
Yeah.
To make them kind of keep in line by making them feel bad.
Yeah.
Although, I don't know if that isn't always the goal, to make them feel bad. It's a consequence of punishment.
It's a consequence of it, I'd say.
That's what happens when we are punished rather than disciplined.
Yeah.
So and punishment is related to an authoritarian parenting style. So authoritarian, like Lee, what's his name, from North Korea. He's an authoritarian leader. Kim Il-young.
Yeah.
That fellow.
Kim Il-young.
So he punishes his population. He doesn't discipline them.
Yeah.
So when you're punishing a child, they do something and you punish them. You whack them or you abuse them verbally.
Yeah.
And that, as you just said, it makes them feel terrible. It makes them feel horrible. It makes them feel stink inside.
Yeah.
Don't want that.
No.
None of us.
They don't learn from it neither, do they?
Don't.
Yeah.
That's a really good point too, because they only don't do what you don't want them to do when you're there.
Yeah.
Because they're scared of you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So discipline it's almost the opposite in a way, isn't it? It's like it's not you're not exercising power over them. You're getting them to make choices.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the learning, isn't it?
And that's the learning, They're learning to make a choice.
Yeah, and that's what we want our tamariki to do. So whether we're there or not, that learning is theirs.
That's right.
And becomes a part of who they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they go on to fit into the world, they fit into the family, they fit in at school.
Yeah.
Fit in when they get a job.
Yeah, all of that stuff.
Yeah, all of that.
So there you go. It's not scientific stuff. It's pretty straightforward, whānau. Yeah. Use discipline, based on actions, but keep them as a child separate. You're a kind sister, but your actions aren't kind. That's right.
Oh, that's nice.
That's right, Rach. So we're not degrading the person. We want them to learn and we want them to do better. Punishment, you don't do better, do you?
Yeah.
Not really.
No,
yeah,
not with punishment.
Yeah.
We were just talking about that actually in terms of kind sister, but those actions. So, we're talking about behaviour here.
Yeah.
Only. We're only talking about changing behaviour.
Yeah.
I could get a bit complicated. Should I say something a bit more about that? Because there's another thing to that. Like when we're trying to teach our kids about moral values.
Okay,
so, which isn't just about behaviour, is it? It's about how you, and we use this example, like how you treat your sister. So if you're being unkind to your sister, you're trying to discipline your tamariki to be kind. So that's a moral kind of thing. So in a way it's about the person, but it's not it's about encouraging good moral behaviour. Yeah. Not does that make sense?
I see where you're going with it.
Right.
But
maybe I should just stick to behaviour.
We won't complicate. Well, it is a behaviour. Sorry, don't want to complicate it.
No, you're right. It is. Actually, you're right. Yeah, it's a behaviour.
Yeah.
Like being abusive is a behaviour.
Yeah.
So you're trying to change that.
Yeah.
With discipline and consequences.
Yeah. And when you can't, you just punish. Oh.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the difference, whānau. Just so that you know and have a think. And probably a lot of old school whānau will know all about that punishment stuff, because I think that's kind of all there was. You know, way back, everyone was just punished, and no learnings.
And that's because they were punished.
Yeah.
Like that's the cycle. No, the cycle.
The cycle. Yeah. Just smash you over, do whatever, do what I say. Yeah. All that kind of stuff. Okay, so that's that. So just talking about the difference between, punishment and discipline. So discipline and running a smooth ship. That's where we wanted to talk about, having rules at home and boundaries, so that our tamariki, just feel supported and they know what the rules and the boundaries are. Yeah. Because their job is to test us. That's their job, and we did that to our parents. To see how far they can push you until you break and say no, or you don't break and you give in. And that's where children learn to test the boundaries with adults.
And some of the the research and thinking around that is that children need to feel safe.
Yeah.
They need to feel safe in the world, and they need to feel like someone's in charge.
Yeah.
So rules are a way of creating safety. So if there's rules in the household, tamariki think, oh yeah, okay, someone's in charge here. And we're in charge. The parents are in charge, not the children.
Yeah.
If you've got children in charge of a household, you've got chaos and anarchy. So no one's happy. And the kids are trying to find someone to take charge of the situation.
Yeah.
And they'll just keep pushing, like you just said. They keep pushing and pushing until someone says that's enough.
Yep.
And sometimes if there aren't rules and stuff at home, then the kids will go to school and look for a boundary to say that's enough. So the teacher has to take over, and then you get a whole thing going where the teacher's ringing home and saying your kid's not behaving well, and you get pissed off with the teacher, and yada yada. It just goes on. It carries on. Yeah. So then you might get the law getting involved.
Yeah. And it's the same for parents who are split. If one household has got boundaries and rules and the other house hasn't, then that's always going to be in conflict, man. So you regardless, we've said this before, you've got to come back as a team.
Yeah.
And your rules have to be similar, or coming from the same place anyway, of what you want for your tamariki.
Yeah. And consistent, I guess, because parents do have separate rules in different households. But as long as they're the same in each household all the time, I think that works.
Yeah.
Because I work with a lot of separated couples talking about this.
Yeah.
And the kids get to know what are the rules in dad's household or dad's whare, and they get to know what are the rules in mum's whare.
Yeah.
And as long as those rules are always the same, then it's okay.
Yeah, it works, eh?
It does work, yeah.
Yeah, so in saying all of that, how many of you actually have sat down and created rules of your tamariki and actually thought about that? And it's really cool to do that in this day and age, like to sit down and talk about what are our family rules and let them participate in that so they help create them. And that might be as simple as we all decide that's it. Our family rule is we all eat at the table, phones are away, everyone is present regardless. That could be a pretty cool rule. I'm just trying to think what our rules, when our muckles come, we've got rules and they created them.
Dishes to the bench.
Dishes to the bench. But that's kind of just a household thing. But no running in the house. They all know that.
Yeah.
Keeping your hands to yourself.
Right.
That's a rule, and the boys all know that.
So you mean like treating each other with respect? Is it
that
area?
Well, just practically no hitting. Just keep your hands to yourself. No one hits anybody else. Mm-hmm. What's another rule that they have? Use your inside voice is one of, I guess they got that from school, but use your inside voice. So obviously no yelling in the house or yelling at each other. Yeah, there's only about 5 rules that they have. So every time, the muckles come, we revisit the rules and away we go. We set the boundaries and we all have a good time. So something to think about, whānau, if you haven't got them.
Does everyone see these things that come up that we see?
Yeah, I think they can see.
Does everyone see everyone?
Yeah, you can see the questions that are coming up.
So this is a good comment. Sorry, your name's gone up, so I can't read it now.
Waimaria.
Was it? Okay. For a child to understand what they're getting punished or disciplined for, let's say, is how they can somehow find discipline in itself, if that makes sense. It does make sense, absolutely. That's the goal of it.
Yeah.
To tell them why things are happening about their behaviour so they can identify it and change it. Yeah, that's well put.
Yeah.
And that's right. That's what Liz is talking about, like discussions about the rules, so that there shouldn't really. What we're trying to push here is that there won't be discipline without a kind of an agreement already. We've agreed that these are the rules. Now you've broken the rule. You're outside the rule, and we're going to talk about what happens next in a minute, but. It's really important that those rules get identified, that behaviour gets identified, and then the kids know why Miriam, was it? Waimaria says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And our kids are not silly again. We keep thinking because they're little people, they don't know, but they know. They so know. So bring them into the picture, involve them in it, and get their contribution to the household rules if you haven't already established them. And I was just thinking, like back in the day,
you know, for a lot of us too, we didn't have rules as such, but there were unspoken rules. So your parents just looked at you and you knew, fuck, I'm going to get it. Yeah, you know, there was a look. Especially
before something,
and you knew how bad you were going to get it by that look, you know, like fuck, I'm in this shit now, and that was just kind of a natural given. But you know, those days, well, we laugh at them now.
They weren't very nice though, were they? It wasn't
no,
nice.
But you know, I must say, like, yeah, we had lots of laughs thinking back, like when I'm with my brothers or whatever, we laugh about it. It's so funny.
Yeah.
Because our parents only had what they had at that time too. So
yeah.
You know, no one's to blame for how they were.
So it obviously didn't go over the edge into abuse for you. It was like punishment, but it wasn't abusive, damaging punishment.
Yeah,
Is that fair?
I mean, we all got good hidings.
Right,
Eh?
okay.
We all got good hidings. Not just my household, but you know, probably our street and every other street.
Right.
Like everyone I grew up with got good fucking hidings.
Right.
That's what
See,
you got.
No one I grew up with
Kids
got
with
good
jug
fucking
cords,
hidings.
you know,
Jug
kids
cords,
with
right.
pickle brooms, whatever.
Yeah. See, that's called abuse now.
That was, yeah, it is now, and
Yeah.
even our teachers did it too.
Yeah,
like
you were telling us that
they
last
felt
week.
they had the right to just hit you. So
Yeah.
it was an error. I think we all
Error? Yeah,
Well,
it
we
was
all came
terrible.
through. Yeah, but it
Error.
was normal.
Sorry, I thought you meant E-R-R-O-R.
Oh, no.
It's an error in time.
It was
Yeah,
a time,
that era,
a certain
yeah.
era in
Gotcha.
time where
Yeah.
that was normal. I mean, didn't nuns do it and didn't
Oh, fuck
priests
yeah.
do it?
My
and,
nuns did it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know. It's,
Oh, Jesus.
and they said that was
That's right.
discipline.
You just reminded me.
They called it
Thanks.
discipline.
You know, I went to college.
Yeah,
You know, I went to St. Pat's College in Wellington. It was run by priests.
yeah.
I was just a little nipper when I started there. I was 13, but I hadn't started growing, you know. And one day I was talking in assembly, and the priest that was running the assembly, he was called the discipline master, which is kind of, you know,
The
like
yoga master.
yeah, but not quite. Anyway, to go up to his office, and he pulls out this fucking great piece of bamboo about that long and that thick, and I get 6 of them. It hurt so much,
Yeah.
I pissed my pants.
Yeah, yeah.
It was, I mean, we don't do that to people these days.
Yeah, no, we don't do that.
Hey,
Yeah.
it was
yeah.
like, and that was just accepted.
Yeah, yeah. So that was the norm.
It was the norm.
Yeah, that was the
and
norm.
We're talking here about changing norms, aren't we?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
if it's been the norm in your whānau,
Yeah.
then this is about, you know, encouraging you to change that norm.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
why you need to change it, eh?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
You don't
Times
want to just
have
change
changed.
something for no reason because someone says.
No.
But hopefully we're giving you...
Well, the funny thing is, and Rosa always says this, we're actually entering a time where kids' memories will be, remember that time you got your laptop taken off you? Remember that
Yeah.
time you couldn't have the PlayStation? Like,
Yeah.
gone, hopefully gone will be the days. Fuck, remember that time you got a good hiding and da-da-da. So, yeah, we're kind of moving away from
a
that
new
stuff.
era.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's kind of where we're going. So, funny.
Yeah.
That's funny. That's weird, but yeah.
Yeah, no, good one,
You know.
Rosa. Yeah.
That's where we're heading. So yeah,
Oh, can I just-
rules.
Yeah, sorry, rules. And I just made a note to myself about language.
Yeah.
So there will be language associated with punishment and language associated with discipline. So I've just written this word down here, naughty. And this is going back to what, oh, sorry, I keep forgetting her name, that with the comment about the daughter. And
Why? Just call her why.
Why, okay,
Yeah.
why. The comment that you made, why, in terms of letting children know what they're getting a response for. So saying to a kid, "Oh, because you've been naughty," isn't good enough. It doesn't tell them anything. It
Yeah.
just tells them that you feel bad about them and that you're angry with them.
Yeah.
But especially younger kids, like three-year-olds don't know what naughty means. They just know that it means that mum or dad's angry with them and they've done something.
Yeah.
But they often don't know what it is.
Yeah.
So, you know, you've got to...
You've got to be specific and spell
thank
it
you.
out for
You
them.
do. Like
Yeah.
you threw your food on the floor.
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't do that in this house.
Yeah.
You know there's a rule about it, or what if there isn't, make one up.
Yeah.
Or make one.
Yeah.
Hey.
And you don't want a whole list though, like, whatever the key points are in your whare as well. Like, you don't want a list that's never ending shit.
No, Christ, I'm just making childhood a bloody nightmare.
Yeah. And for yourself, because then you become the rule
when
police.
When are you going to stop with the rules, Mum? No.
Yeah, you only need like 5 or 6 that's going to cover everything.
Yeah, good point.
The rest is kind of a given if you are expectations, maybe when you expect your child to take the dishes to the sink, or you expect them to make their bed. That's kind of it should become
part of their routine.
Expectations and their routine. Yeah. But so we don't want to sit in there too long. So that's just kind of have a kōrero to the kids around creating the rules of your whare if you haven't already got them. It just builds a good structure, makes them feel safe. Cool. You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Makes them feel safe. Yeah. And it sets that kind of boundary in home before they even go off to school or go off to college and go off to a job. You're sowing those seeds right from the start. Yeah.
Absolutely. And what I was raving away before about parenting's like a job. It's an unpaid job, but it's still a job. And we have responsibilities as parents to our children.
Yeah.
It's just that one there, what Liz was saying about, like kids going off to school. If we don't have them used to living with rules and expectations, then they get to school and it's like, oh my God, what do you mean I've got to be tidy? Or what do you mean I've got to pick up after myself? Or what do you mean I've got to respect my classmates? So all that means, what that can mean is that your kids end up in a bloody power of shit at school because they don't know how to behave. And it's not their fault. It's just that we haven't taught them.
Yeah.
But they cop it, don't they?
Yeah.
From the teacher.
That's right.
And from their fellow pupils.
So it starts at home.
Yeah.
Everything starts at home.
Yeah, it does. You're right, actually.
So I think some of us wait till they go to school and you hope that they learn it at school and bring it home. But it starts at home, whānau. Yeah, you're their first teacher from the day that they're born. So, cool, that's probably enough on that. Just kind of the other thing we wanted to touch base on is, and this probably comes more with the permissive parent.
Oh, that's nice. Can we just look at that too? That's really nice.
What's that?
Rachel, something we've learned is meeting our kids' emotional needs first. If they're crying, throwing a teddy, we hug it out, breathe together, and then kōrero about what went wrong. Lovely.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that's great. That's a great comment.
Yeah, and it's good when you can put that kind of time and effort into something like that, because it pays off at the other end. Because I think what we do, we're too busy, you got no patience, you've got to get your own shit done, so you don't have time to deal with it.
Yeah,
but when you can do like what you're doing, Rachel, and you actually put the time and the effort into it, you're away.
Yeah. And children know that, they just feel it. They don't just kind of think this stuff.
And you get it at the other end. Like, you might not see things when they're little people, but those seeds you're planting and growing and watering, they come through to fruition. As they become teenagers and go into their adulthood. That's where you begin to see the payoff. And you just got to be patient. It doesn't happen overnight.
No, but there's a hell of a lot in that statement about like sitting down with a young person when they're feeling a lot and being with them, not shutting them down. I mean, sometimes we might give them language for what they're feeling. Like that's another thing that's hopefully happening at quite a young age, where we're saying, if they're crying, and you're really upset, or God, you're feeling really sad, or you're angry, aren't you? Or stuff like that. This is sort of different from what we're talking about. But I just wanted to follow up that comment because it's so helpful.
Yeah.
So that's sort of what you're doing there when you're doing that. And this is more for everybody else too. You probably know this, but so it's really important not just to rush over our little ones when they're feeling a lot. I think it's a great opportunity to teach them about feelings.
Yeah. Emotions.
And we were talking before we started about emotional regulation, about helping them calm down, all that sort of stuff. So that's why I wanted to keep with that statement for a little bit.
And we can come back to that one too, because emotions are a big thing, and people think, that's like fluffy shit or whatever, Brady Bunch stuff. But what we have seen, and there is research about this, if we don't help our children to learn about their own emotions, then they'll never
be in control of what's going on. And I don't know, like someone private messaged me yesterday just around the whole suicide thing, and there's masses of suicide for rangatahi up in Gisborne, and they're looking for solutions. But I think we have to start right back at the beginning, and I think we've got to start with teaching our tamariki about their emotions, and the sooner we can help them learn about their emotions and deal with their emotions and handle emotions, then they're not gonna opt out. You know, they can actually stand and take the weather, the good weather and the bad weather, and not want to just opt out, tap out, it's over. And I think with our tamariki, it's relationships too, whether it's a mum, a dad, and later on it becomes a girlfriend. It's those emotions that make them want to opt out. You know, I'll just gap it, and that's I won't have to deal with it. So we've got to teach them about their emotions and how they're feeling. And I think I did say this a couple of sessions back, where a lot of our whānau who are in prison, for a moment, it would have been a moment of anger and a moment of rage where someone might have got killed. But if they were able to handle that emotion and that rage, they might not be in there, and maybe our prisons wouldn't be so full. If whānau could just be in touch with emotions and do things better than just, you know, blow someone else away, stab somebody else up or whatever because you were angry.
Or you're in the red mist.
Yeah,
they call it.
Well, that's it, because anger is not an excuse for being violent, but because we are not in touch with our own emotions, it turns to violence, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, right on.
So with our tamariki, that's why we have to teach them about emotions.
Yeah.
That was a big one.
No, that was great, Liz. I really, toko that. And part of our job is to provide an environment where kids leave it not being angry at the world. Like you were talking to me about someone we know who's who had a lot in the basement. Yeah. And because of a really bad childhood, and it comes out. You know, like those kids, they become adults. They're angry. Yeah. And we don't. You know, I don't. There's a big debate about this, that we, you know, how responsible are we for what happened to those kids who now become angry adults who don't know what to do with what happened to them. Anyway, that's probably another discussion. Yeah. But I really like what you're saying about emotions, teaching our kids resilience, which is another word for what you're talking about, I think. Like managing shit. And not having to gap it. Suicidally. And what to do when you're feeling bad. Like, I guess another thing about what Y was saying, I think it was Y or Rachel maybe, like giving kids the chance to talk about what's happening to them and how they're feeling without you know, putting them down and saying, "Oh, don't be a pussy, don't be weak, don't be anything, you know, suck it up." That's not good. No, that's not good. Because they're never going to reach out. They're never going to open up. Everything's going to be kept in. That's right. In the basement. The basement gets packed. It gets packed. That's right. And then boom, the monster comes out of the basement and kills someone. So we don't want that. Just don't pack up the basement. So encourage them, whatever shape or way that looks like. You know, you don't have to be a bloody Brady Bunch parent about it. So I refer back to them because that's what it is, or that's what it feels like to me. Oh, right on. So okay, where were we? So that was about the emotions. Where were we going with this? So we were talking about probably more the permissive parents. And I don't know if you are a permissive parent, and if you've ever noticed when you say to your kids, like, "Hey, shall we clean up now?" Maybe shall I just remind people of the 3 parenting styles that we're talking about today? Authoritative. Authoritative. That's the good one. That's like, okay, we're not going to be doing that. We're going to be doing this. So you're in charge, but you're not nasty. You're not a nasty bastard or bitch. Authoritarian. You're like a dictator. You're punishing. You're in charge. You're bossy. You're putting your kids Or there's permissive, which is what Liz is talking about. I I think we could pick up all your toys, couldn't we? Do you think?
Yeah.
You could help Mummy?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's not going to work, is it?
No. No.
So
yeah. So a lot of parents over time we have seen use the words like, you know, shall we, or why don't we?
What about?
What about? And that just could we? That gives the kids an opening to go, nah.
This response for young
and then away you go. There you go.
And you're in then is called a power struggle.
Yeah.
So you're trying to get power back over them, and they're trying to push back, and that just ends up in fighting.
Yeah.
Or a parent giving up.
Yeah.
Or a parent turning to punishment.
Yeah,
to get
that's
back
right.
charge.
Yeah.
Hey.
So you don't want to be using those words.
No.
They don't go anywhere apart from around the mulberry bush. And you just use up a whole lot of energy that gets you nowhere. So, you know, just be mindful if you are one of those parents that uses, hey, how about you have a shower now? They're just going to come back with no. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's right. To put up with it all because it's so horrible.
Yeah,
is that what he means?
The whining turns to whining. Hey, you know, you got to have a few more wines to get over the week. If you're gonna,
and your horrible children who won't do what you tell them.
So you need to be clear, firm, and kind of direct. You know, so rather than that, you can offer you know, other choices of getting the kids to do things. So if it's, I don't know, you can do this. No, sorry, sorry guys, I'm jumping the gun here. No, I am. I'm going into something else. All right. What you want to do, backtrack all of that. There's two magic kind of phrases, I suppose, and they work wonders. And it's kind of like when you want your babies to do something, oh, you're permissive, sister, change it. You try this. Really you try this word when you've got your tamariki at home. First and then. Oh. First you do this, and then you get that.
Hey, I like it.
So let's say if they're coming home from school and they've got their bags and they, you know, they're going to come in and they always want something from us straight after school. So first you hang up that bag and put your lunchbox on the bench, then you'll get your biscuit. It might be first you guys pick up all of these clothes and then you'll get your PlayStation. First and then can come into almost any situation. First you have your bath, and then you can come back and finish what you're doing, you know?
Talking about what we did last week, then you get your reward.
Yeah, it is. And it marries into that reward. And that's the stuff you would have given them anyway. But if you use first and then...
If you're cunning...
Yeah, first and then, they can't argue with you, you know? First you do this, and then you'll get that. Or...
Yeah, and if they say, no, I don't want to put my stuff down, well, what do you do then?
Then you don't get that.
You don't get that.
Yeah,
okay, you say,
that's the buy-in. Well, then you don't get your game. Well, then you don't get your tablet. Well, you don't get your TV.
Yeah.
And nothing moves until first, put that over there, and then you'll get that. That's the only words you have to say.
And then I didn't mean to make that joke. But then you're not having a power struggle. You're not saying nothing's going to happen until you put those shoes away. It's just like that's it. It's over to them. If they want that biscuit or that bowl of soup or whatever the thing is that the then is, then it's up to them. It's their choice.
Yeah.
This is what you're trying to teach them.
Yeah.
To make healthy choices,
Yeah.
Or make the right.
But you don't give in. Don't give in. Don't give in and give them what they want, because you feel sorry for them.
Yeah. Because they're going to make you feel sorry for them. But I'm hungry, Mum. How can you starve me? You're a mean mother. You're the worst mother in the world.
Yeah.
We've all had that.
Yeah. First and then whanau. Look, cool. Everybody's write it down. Use it today after school. First and then. It works magic,
That's a great one.
It could be even when and then. Well, when you do that, then you'll get this. That's all you got to say. And get used to saying that, So the other thing I was going to say was, you can offer choices because sometimes we struggle with our tamariki. I don't know if they don't like their hair being washed in the bath or whatever. You can give them the choice of, well, you can wash it or I can wash it for you. As simple as that.
Don't say, well, you wash it or I'll fucking come in there and wash it for you. You don't want to say it like that.
It's not a threat,
Yeah,
is it?
it's not a threat. You want to use, well, you can wash it or I'll come and wash it for you. You can get dressed or I'll come and dress you, so that they get that little bit of independence as well.
They get a choice, don't they?
Yeah.
But there isn't any wriggle room. It's like there isn't a way out of the situation.
Yeah, it's either this or it's either that.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, which is opposed to, well, what about you wash your hair tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't feel like it.
Yeah.
No, I washed it last week.
Yeah.
No, but it really needs what? Off you go into a power stroke. So rather it's sort of like, okay, tonight's the night you're washing your hair. I don't want to wash my hair. Well, if you don't wash it, I'm going to come and wash it.
Yeah.
I suppose that would be for a smaller child.
Yeah, yeah.
So these are all age.
Yeah, you could probably go between 3 up maybe or 4.
3 to 5 and 6 for that one. But if you've got a teenager, you're not going to go.
No, you're not going to do that with a teenager.
No, with a teenager, you're going to use different language or different.
Well, this is the thing with this is the thing. It's like if we do this right from the beginning, everything that we've done in the last 4 sessions, if you do that from the beginning, then you'll actually have a really kind of cool teenager.
Quite possibly.
It's really hard to come in with a teenager after all those years of doing it that way and then bringing in a new way. I think that's in the hard basket.
Oh, hell yeah. And what you get, and teenagers anyway, despite how they were brought up, they go back and forth from their real age to like 3 or 2 or 1.
Yeah.
And you'll probably, if you think about this with your teenagers, you can see them being a 3-year-old quite often when they throw a tantrum or, spaz at something, or they get dissed on Facebook or whatever platform they use now.
Yeah.
And they just become, little people again. But like Liz is saying, if you've taught them well when they're little, they're going to bring that teaching into adolescence, and they're going to use it in adolescence. Yeah. So, someone disses them on Playboy, I was going to say.
Does Playboy still exist?
No, I've been looking everywhere. Anyway. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Sorry. Look what you're making me say now. I've lost my
I like this one. So the kutu threats.
What's that mean? The kutu?
It's like when you're trying to look for the kutus in your kids' ear and you're threatening them to keep still. Or,
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah.
So they bring that from childhood into adolescence, and it's the same with resilience. So if you've taught your little people to manage feelings and not give up, and talk to mum or dad if they're feeling bad, then when they get to be adolescents, which is the worst time in anybody's life, it's really awful for a lot of kids. Yeah. And it's really hard being an adolescent in today's society. But anyway, I don't want to make it sound terrible, but it is.
Well, it is. I don't know anyone that's had a good adolescenthood. I don't know.
No, not really, eh?
No. But there probably are some out there.
Oh, yeah, I think
Must be.
Statistically, there are. Just haven't met any.
Yeah.
Anyway. So your little people are bringing that stuff they learn into adolescence, like Liz is saying, and they haven't learned it then. Things will go to pot. They'll go to shit. Yeah.
So that's, and the other thing around Kai too, like I said, this is for kind of like your little people, it's another thing is, you can have broccoli or you can have salad, you can have this or you can have that around the Kai, because a lot of our little people don't like to eat and can be quite fussy, so it's kind of like you get this or you get that, and that's kind of it. Don't go sneaking them chocolate biscuits later or because they didn't want to eat this or that.
You feel sorry for them.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
Yeah, it is. Like so what do we call it? Drawing a line and keeping the line. Yeah.
Yeah.
And with food, that's another quite important area too, actually, when I think about it. So if you start making food a really an area of power and control and power struggles, that can be quite dangerous for the future in terms of eating disorders. So you want to be going down Liz's path here with children, and again starting young. So you're not having big power struggles over what they're going to eat, but you're giving them choices, but you're also not giving them a way out. Yeah, because what happens with anorexia especially is that young people say when they get it, and they usually get it in their adolescence, although it's happening younger and younger now.
Wow.
Yeah, But one of the big things they say is, well, it's the only thing I've got control over in my life. So is what I eat. So if they don't eat, they're in charge.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they're starving themselves to death. So it's just I'm just flagging it, I guess. Like it's do a bit of reading about it if you're young people, if you're having a lot of trouble with them, with them eating, or they because even nowadays kids are getting so self-conscious about their bodies and girls about how they look. At age 5 now.
Yeah. Parenting is the hardest job in the world. Yeah, it sure is. We don't get an instruction. No.
Yeah. Right on, whoever's writing this.
And, just alongside that, even step parenting, that is a big one because you haven't been in that child's life, or you may not have been there from the start, and she's got rules, he's got rules, and how do you come together to make a really good team when you are a step parent? That's I think that's almost like the second hardest job is being a step parent.
Right. Yeah.
And trying to do that well.
Yeah.
Something to think about as well, Whanau. So, that whole thing around choices, giving good choices, helping your tamariki to make good choices, using the word first and then, that is going to be a life-changing thing for all of you who can use that today. First and then, it is just magic. Yeah, absolutely. And you'll be amazed how far you can go with that.
Absolutely. And going back to what this person's saying about parenting being the hardest job in the world that you never get taught how to do, it's just such an important point.
There's a little bit more there. Sorry, I'll just try and get it without... Oh, yeah.
Willing to learn, that's what I was just going to say. Yeah. That's what you have to do.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you're just going to regurgitate or repeat what your parents did, and sometimes that's not so healthy.
Yeah.
And there's even research about that in terms of the messages that, and I talked a bit about this with that diagram.
Oh yes,
the
parent PAC, yep.
Yeah, and it's happened to me. You store these messages, and then your child gets to a certain age, and then you start repeating the message that you got when you were that age. It's amazing. I remember my kids, this happening to me. I started saying things to them that I'd never said to anyone.
Yeah.
And then I thought, my God, my mother used to say that to me, and now I'm saying it to them.
You pass it down.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
And it's not always a good thing that we're saying.
Yeah, no, that's right. So, we've got to be conscious. We've got to be conscious parents these days, don't we?
Good word, conscious parents, absolutely.
You kind of got to know what is it you're breeding into your child,
Yeah, you've got to think about it, eh?
I mean, it's not a good way to put it, but, when you have a puppy come home, you discipline your puppy, don't you?
Yeah.
So I shouldn't even be comparing this, but I'm just thinking...
I think it's fair enough.
We teach our puppy to have the best behaviour because that puppy's going to be in your home, it's going to be around other children, it's going
dogs,
to be, and other dogs. So we put a lot of effort into doing that. Why don't we put that effort into our tamariki?
No, I think that's okay to say.
You just let them run wild, do whatever they want to do, throw things, not listen, whatever.
Yeah. Not respect.
Not respect, but so we're setting them up to fail because if a puppy or a dog did that out there, off they go.
To the pound and worse. That's right.
It's not a good comparison, but it's fair, Whanau. Yeah, and I know you get it. You get it.
It's fine. Liz.
You understand. But
that's nice.
What is that?
Yeah, I'm seeing these consequences now with my teenage daughter. Can you hear me? So wish I'd known these techniques when she was younger. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Hoping your chats will progress to talk about parenting with teachers. I'll make a note of that because it's like a whole... no, it's not a whole separate thing. So this Nadia is asking if we're going to have a little session about parenting with teenagers, which we can talk about that. And, because I think I'm sure a lot of you guys out there have got teenagers. So, yeah.
Well, gosh, I think I seen it might have already gone. I think Eddie, who is the principal at one of our local schools here, just put up there was a live webinar, maybe just this week gone, with Latu, who was doing stuff on teenagers. I'll have a look on the page and see if it's still
current was still there. Yeah, he was doing a whole spiel on it, but I don't see why we can't touch base on it.
Yeah, and just a bit of a rap about it now that all of this stuff is applicable to teenagers. All of it, like rules, discipline. We haven't really got on to consequences yet. We might not even have time today. Time's flying.
I don't know, it's 1:45.
Yeah.
Damn.
But yeah, no, these rules, you can start them now. I mean, it's not too late with teenagers.
Yeah.
They, again, like I said, they want a structure that they live in. And if they're misbehaving or acting out, as they call it, they're asking for structure and rules around them, and discipline.
Yeah.
So it's honestly not. These are right through to 18, 19. The stuff.
Yeah.
Or and your partners actually, but
Well,
it's another discussion.
Yeah, you can work on your partners and stuff.
Yeah, well, actually,
shit.
if they're out of line, here's a way to rip them back into it. Anyway.
And a bit more on step parenting and co-parenting, please. Yeah.
That could be 2 sessions.
Because it
Step parenting.
It feels too late at times. Yeah, and teenagers, because this is the thing, we didn't know what we didn't know until, now that we're kind of learning it. It's like, a lot of our teenagers have missed out. And like I've said over and over, I don't know a lot of this stuff with my kids. Like, I think I've always been a nurturer and I've always had boundaries and rules. That's part of my upbringing and that's probably what got me through. But there's a lot of stuff I didn't know, Yeah.
Just going back to the person, I don't remember her name, who talked about parenting with teenagers.
Yeah.
I think with teenagers especially, it's okay to have some pretty adult conversations with them and say, hey, look, maybe I've missed the boat a bit, but I want to, kind of restart things and I want to set some stuff down and, what am I saying there? I guess I'm saying own your part in this. If you haven't known about some of this stuff, that's not your fault. But now you're learning it.
Yeah.
Put it in place and tell and just be really transparent. Just say to your young people, this is what I'm doing. I think it'll be helpful for you. You're not going to like it for a while, maybe, but it's going to help in the long run.
Yeah, and that's the hardest part is you being consistent. Once you lay this down, you have to be consistent because, like I said earlier, their job is to find their way around us. And they will find that way because that's their job.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's
they will find which parent can I break and which parent can I not. That's what they do. They will test us to the max.
It's almost like they've been taught it and we haven't.
Yeah.
they just. It's like dogs, taking back to dogs, it's like dogs learning to cock a leg to have a pee,
Yeah.
Kids somehow know that they have to get around the rules in the house.
Yeah, and you'll know because you'll see it. You'll see it with whoever the parent is that is firm and got boundaries. They don't have to yell and scream. The parent who hasn't, you're continuously yelling and screaming and beside yourself because you can't get stuff done.
Yeah.
So you could actually learn from each other if you could listen to each other, even if you are in separate houses, My daughter is 10 now. I'm worried about her teenage years. Her attitude is out the gate. Oh.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, that's okay. That's not terrible.
Yeah.
You've got 3 years till she's an adolescent, and you're learning a lot of stuff here. So, start putting it into place. Start with Liz's phrase. What is it?
What was it?
The one about coming in with your shoes.
What?
You come in with your shoes and you say...
Oh, the when and then.
Yeah, the when and
when
then.
you put your shoes away. Oh, first you put your shoes away and
then.
then.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, try that with her. First and then.
Yeah.
If she's going to give attitude, then that's where you've just got to hold your gun and she doesn't. I think this is where some of our whānau don't realise you have the power. You are in control. So you don't have to give them Wi-Fi. You don't have to give them the mobile phone. You don't have to give them that stuff. Those are all privileges. And you might have to go through that storm to get to the calm. But you're the parent. It's your whare. You're paying the bills, and they're a part of your family that you're creating. So stand strong, and make those rules loud.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah.
Adult is good for teenagers. I want to go back to the lady, I think it's a lady, with the 10-year-old with attitude. So maybe we could talk a bit about that in terms of, because we haven't really done consequences yet, and we're running out of time. God, this has just been so much fun.
Yeah.
What do you think? We just have a quick wrap about that and
about the consequences.
Yeah, and respect, because what this girl doesn't have is respect for parents and the situation.
And I suppose like when it comes like consequences first, you've got to make sure that the time fits the crime. You don't want to have overdo it. Over consequence things. So we talked about the privileges right back at session 2.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so all of those things we talked about that our young people need or they feel they need today, those are privileges, access to Wi-Fi, the TV, they need you to run them here and there, just all the privileges of pudding and kai and all those yummy things, like use them in those situations, but it's up to you to stand and be consistent when you're consequencing somebody.
So let's talk about consequences a little bit, because we haven't really discussed it so much. But consequences are kind of how you enforce rules.
Yeah.
So is that fair?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you're going to put something. We all know. Well, hope a consequence. Yeah, is something that happens in response to something else. So let's go with the 10-year-old. So the 10-year-old comes home and Mum says, "Can you put your shoes away?" Mum says, "Get fucked. I'm not putting my shoes away." Okay, so what you're doing then is you're going to name that behaviour as disrespectful, and you want it to change. You want her to be respectful when she comes into the house. So you say to your 10-year-old, look, if you're not going to be respectful, then you're not going to get ... So we say, what are some ideas there for this lady?
Well, they all want the Wi-Fi, don't they? That's Wi-Fi? What they all want.
Okay, so she's got a phone or she watches TV. You can say, if you come home with that attitude, you're not going to watch TV for the first hour you're home. Will that be one?
Yeah.
Or no, actually.
Well, it depends. Yeah, it depends on what have you got in your home. Like what? How does what power have you got in home? And we've all got that. Even like the old, go into your bedroom and not watching TV or, just whatever it is that you've got in your home that is a privilege. Remind her that it's a privilege. And it's not something that she can just have at the flick of a switch. And that's where you've got to start pulling your own power back, And if it's that behaviour, then she should go off and think about her own behaviour. But the other way to this too is maybe when she is in a good space and you can actually just approach and say, look, we're going to talk about this. I want you to sit down. We're going to talk about it. And then address it when you're both in a better space and you can actually talk about
That's great, yeah.
And put a plan around, when you do that, this is what I'm going to do,
Or no, this is what's going to happen.
Yeah, this is what's going to happen.
Because one of the things I love about consequences is that it takes it away from between two people. And that stops it being a power struggle. So, and actually, Liz has identified the most important part in this whole thing is having that conversation first and being transparent. And someone back there said adult to adult with teenagers is really good, and it is. But so is adult to adult with any child, any age. Actually, if it's not parent to child, it's like I'm treating you as an equal who can understand, who's got a thinking brain that you can use. Yeah, and that's what we're doing now. We're having that kuri rule. So you're doing that with your 10-year-old. You're saying, look, I've fucked up really. I haven't taught you about this, and I've decided and learnt that I need to. So that's what's going to happen. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm putting words in your mouth. You might not want to say that at all, but.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Sorry, Whanau, because I know it's harder to do this like this on a platform where if we were all in a room, would be brainstorming and would be creating things, and you'd be listening to like 10 other people's stories of what they're doing, and then you'll be taking stuff from that. But online, it's a bit harder to kind of unpack all of this.
Yeah, absolutely.
But consequences are your basic. Whatever is a privilege in your home, remove it. Take one thing away.
And then give it back when you get that behaviour.
Yeah, when you get that behaviour that you want, then give that back. You're in charge, like we said. It's your whare, so you pull that rank for that time that you need to. Yeah. And we all have our moments. I think my moko boys, man, I had 4 of them one weekend, and as soon as Kuro left, for some reason, I was out the back doing filling up the swimming pool for them, and I could hear them all running around the house doing the shit that they know they shouldn't do. And as hard as it was for me, because I came in once and I told them off, and then I came back twice because I'm out there filling up the swimming pool for them. And it was like third time round, you know what? It was like 6:30 at night. Everything is off. Everybody's put into separate bedrooms and your night is done, you know. And it was like the looks on their faces, but I was like, no, everybody off to bed. Good night at 6:30 in summer.
Wow.
You know, and I just thought, I'm not taking this. I told you twice already. So third time.
And were you saying that, if I have to ask you again?
Yeah, I had said that twice, but
Right.
because Koro wasn't here, they felt like, yeah, you know, so I was like, nah. So that's them testing Nan to
Yes,
see if Nan is going to react and respond and see how far they can push her. And Nan pushed, you know, that was it. My oldest moko, he came in later when I'm putting the washing away, and then he's like, I'm sorry, Nan, I should have known better, you know, and that's
Wow.
all good.
That's learning.
I gave him a
Right
hug,
there.
and I gave him a hug, and deep inside, I wanted him to stay up and say, you're forgiven, but it was like, thank you, my boy, I love you, but you need to go back to bed. And then he came back out another time, and it was like, Nan, do you need any help? Can I help you fold up the washing? And I was like, I'm all good, my boy. You know, thank you for asking, but you need to go back to your room. Because the others were listening. I knew they were all in there silently listening.
Is this going to work? We can try this if it works.
So it's that kind of stuff, whānau. Like, as hard as that was, and I wanted him to be with me, and I wanted to let the others out of the room, and I knew that they got it then, I needed to follow through on that, because I needed them to know when Nan talks, I mean business, not just koro, because a lot of our kids will take it from the males, but they won't take it from the women. But I also had to go back to koro and say to him, this is why they're in their rooms. Don't you jump in and take power from me, because I've sent them to their room and I'm in control of the situation. Can you just stay away and leave it till the next day when they all come out of their rooms?
Yeah, no, good point. That's
as a man,
really important point.
as a man, you will go straight in there and growl them.
Yeah, that's right.
But no.
Yeah.
I wanted this for me.
And the other, and just to follow along and finish with that, if you're making consequences and rules, both parents have to be on board with them. There's no point, like Liz is saying, if one partner comes along and sabotages it because he feels sorry for the kid being done by the other parent, you're stuffed, you know. So and it's human nature, and it's the kids are so good at it. They'll say, and they'll go behind your back and say, well, and get permission off Dad. Well, Dad said I could, and then right then you're in a pile of shit, aren't you? It's like, you know, don't ever, if you're practicing this or getting going with it, don't ever give a child permission to do something that you're trying to change without checking with the other parent first.
Yeah, you need to be a team, regardless, in the same house or not. And you know what, whānau, for all of you that are in a motel, man, I feel for you, because it's such a confined area. It might be one bedroom, it might not even be that. So, you know, that's really hard to try and learn and apply this stuff for whānau who are in a motel at the moment. I just don't know what to say, really. If you're trying to parent,
Jesus,
but, you know, do your best.
Cry.
Yeah, do your best.
I guess one thing we could say, Liz, is like take care of yourself, you know, if you can. I mean, I know that's easy for me to say in my bloody privileged life, but you know, it's really important to put your oxygen mask on if there's any fucking oxygen.
Yeah.
So do whatever you can to look after yourself. I mean, if you can, give yourself treats, you know, try and do it. But and reach out to people if you can, if there's anyone there.
Yeah.
I like it. So what do you say?
Yeah, I don't know.
Right now.
Yeah.
It's so hard for some of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sorry, just throwing that out there, because I am aware now that there are lots of whānau and motels that are on board with us. Yeah. But you know, be a team. Don't dis and undermine the other parent. Whatever you got to do that behind closed doors and not in front of the kids. So that,
don't take away their authority.
Yeah. But make sure your consequences fit the crime, whatever the crime is. Don't go overboard. Don't punish. Make sure there's a learning in whatever it is that you're doing or trying to teach your tamariki. And at the end of the day, you know, keep in mind the long-term picture of what you're doing here.
And I think you were saying this before we started, or maybe another convo, was it's okay to sit down with the tamariki and make up a list. It was about rewards, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
The same thing with consequences. I think actually kids kind of like it. They like, they like being part of it, so it's not just something you're putting on them.
Yeah.
But if you sit down and say, well, look, I reckon we need to help you learn to be kinder to your sister. So you could sit down and say, when you're kind, how do you think, what sort of reward would you like? And obviously it's not going to be a trip to the movies or something. You're going to start something small.
Yeah.
And also you could say, well, what do you think we should put in place if you're unkind to your sister? What do you reckon? And you could give them a few options and say you can choose. Like you can have an hour without TV, or you can have early bed, or, you know. Yeah,
you could have options there, like that. Yeah.
And then if they choose it, which is your goal, and it does happen, believe me, I've talked to parents where this has happened, they're part of it then. It's like, you know, and it's an agreement. And then when the behaviour happens, which it will, because they'll test you to see if you're going to do what they said you're going to do. When it happens, you can say, well, do you remember our agreement that we made? Here's the time for it to start kicking in. And they go, but, you say, but nothing. You could even write it down and stick it on the fridge and say, there it is. I'm not arguing with you. We've already made this agreement. Yeah. And then you don't have to get into a big power struggle argument, justifying yourself.
Well, you shouldn't have to justify yourself to little people. Don't justify yourself. You're the adult.
You're in charge.
Yeah, your word should be gospel, you know.
Your words are gospel.
Yeah, as long as you're not authoritarian.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, you should be firm but fair. Always be firm but fair.
Yeah, exactly.
Think logical. Don't think in the moment.
Yeah, don't think emotions. From your guts. Or or your mean bastard.
Yeah, and that's why people do. I mean, we're going to talk about anger next week, but that's why you do calm down first. Before you don't have to put a consequence in place immediately. You can bloody go off and cool down, think about it, and then come back and say, right, this is what's happening. You don't have to respond in the heat of the moment, because that's when we respond not so well.
Yeah, true.
You know?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So if the kids have done something, take the time, let them know, no, I'll come back, and I'll, you know, take that time to cool down and come back and think logically.
That's a really good point. Yeah.
So, that was a bit to get through today.
Wow, there's so much in it, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's like someone said, you don't learn this when you don't get given a book. And it's very complicated, and there's a lot to it.
Yeah.
There's a hell of a lot to it. It's quite a sacred job, actually.
It is. And, you know, for those of us that have got teenagers or like 10-year-old up, it does get harder if you haven't, you know, planted these seeds at the beginning. So for those of you who do have, like we 3-year-olds, you can actually put this in play right through. You're away. But the others, we're redoing behaviour, aren't we? We're changing behaviour or undoing behaviour.
Unlearning stuff. Yes, great point.
Yeah.
It is hard to unlearn it.
Yeah.
But once you start replacing it with something new, it'll get easier and easier.
Nelly, my whiteboard is full of notes.
Oh, great.
That's good.
Yeah. I mean, it's like riding a bike. You know, before you get on a bike, you've got no idea of how to ride a bike.
Yeah.
Because you've always been walking. Yeah. But once you get on it and wobble around and fall off a few times, you're going to get it. Yeah. All of us know, well, most of us know that. So don't give up. That's the main thing. Yeah. You're going to have wobbles.
Oh, always. And right up to the bloody in their 30s, you'll still have wobbles.
But that's okay. You get back on the bike.
You don't end being a parent. You're always there for them regardless. You know, when they come home as adults and they're going through their own stuff with their kids, then you got to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been rewatching. Oh, great.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is it Biani? Yes.
Biani.
That's a nice name. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. So, we thought today, well, we didn't think this is planned, but we're going to talk about, losing your shit. You know, losing the plot. How do you do that?
How do you not do it?
Well, how do you not do that?
What's going on when you do it?
Yeah. And where did that shit come from too? Yeah. You know.
And I guess what's going on when your tamariki lose the plot?
Yeah. What's going on when they're watching you lose the plot too?
Yeah. There's a lot around plots and losing them, isn't there?
Yeah. So we'll just kick it off with, like, you know, we all lose the plot, and we've all got stuff to lose. A lot of us have stuff down in the basement, you know, still sitting there. It's been down there for years, and you carry it around. You don't do anything with it. It's just all sitting there in the basement.
Then it might get triggered. It's another phrase that people use, isn't it?
And then it gets triggered, and then hell breaks loose. Can break loose. So it's just having to think about where does all that stuff stem from in yourself, and is there stuff that's unpacked or not unpacked? And you've been carrying it around all your life, and then, like we just said, when you do let go, you really let go, and you let go on your loved ones or someone that you love. They get it. So just having to think about that. And normally, you know, if we were together doing this in a program, it brings out a lot for whānau. We have a really deep conversation around the stuff that isn't. I don't know what the hell happened there.
Facebook was trying to update itself.
Shit.
We stopped it.
Okay, so you know, all that stuff that you have, that you carry around, and when you do get angry and pissed off with people that are around you, you know, how does that affect or impact when you're angry and losing the shit on somebody?
Like your children.
Yeah, your children.
Especially your children.
Is
that what we're focusing on today?
Children, and of course your partner. Because that's your tight little
unit.
Is your partner, and if you don't have a partner, then it's your children. Yeah, so like, you know, have you ever had to think about where that stuff stems from? If you are someone that totally loses it and doesn't have control in the moment? Or are you someone who's pretty cool, calm and collective, and you can actually control yourself and manage yourself well? All right, something to think about. Yeah, which is you, and how do you do that?
And I'm picking that if you do have quite a lot of stuff around, you know, getting angry or upset, that you came from a background of, you know, fairly punitive parenting, or what we've been calling authoritarian parenting. So your parents were pretty down on you, and I guess that often leaves us feeling powerless and angry about being abused, or
sworn at and put down.
Yeah. And when we're little people, we can't fight back against that, but we sure feel bad about it, and that goes into the basement, those feelings. And then they come out again, and you dump them on
whoever's around you, your loved ones, your children. So it's about some of us mimic stuff from our upbringing, and you don't even realise that you've actually carried that stuff from your upbringing through to your future, and that you're now relaying that back onto your children. You know,
because I talked a while ago with that model of like the messages, and even the exact words that you record in your brain when you're little, and then when your kids get to be the same age as you were when you recorded those words, you push play, or they push play, which is probably what we call a trigger, and out those words come. Fucking little dumb fuck.
What the fuck are you fucking doing? You fucking this and that.
You
know, and we do it without even thinking, really.
Well, I was just going to say that. I was going to say one psychological phrase for that is unconscious. So you're not conscious of it. You don't know that you know that you're doing it, I suppose, but you don't really think about it. You don't think about the impact of what's coming out of your mouth. You kind of forget what it did to you. And then you're doing it to your. Well, you might be. Look, I hope no one thinks we're labelling everyone out there as some kind of abusive monster.
But we know that everybody's normal, and you're down to earth, and that a lot of this shit is just the norm for many of us, you know.
Okay.
And that's the place we're coming from, whānau, is, you know, grassroots. There's a lot of stuff we don't know. And you don't know it until you know it. So that's why we're bringing it up, because we want you to know it. So, morning. It's just that stuff around
when you lose the plot, how do you lose that plot? What does it look like for you? What does it look like for your whānau? And who is impacted upon it if you're not doing it in a really good way? And if you're doing it in a way where you're, really digging and putting somebody else down, especially our tamariki, making them feel worthless, hopeless. It's almost like that punishment stuff we talked about last week, that they actually carry those words. And they actually might go into their room and have a cry, but those words stay deep.
Yeah.
Don't they? They sink in.
They sink in.
They sink in.
They lock in, actually.
Yeah.
And that becomes part of how they think about themselves.
Yeah.
And how they talk about themselves in their heads.
Yeah.
They repeat the bad things you say.
Well, that's right. And because they've come from someone that they have so much, they hold in high esteem, parents.
Yeah, that's right.
Our babies look up to you in every way possible. So when you're putting them down and telling them you fucking little, whatever, then that's what they think. They believe you. Why wouldn't they?
Yeah. Why wouldn't they? Exactly.
Why wouldn't they believe you?
You're the parent. You're the authority.
Yeah. So it's about having to think about that stuff, whānau, and if you can rephrase it, turn it around, think of other ways when you are angry and upset, or you need to get something done to get the tamariki to do it, But the other thing too is do you mimic your parents? If your parents weren't that great with you, do you realise that you've done this? And what things have you brought through to today? And that you're actually mimicking back to your tamariki. It's some real good serious thinking, eh?
Yeah.
Comes out of those kind of things.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what needs to change? And probably the hardest thing is, how do you change it? Like that's really hard, thinking how to change it.
Yeah. I think the first thing is realising that you're doing it, which they probably call insights. You're getting insight into what you're doing. And then the next thing is making a commitment, I think. Managing our anger and not enough.
And not enough impact on about and how we grow that, If we focus on what we love more, absolutely.
Yeah, that's just what I was going to say. You've just gotten ahead of me.
Focus on the positives.
Yeah,
the positive stuff.
And actually do the positives. So the more you do the positive, the stronger that'll get in you and what in your kaupapa, I suppose.
Yeah.
And then the other stuff drops away because there's not room for it anymore.
Yeah.
And it feels better.
Yeah.
It actually feels better being loving and kind than it does being an arsehole.
Wow. It's less energy too.
Oh, that's right.
It's less energy goes into being a prick.
Yeah, that's right. You got to work to be a prick.
Yeah. And walk around with your smile upside down all day. Hey, but we want our kids to feel the impact of that rather than, the put downs. Put downs are so easy.
Yeah.
Just for not picking up your socks or not making your bed or not, all those little things, they go off feeling bloody, like their heart's been ripped out by the people they look up to, and adore the most. So, thinking about that, how it impacts on our tamariki. Well, because it's impacted on you from somewhere as well, so it's not something new to you if you're someone who has experienced that in your life.
And I would, sometimes you hear people say, well, it didn't hurt me, it didn't affect me. And I think that's because they put it in the basement and shut the door.
Yeah.
That they're ignoring, or they have to ignore the effects of abuse on them. And when I'm saying abuse, I'm meaning, like put downs.
Yeah, verbal abuse.
Yeah,
we're not verbal shit.
We're not really talking about sexual abuse. We are talking about physical abuse, so violence against children.
Yeah.
So I don't, and maybe some parents sort of think, oh well, it happened to me and I got through it, I survived it. But it's left scars when you think about it, and you don't want your kids to have those scars.
Yeah. And the other thing too is how do you recognise your own warning signs? Have you learnt to recognise your own warning signs? Some people. Well, I know for me, if I'm starting to get angry and heated, because you'll start hearing the cupboard slamming. I think most women do that, when you're pissed off, the fucking pots on and slam on the bench.
You know, everything has got force behind it.
Yeah, and the kids are going, look out.
Yeah, you start slamming shit around. Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
drills are going, or, you know, bloody kitchen door, instead of shutting, it's a mighty slam.
Yeah.
The
So
whole
you
house
know,
knows.
that's one of your signs.
Well, that, yeah, when you start doing that, but it's also my teeth start to clench.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you know yourself well.
Yeah, it's like, oh fuck, oh here I go, you know.
Yeah.
So some people might feel it in their gut, some people might feel it in their fist.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Yeah, I feel it. I kind of clench.
Yeah.
Everything in me
Yeah,
gets tight. You
yeah,
know, like
yeah,
you're rocking along usually and you're feeling like open and relaxed.
Yeah.
And then I'm not. I'm thinking, oh God, what happened? Where did this come from? Why am I, you know?
yeah, yeah,
Usually now it's my wife.
Yeah.
I blame her.
yeah. Well, I tell you
For
what,
making
road
me-
rage is a really good example.
Yes.
You know, we could be cruising away,
Yes.
got your music on, and then someone just cuts you off, and instantly,
Yeah.
boom, you're
Yeah.
in that space. You fucking, hey,
Yeah.
and you could be the calmest person ever, but road rage, man, takes you there in
Yeah, it
seconds.
does. And it's, I wonder whether it's the same kind of themes. Like road rage is usually about being, like you've lost control, you don't have power anymore. So someone's kind of cut across you and you can't get to them. So,
Yeah, I know someone who chases them.
Oh,
No.
jeez. Well, there's some good stories out there, right?
Yeah,
Some
road
good
rage
stuff on
takes you
YouTube.
from 0 to 10
Yeah.
instantly, and I'm sure a lot of you know what we're talking about. But yeah, when it comes to at home with your babies, with your partners, you know, knowing your own
Triggers.
triggers, how does your body respond?
Your
Yeah.
own, there's another word too. That I'm
How do
trying
you
to think
know
of.
your own warning signs?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
You got to know what those are, Whanau, so you can actually talk yourself down or remove yourself or, you know, piss off for a walk. Or
choose not to react.
Yeah, or choose not to react.
So it might be that one of your children's got a really annoying habit that really gets up your nose, and you let it get to you, and then
Yeah.
you blame the child for making you angry.
Yeah,
I was thinking about this morning
yeah,
on the way,
that's a good point.
because a lot of us will say, "Well, you made me, you
Yeah,
made me do
yeah.
it. You made me angry. You made me upset. You made me," and I think sometimes that's true and justified, but sometimes it's not.
Yeah,
Like you're
yeah.
kind of giving away your power quite a lot when you say, "Well, you made me
Yeah.
get fucked off," or "You made me."
It's your fault.
It's your fault. Yeah, and I especially don't buy that when it's children. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think it's fair to blame our kids for making us lose our rags.
Yeah, because we're the adults.
You're with
Yeah,
That's right. It's our
yeah.
job to stay level and calm, like you were saying before.
Yeah, that's
Um,
right. And when our kids lose their calm, because this is the other thing we're going to talk about is, like, as adults, we know that we can lose it. We know that we have our moments, but we also know we can calm ourselves and we can think about what are our triggers. But our babies can't. They can't do that because, you know, well,
They're on automatic,
they're children.
aren't they?
Yeah. So why don't we allow them to do that too? Is what we were just talking about.
Yeah.
We're allowed to do it. We have our days where people talk about, you know, bad mental health days or whatever it is, but our children are not allowed to have those. Only we are, because we're adults.
Because we're adults. We're the big people.
Yeah.
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 So,
that's
that's
fucked
really-
up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not really good.
No. So we need to encourage that in our children as well. And we need to understand that they do have days where they may not be, you know, on their game, feeling the best, cranky, you know, didn't sleep well, whatever. But we shouldn't be condemning them for it.
No. And I'm just thinking, I think some people call that like learning opportunities or something like that. But anyway, it's a chance when our little people are upset or angry or sad or whatever, it's a really good chance to help them work out what got to them and what triggered them.
What triggered them, yeah.
And I guess there's two parts to that too, because we were talking about this before we started in terms of helping tamariki identify emotions and put words to it. Because one of the big struggles that everyone has, not just children, but adults especially. And when I'm counselling people, sometimes they say, I don't even know what's wrong with me. I know something is, but I don't know how to describe it. And often we don't get taught. We don't get taught how to, explain ourselves or look inside and then tell someone else about it. And it's really important that we teach our kids that. And so swinging back around, in these moments where your little fella comes to you and says, I just want to kill sister, she's blah, blah. Rather than saying, well, don't, you little shit, don't talk to you about your sister like that. You can unpick it a bit, and say, well, how did she get to you? Like, what happened? Why did you feel? And then if they say, I don't know, I just felt pissed off, you go, well, let's think about that. So, I'm not saying about counselling your kids, not at all, but educating them, I guess, is what it is, isn't it?
So they understand themselves. Their own what's going on, their own vibes. Yeah,
their own vibes, exactly.
Because the older they get, you want them to be able to connect with themselves and know, oh, fuck, I'm going to lose it, I'm out, I got to go and cool off.
Which is called self-control. And we need that in the world.
Yeah, we all do.
Because if we don't, we keep going out and out and out till eventually the cops stop us. Your parents can't, school can't.
And nobody's perfect. I mean, man, I can lose it, I can, but it takes a lot of work to remove yourself from situations so that you don't respond in a way you shouldn't respond, you know, which doesn't help anybody.
And I'm just thinking when you say that, like, it's a really good modelling for your children if you say to them, look, I can't talk about this right now, I'm really steaming, I'm going to go outside for 5 minutes and do some breathing and then we'll come back and talk about it. I mean, this all sounds like fucking textbook stuff, doesn't it?
It does.
Is it too much?
No, it's just, like, don't take it as, like, Brady Bunch stuff, like, it's all fluffy and all of that. It's just remove yourself. Like, you don't have to respond to something right there and right then. Because when we do, we respond wrong. I think that's what we're trying to say.
Okay,
we respond wrong in the heat of the moment. When your heart rate is up and you're fuming, you don't respond logically.
Well, like a good parent should. Authoritative parent.
You know, nothing good comes out of
your mouth.
You know, and
so I get so learning to recognise that that you've changed states from being a good, firm, kind parent to being a bit of an arsehole. And your temperature's rising. And you're saying at that point, chill. Or remove yourself. That's disengage.
Right. You get a better solution that way. Or
your mind starts kicking in, doesn't it? Because when you're in that other place, your mind isn't really working.
No.
It's all red mist sort of.
That's
passion.
right. And I think if you ask, any parent that is sitting in a cell at the moment, if if only they could have calmed down and thought before they responded, I bet you they wouldn't be in a cell. And that's the heat of the moment, when you just think, fuck, if only, but you can't take back time. It's that heat of the moment. That's what gets us.
And Liz, just see, what about that tool, the calibration tool?
Well, we're gonna come down to that. So what's this? I need help with my 15-year-old girl. I even went to OT for help, and they won't help. So there's some other good places that can help teenagers. Oh, yeah, that's a big one, because teenagers have been kind of walking that path for a while. And a lot of this stuff that we're talking about is the stuff that are the tools that you need to apply when they're like 3 onwards. Teenagers
I'm happy to keep dialoguing with Deanna about that out off this platform, if you like, Deanna. So I might, rather than you having to go public with everything, I might PM you later, and you can lay out what's going on there. Although if you're happy to sort of talk about it now, we could go through a bit of stuff. Is that, do you think?
If you want to, or what about towards the end? For teenagers.
I mean, just off the top of my head, some of the avenues for help for adolescents, I think you're talking, I don't know what you're talking about, what sort of help. If you're talking about counselling and stuff like that, first port of call is your GP, where you can go and get I don't know what it's called now. It used to be, in Australia it's called a mental health package, but over here it's called something else. Anyway, it's a free set of counselling sessions, like 6 sessions, which can be increased. I know in Kapiti, which is where I hail from, there's the Kapiti Youth Centre.
Yeah.
Where you can send young people for counselling. But okay, yes, please, I think means I'll get in touch later on.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Because then it depends which region you're in, eh?
And what exactly sort of help you need.
Yeah.
So I'll PM you if you don't hear from me. I'm not actually. I can't PM you till tomorrow. Just realised I'm full up till tomorrow.
Okay.
But PM me if I haven't got you. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, the other thing I kind of wanted us to talk about are like, what are the benefits of staying calm? And that's what we were kind of tapping into. Like, there are so many benefits to staying calm, you know. True is an acronym that I use. Trust is about lowering your
threat.
Yeah.
Respect is.
Oh, it's moving up. That looks really really good stuff, Bruce.
Understanding is about recognising. Yeah, this is great.
So, you know, when this is over, Whanau, go back and have a read of what other people were writing. There's some really good stuff that's coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a really good one. That's
Bruce
exactly
is on
what
fire
we're on
here.
about.
Yeah.
Bruce is rocking.
Yeah. It's very cool to have that come from a dad.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm picking that you found that somewhere, Bruce, maybe online or been taught it. So even if you can chuck in a reference for us, that would be really helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kia ora from
From
Brisbane.
Wow.
And Brisbane. Oh, yeah, kia ora.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
So, just what are the benefits of being calm? There are so many benefits
let's
to being
do 10.
calm.
Child's mental health. I'll do 5. Child's mental health.
Yeah.
Safe environment for children.
Yeah.
Peace of mind for parents.
Yeah.
Good self-esteem for parents. Good self-esteem for children.
Yeah. Cool.
That's off the top of my head.
Show off.
I know you're not on form today, Liz. So I'm all over
today.
you.
It's like, okay. Well, I'm thinking like, there's a lot more clarity when you're nice and calm. Your heart rate is down. It's not up.
Yeah.
You're not clenching your teeth and clenching your fists, ready to knock someone the hell on out. And you can think logically. Was that 5?
Yeah. I'll give you that 5.
You know, and you just
4, actually.
4. Okay,
No.
You can make better decisions.
Yeah.
When you're not fired up and heated, you know, and not everyone around you is a prick.
Yeah.
Because you go there, don't you? You know.
Yeah, you do.
You don't want to hear from anybody.
So you lose connection with the world, don't
you?
Like you're there alone.
And you're in control. That's the other one. You're in control when you're calm.
When you're calm.
When you're calm. Yeah.
You are, right?
Yeah, you're in control, you know. With our kids, why don't we teach them that stuff?
Well, partly because we weren't taught it.
Yeah.
So we don't think about it. Doesn't come up.
Doesn't come up.
Yeah. And you sort of feel, I guess maybe people feel a bit, or do they? This is a question, I guess. Do they feel entitled to be this angry and to diss their kids? Or do they just not think about it?
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's just the way it is.
Yeah.
It's just the way we just get on with shit.
Yeah.
It's the way it is. But
just do shit without reflecting on it.
Yeah. So just kind of, you know, getting your kids to think about, I have this kōrero with your kids as well. This is a good kōrero to have with them, you know. And I know my son was here earlier this morning, Liz, and we were talking about Calibrate.
Yeah.
Yes, and he reminded us, and I do remember this at Russell School here in Porirua. The Russell School actually were teaching their tamariki how to calibrate, which was how to meditate. And I think he said the school did it as a group, didn't they?
Yeah.
The kids would get together and they would calibrate in the morning. But I do remember seeing Arapata getting angry and going outside and actually calibrating, and Te Rohikaha, who is our other moko, getting angry at his mum and going off to calibrate, and it was like, wow, you're going to go off and meditate? And they just sit out the backyard there in their zone. So it helps to shape who they are, take control, go off and do what they need to do, you know. And it's pretty cool that a school actually teaches that stuff. I love it. Yeah.
And it's a word that describes you can use other words for that word too. So mindfulness, meditation, grounding are all things that describe the same thing. The calibration, you know, when you recalibrate your instruments, don't you? When it's like a mechanical thing.
Yeah.
And what Liz is talking about is like the kids been taught how to create a sort of a calming space for themselves.
Yeah.
And what to do when they get there.
Yeah.
So, like your moku, he goes out. His safe space is the garden, or his calm space is out in the garden.
Yeah.
He's probably got a place that he goes to every time.
Yeah.
Because it sort of brings up the memory
when
of
he
being
was.
feeling safe.
Yeah.
And then he has techniques that he's been taught at school, which is absolutely amazing. I've never heard of this before.
Yeah,
I just think it's incredible.
Cool, eh? Yeah.
So cool. Imagine us being taught that when we were.
Wow.
It's like science fiction.
Yeah, it is.
When we were at school.
It's brilliant.
So, and the technique is very simple. It's called mindful breathing, which basically means sitting somewhere and taking your attention away from your thoughts or your surroundings and focusing on your breathing. So watching your breathing. That's mindful breathing. It's very, very simple.
I'm sure you can YouTube a lot of this stuff. I bet you can.
Billions.
You know, kids do like the rocket breaths, the dragon breaths,
there's
all that kind of
Africa,
stuff.
Right?
Yeah.
So just Google it. Google mindful breathing for children.
Yeah.
Or calibration for children.
Yeah,
you'll get to the same place.
Get them into the behaviour of doing it.
Yeah, it's a very powerful tool.
Turn them into great little people as they get older. So it's really important that they learn that. And I mean, we were talking about time out and all that kind of thing, and we've chosen, let's don't go there with time out.
Can we just speak to this one a little bit? So
Okay.
Donna's saying one of her children's got type 1 diabetes, so she must be on insulin.
Oh, yeah.
And that does create mood swings, Donna. So I guess in a situation like that, it's probably about teaching your child about the connection between her sugar levels and her mood, so that she can start taking responsibility for it rather than you monitoring it, depending on her age. If she's only 5, well then, it's a joint effort.
Yeah.
But great opportunity to teach her about stuff, and great opportunity for you to manage your frustration when she loses it, I'd say. Because that's hard especially when both of you are out of control of it, eh?
Yeah.
Like when it's another force in charge of it. It's like,
well, that's the thing.
Damn this diabetes.
Yeah, we are supposed to not join their chaos. We're supposed to bring the calm, but a lot of us adults don't think about that. Rather than bring our calm, we join their chaos.
Whoa, well said.
Eh?
Yeah. That's our job, to stay out of the chaos.
Yeah, that's right.
Keep ourselves grounded.
Yeah, keep ourselves grounded when they're not.
Yeah.
Because, we're the adults. We're the ones that are there. They're looking up to us. So, and that all becomes part of that, what are your calming strategies, I suppose, eh?
Yeah.
Everything we've been talking about. Sit down with your tamariki. You can easily have a conversation with them about this. Yeah. I work in the Whanau order space here in Palmerston North. Oh, yeah, and have done a lot of mahi around parenting. Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's very cool, Bruce. You should jump on and do a live at some stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And teach some of those techniques.
Yeah.
Let's talk. You just jump on and do a live.
Yeah.
So whānau can grab some of that stuff from your kete.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Especially Māori parenting.
Yeah, Māori parenting techniques.
We should hear more about that. Because guess what? They all got stamped out when the bloody Europeans arrived. No,
them white fellas,
All mine used to hit their children.
My daughter's
missionaries started that.
Okay, there's a lot of stuff coming up. Sorry, Whanau, we're trying to, but there's quite a few big conversations happening.
Tools close made charm jars, glue, water and glitter.
Ah, that's
and watch
cool.
the glitter move around. Oh, well,
very cool.
That's called mindfulness in my language. Just watching that and focusing on that and calming from it.
So you've got lots of little tips here. Share your tips on the page so other whānau can have a read after this video is done and dusted.
And I'd like Bruce and I can't remember this person's name, but put them up on a separate post so that people can
if you've got a photo of them, or a video, do a little video yourself and pop them up.
With your children?
Yeah.
I mean, that'll be really cool.
Different techniques that whānau can grab and utilise.
Because this isn't just about us telling you what to do, this is about you telling us how you do it.
Yeah.
And there's some great wisdom coming out here.
Yeah, it's about sharing. That's what the platform is about, sharing what you know. Know? Yeah,
not dependent learning.
So rather than, we're talking about time out, and I thought, I don't like time out. I've never been a fan of time out, but definitely calming down, because if we can teach our tamariki to calm down, you've got no need for timeout, you know?
No.
So just allowing them to find a place or a space at home that makes them feel good. So when they do need to go and calm down, they can go off to a place.
Yeah, I mean, I reckon you're starting a revolution here, Liz, like replacing time out with calm time or calming time.
Let's
because
go there.
I was just thinking about when I've worked in the mental health system, particularly in adolescent wards.
Yeah.
And one of the things that adolescents hate the most is being put in isolation or seclusion, we call it.
Yeah.
And I used to hate doing it because they would just be so upset. So... And I think it's the same. Well, of course, we didn't put young children in isolation because we didn't have them in the mental health system. Anyway, what I'm getting to is that it's a punishment. Time out feels like a punishment to me. You're removing them from contact with humans, and it's not good. It's not good.
But calming down, it's totally different.
Yeah, it's giving them something to do.
Yeah.
Giving them a purpose.
Yeah.
We're not angry at them. We're not punishing them. I love it.
Yeah.
Look
at this, Mum. I put myself in timeout.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? If
what
you
we
knew, well, actually, I'm going to go and I'm going to calm the fuck down.
That's
and
what
then
you're
you
talking
go
about
off.
before, Liz.
You've got a purpose. You know, I'm actually in here because I need to calm down. I calm the fuck down.
Yeah, that's right.
So I know what I'm doing. I know what my purpose is, and when I'm cool and calm, I'll pop back out, and then I'll be okay. So there's a bit of a
parent again.
There'll be a bit of a purpose to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, see, look, this Mum, my boy uses his room as his calm space. Yep.
Now, rather than my husband or I calling time.
Yeah, love it. See?
Great.
Independent. Hey, they know. When I need to be removed, I'll remove myself.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
What great parenting.
Someone doesn't have to yell and scream and...
No, and take charge of him.
Yeah, he'll just go off and do it.
He's taking charge of himself.
And that's what we
called
want,
emotional intelligence.
Yeah.
Right there.
And if you've got a big whānau and you've got a few kids, you know, and they learn to go off and do that together when they're all pissed off.
Wow, yeah.
Well, love to hear about that.
Half an hour.
Love to hear about that, yeah. If anyone's got a couple of kiddies that can do it together.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be
I wonder
fantastic.
I'd love to hear how old your boy is, Alicia, if you can be bothered. Yeah.
What's that?
I'd love to hear how old he is.
Oh, how old is your son, Alicia? Yeah.
Okay. What are we up to?
So those calming down strategies and calming down space rather than a timeout place, like if we can kind of have a practice there.
And I'm just thinking, you know, like when you're talking to a kid as opposed to, right, you're going to need to go to your room for 10 minutes. You're 10 years old, so that's a minute per year.
Yep.
Until you calm down, you know. But rather than saying, okay, so it looks like it's time for you to go to your calm space.
Yeah.
Do you remember what you're going to be doing there?
Yeah.
Nah. Well, you're going to be breathing. Remember we went through this. You know? Blah, blah. Oh, listen to me. But you know, you're probably using different language, right? Okay. But you know what I mean. It's a whole different ball game.
Yeah,
it's not.
It is.
You're sending some little bastard.
Here we go. A lot of school teachers need this information,
Yeah, damn right.
Yeah, a lot of them go, but. Yeah, that's right. There are a lot of teachers out there that are bloody ego-driven.
Yeah, well,
they're not there for the tamariki,
Get yourself into the training college and start running education sessions with new teachers.
Oh, he's 8. Alicia said he's 8.
Oh, really?
And he has sensory processing disorder. So we have made fantastic progress.
You sure have.
Wow.
I don't know much about that disorder, but
that's amazing. Yeah.
I'm guessing that it presents quite a lot of challenge.
Yeah, that's really
well done, you
cool.
guys. Yeah.
So, you know, guys, it's about, doing it different, you know, and if you can, teaching our tamariki to calm down. We got to role model it, you know. If you're not going to role model it, don't even bother going there. You got to role model it. So it's got to start with us so they see us doing it. And they could join in. We could all hold hands and calm down.
That's not a stupid idea.
Sing kumbaya while we're there.
Fuck, that's pretty woo-woo. Yeah. But maybe just sitting at the same place without holding hands.
Yeah. Just so that the kids learn to release, just release and let go.
Well, actually, it's not that crazy.
Yeah.
Like, I think some families do, well, they have family time, well, that's probably another subject, but maybe practicing calibration together at the beginning of a day or something like that. That could help everyone. What if the schools do it? Why can't...
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Fran and Hera. Very cool. Fran was the kindergarten director at one of our local kindies. So all my mokos went to Fran's kindy.
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
Yeah,
Hi,
amazing lady. Fran should be doing a live.
Right, put her on the list.
Just putting it out there. Coming for you, Fran.
Get you at this table, the microphone under your face.
Breathing is the most important thing. Yeah. Trying to teach my kids to take a moment to breathe. Yeah. It just makes the world a difference, and we don't use it. We don't use it. We don't do it. We don't use it. We lose it.
Yeah.
Don't we?
Yeah.
You know, and then again, that all comes back to those emotions. You know, we've talked about emotions quite a bit through our sessions that we've had, and it all comes back to connecting with our emotions, making sure our tamariki are actually in touch with theirs. And it's not fluffy stuff, whānau. It's actually really important stuff that we grow our tamariki to actually know their own emotions and be in control of them. You know, rather than a child who smashes a house, smashes the other kids, you know, loses the plot. If they're doing that at that age, imagine what they're going to be doing when they become a teenager and then when they become a full-grown adult.
Yeah. And a child that's doing that feels really unsafe. Like they feel like that no one's in charge if you're not stopping it. I mean, that's the top end. They're smashing stuff and really breaking loose.
Yeah.
I've fostered children. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet.
Got them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Walk around the house saying it's another technique, getting away from the situation, focusing on walking. It's another meditation, actually, walking. It's another mindfulness technique, is focusing on your walking.
Yeah.
You can do it really slowly anyway.
Yeah.
I was onto something then. What was it? When kids are really, the behaviour is really high, the first, I suppose, maybe the first thing is to contain it, to stop it. So, I mean, we're talking about slightly different things here. I mean, I think you can't, as a parent, you can't let a child be out of control.
No.
You have to be in charge of them. Yeah. And that might mean quite drastic stuff.
Well, it takes the extreme at the start, But that's where you have to be, what do you call it? Firm but kind and firm. You can be kind and firm.
Yeah, you can. But you can still be saying...
To contain them, yeah. Yeah. And it takes persistence, you know, like a lot of persistence. If your child is full of rage in the beginning, for whatever reasons, it's that calming and being persistent until they learn to be calm. Yeah, on YouTube there is a calm one called Belly Breathe. Yeah. It is great. Oh, there you go, whānau. Belly Breathe on YouTube.
There you go.
So go back and have a look at that one. Thank you, Fran.
Yeah. Excellent.
Yeah, the more you can learn about it, the more we can put it out there for our tamariki. You know?
Tools.
Yeah, tools. It's all about them tools,
Build the house. Build the whare.
Yeah, that's right.
And going back to rage, which is the highest kind of expression of anger, when it's died down, it's like Liz was saying, don't respond in the moment, but after the event's over, it's a really good idea to do kind of a debrief or whatever you want to call it with the young people. Yeah. No matter what age they are. It doesn't matter. They've got brains. I think we forget that. Yeah. Like how smart children are. That's right. If you give them the chance.
And you can have these deep conversations. I mean, like, you know, I spent 10 years working in the home.
I remember.
And with teenagers, they were 12. We took them from 12 up to around about 16. Yeah. But they weren't children that we raised. But man, some of them were just, so full of fire. And it was trying to put out that fire and reteach them. And half of them would be smashing up their rooms, smashing up their rooms. And there's nothing you could do. You let them smash up their room. But when that was all finished and they were calm, then we had to come in and go like, okay, so now how are you going to fix this?
There.
Yeah, how are we going to fix this? You know, you're going to have to pay for this. It all came back in the calm, and in the calmness, you'd have to go through it all. But while they were smashing it up, we didn't have cells. We had bars on some of the windows, but we didn't have cells to contain them.
No, and you had a policy where you couldn't put hands on children either, which was a really good policy.
It was about the relationship, and everything's about the tone of that conversation, isn't it?
Yep.
Everything is about the tone.
Yeah.
So if I was going to talk to a young person that wasn't mine, I'd be coming in at this tone that Phil and I are actually having right now.
Yeah, sure.
Trying to talk to that teenager, about their behaviour.
It's not.
I can talk around that.
Oh,
yeah.
Can we go back up? Or have we lost
to
that
this
thing?
one?
Yeah, that one.
Oh.
Sorry,
Excuse my finger, everyone.
Literally, right. Thank you, that means a lot. It's not easy, it's incredibly challenging. He gets judged a lot for his behaviour. Rather than taking the time to understand him, he can be very violent and tries to harm himself. Yeah.
Right.
This is Alicia who talked about green light, orange light, and red light.
Oh, yeah.
Green, yeah.
Yeah,
Orange,
that's good stuff.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Cool. Yeah, you guys
You
are
rock.
doing a lot of mahi there.
Yeah, a lot of mahi.
Yeah.
Parents at work.
Yeah, see, a lot of you whānau have got some really good insight there, and you know what? All it takes for you to say is, well, you don't even have to say anything. You could just do a live one day if you wanted, and just share, and just refer to, I want to share this about this, and do a live.
Francesca.
Yeah.
Francesca and
yeah,
Alicia.
friend.
That's
So
what gold.
Donna's saying, what about kids cutting? Oh, that's another whole bloody scenario, isn't it? You know?
Yeah.
We've both dealt with that.
Oh yeah, big time. I remember the first time you came to supervision about someone cutting.
Well, yeah.
And you came up with your own strategy out of the box. Remember ripping up newspaper?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, there's one little
Look, should we say a bit about it? We've got 15 minutes, and we've probably got a little bit of time to say something about cutting.
Yeah.
I think the first thing is don't panic when you find out a young person's been cutting.
Yeah.
Unless, well, there's a big difference between cutting
and what kind of cutting.
It's what kind of cutting. Whether it's a threat to the young person's safety, and it is usually isn't. So cutting across is usually safe.
Staying away from the veins.
So if you ever see a young person who's cutting up, that's dangerous. That's 111 territory.
Yeah.
Because that's a suicide attempt, really.
Yeah. If they're going the right way.
They're going the right way to kill themselves. But that's very unusual. So young people don't usually, I shouldn't generalise like that.
Yeah.
Look, the thing about self-cutting is that it's a way that the young person has found to manage feelings.
Yeah.
It's a coping mechanism. It's not a fantastic one, but neither is it the worst.
Yeah.
So don't freak out is the first thing. Would that be?
Yeah, because the child or the teenager that's doing it is trying to deflect their own pain, aren't they? So they rather look at the pain on the cutting rather than think about what's actually going on inside for them.
Yeah, well put.
So
it's a sign that you could start some exploration about what the hell's going on for them, that they feel like that's the only way they can manage. And don't take it away from them at the first instance. Don't say something like, if I find you cutting, I'm going to ...
Yeah.
Don't do that.
No, because there was lots of kids that would just cut, but they're just surface scratches, really.
Superficial.
So it depends too, Donna, because we don't know what your situation is. And, well, I'm not an expert, but I have had experience, is what I will say.
And I'm a bit of an expert, but you can't generalise too much about it. So, Donna, maybe we could do a session on self.
Well, if it came up more than for more than one, then it would be a good kōrero to have.
Yeah.
But if there are others in here too that have that kind of experience,
And you might, you're adolescent, and it usually happens in adolescence.
Yeah.
Sometimes these days it's going down to 10, 11, 12, but not.
Yeah.
And cutting's only one way that kids self-harm. There's also drinking, drugging, promiscuous sex. These are all
There's
ways
all that,
that's all self-harm,
all that
isn't
abuse, depression, everything. That's all part of it. Well, you got to get to the bottom of what's really going on.
I'd say so. My short answer, Donna, is what about kids cutting? I'd say, what are they cutting for? See if you can find that out and help them deal with that a different way. And don't freak out. It's very rarely.
And some of them might not even know the answer to that.
Well, and then we go back to let's find out what do you feel inside. Is it bad or good or angry, sad? Sort of start throwing some words around. I hope that's helpful.
Okay, so no, that's cool. We've got 10 minutes left. So sorry, some of these questions we didn't expect to be talking about today.
But we're very flexible.
And
it's helpful, I think.
Oh yeah, okay. So she does have a psychotherapist. But not getting answers.
Physiotherapist.
We're not getting answers. So often when we focus on bad behaviour instead of focus on the good behaviour, that's right. Teach children, how to regulate themselves.
Yeah. And that's definitely what the session's about.
Yeah.
It's about giving them language for what's going on, helping them find out what their triggers are, and then giving them some...
Would be a great kōrero to have. Okay,
for self-harming.
Yeah.
And of course, adults self-harm. It's not just young people that self-harm. I have a friend who self-harms. She's 60.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, she's in a shit marriage and she hates herself.
Yeah.
So, it works for her. She's never killed herself.
Yeah.
I mean...
It's a release, eh?
Yeah, it is.
Kind of what it is.
So we don't want to pathologise it, but we do want to help people, maybe if they can, find a different way of managing.
Yeah.
We need to train parents.
Yes,
well,
and that's
I've been saying for years, we need parenting school.
Yeah.
You need to get a licence before you're allowed to have children.
And friend, and that's why this platform is here, because parents are not going to get that. So whatever we can give on this platform, we hope we're giving it to parents.
Yeah.
Because they don't get thought of.
No, they don't.
Like, it's only if you're a professional going to train in a professional world do you get access to this stuff.
Yeah, and then you get OT rocking along saying, well, you're a really bad parent.
Yeah.
We're going to take your children off you.
Yeah, so those are the tools that we want to share on this page. Whatever, man, Fran, you could cover so much on this page, just saying.
Just saying, Fran, when you got a spare hour. Come on up. Liz will chain you to the chair and keep you here all day. No, you haven't finished talking yet. Come on. We've still got self-regulation and self-control.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
But no, that's very cool. Yeah, and that's what it is though. It all comes back to those emotions, And we don't want kids sitting in their STEM brain. Cool, you can. That's fantastic, Fran. I'm gonna hit you up. Yep, let's do it
now.
Yep, let's go there. So our tamariki, when they don't have their own tools, they're gonna survive in their STEM brain, aren't they? And that's where am I loved? Am I safe? It's all that kind of stuff. And just to remind you guys, there's my little picture, and there's the STEM brain there. That sits at the back here, and that's what we're all sitting in when we're not thinking.
Is that like your lizard brain? What they also call lizard brain?
The mammal brain.
Right.
Yeah. But with the brain stuff too, it's a little bit early to say, but we have got Nathan Makaire Wallace, who is going to join us in April, and I'll put a pānui out. He's actually going to come and do a live for us, whānau, and that's a do not miss. You cannot afford to miss that. You have to watch it so that you can understand about that stuff. So April the 21st, I've still got to just sort out the time. But yeah, he will definitely come in. He's New Zealand's expert in that area, and go through all that kind of first 1,000 days for our whānau. Oh, thank you. You're welcome, Alicia. Yeah, so I don't know. At the end of the day, it comes back to role modelling, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, all of that stuff.
That's another very important thing.
Yeah.
We do what we see.
Yeah.
Well, I just made that up, but it's true, eh?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, you make
we
things
do.
Up, so
well, they don't do what we tell them to do. They do what they see us doing. Why didn't you do what I told you to do?
Don't do what
you don't do it.
Yeah. There's another saying. Hey, don't. Anyway, I can't remember it. Yeah. So role modelling. That's right. It's really important. So we can't expect. I think you just said this, but I'll say it again. We can't expect our kids to manage their emotions if we can't manage ours.
Yeah.
Because they'll instantly turn and say, "Well, you don't. You get angry. You get shitty, and you don't do anything about it." So, like you said, don't even bother with them until you've done it yourself.
Yeah.
And look, try the breathing. It's a really great way of calming yourself.
Yeah.
It's really good. And then it works, and you can tell your children it works.
Yeah. So if you're the type of parent who, when you lose the plot and you throw everything around and you smash everything to buggery and you swear at everybody in the house, well, I now expect your kids to be exactly the same.
And their kids too.
Because that's what you've just taught them.
Yeah.
That's what you've just taught them.
And they'll teach their kids, and then you got a cycle.
Yeah, unless you threaten them not to be like that, then they'll just do, like you said, do that when you're not around.
Yeah.
But you've already planted the seeds of that's how you lose the plot.
Yeah.
And if you ask someone, when you lose the plot and you take it out on your partner and you beat them to a pulp, then that's what you've taught your kids to do too.
Yeah, damn right.
Yeah, you've just role modelled that shit.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah. pick your battles. Yeah, that's right. You don't have to battle everything, eh?
No.
Yeah, some things can just be
Leave it alone.
You know. Yeah.
Otherwise,
don't sweat the small stuff.
Yeah, and it was something I was thinking about today coming here too. Enjoy life. Like parenting isn't just about, and we're really focusing a lot on what isn't working and how to make it work and yada yada.
Yeah.
But have fun with your kids.
Yeah.
Be joyful. Teach them how to be light and enjoy things, enjoy life, and enjoy each other.
Yeah.
And you'll get more time to do that if your kids and you are in charge of yourselves.
Yeah, that's right, eh?
You can have fun then.
Yeah.
And
it's way better when you're a calm whānau.
Yes, yeah.
Hey, you might even get rid of some mental health days. When you're all nice and calm and happy, you know.
Pick your battles, win the war.
It is. It's absolutely some cool stuff. But just checking out there things that you think you may not know, because we don't get taught this at school. We don't get taught this in our whānau. You don't get taught this along the way. So just putting it out there. We have a game night on a Friday night. Yeah, that's cool.
Family. Lovely.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, thank you so much for this morning's kōrero. You're welcome. And I think maybe I might just throw in there, just for new mamas that have got newborn babies. I think new mamas who have had lack of sleep, or first-time mamas, and you're trying to do it for the first time on your own, you can very quickly snap, break, quick to anger. When we don't have sleep is gold. When you don't have sleep, man, you're stuffed, and you can snap just like that. You cranky as. So you've got to find that balance, especially for new mamas.
I like that. Bob says, don't do what I do what I say. Hey, it doesn't work. Don't follow in our footsteps and do what I see. Exactly. That's so true, Bob.
Yeah. Love it.
Good learning.
Yeah.
It doesn't work, eh?
Nah, you were just wasting time, wasting your breath.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, no, that's really cool. So there's a few things that we covered there, It was just about, losing the plot, losing your shiz, knowing where it comes from, recognising your own triggers, whānau, what behaviour do you role model to your tamariki. Think about the strategies that you can put into place, especially for you young parents that are coming through now. That should be a must in your whare. Teaching your children how to just be calm, talking to them about it, getting them to recognise yours. You could do it together. What's yours? Get them to share what's theirs, or to realise that they've got, that they actually have got triggers. They probably don't even know it.
No,
themselves,
that's
they're
right.
Just tamariki.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
They haven't been asked to think about this
stuff.
And this can go, like we've been saying, I think you said it, really young. Just young language.
Yeah.
Not adult language.
And yes, see, like Fran said, let them talk about their feelings, let them go there. Don't shut them down and make them feel like
they're bad. Their feelings are bad.
Yeah. Or it's fluffy shit that only the Brady Bunch talks about,
Yeah.
It's like, find your way, find your language to let that kōrero happen. It doesn't have to be, fluffy cloud kumbaya language or whatever you want to call it, but just make sure it comes forth.
Give them a space.
And it happens.
Yeah.
Because
you're in charge. You create the spaces, or you shut them down.
Yeah.
So.
And at the end of the day, they are our creations. We created it.
Yeah.
So you want to make sure you put everything you can into our little people.
Ka pai.
Yeah, that's kind of it in a nutshell. And I think the last message will be, your anger is not an excuse for violence. That's probably the biggest lesson. Even I would have had to have learnt that myself too. Like, just because you're angry and pissed off with somebody, it's not an excuse to fucking be violent. It's probably the biggest lesson for all of us that are out there. You can't go around just thumping someone because you're pissed off. So, that needs to change as well. And it's probably the hardest thing to change, whānau, but we all got this.
Yeah. So that's it in a nutshell.
Or a big nutshell.
It was a big nutshell today. Yeah, that's it. And if you've just joined us like Glenn, morena Glenn.
Morena Glenn.
Yeah, go back, have a watch, have a listen, and hopefully things resonate for yourself. And get those tools happening in your whare, man. Help our tamariki to grow well.
I was going to say one last thing. Like, if anything particular, sparks your interest, Google it. Just Google it. Like calming techniques, calibration techniques, whatever.
Yeah.
How to talk to a 3-year-old about feelings. I bet if you put that in Google,
yeah,
you'd
it probably would come
up.
Up.
YouTube's
the best though, eh? It's better to watch a video.
Okay, I don't watch it much. But
YouTube's got
then.
everything on it.
Same thing. Just put the words in and see what happens.
Yeah.
These days, it's just you go,
Yeah, and if you're whānau, like Fran and Bruce, and you guys have actually got stuff that we can bring to the platform, because like we said, there's lots of training out there, but whānau don't get access to training. We've got a lot of our whānau that are living in motels right here, right now. They won't be getting squat from nowhere. So if we can bring it to our whānau on this platform, just get in touch with myself or Niz, to set up a date and a time. That's all it takes, whānau, a date and a time, and bring that knowledge to the whānau. They need it, We need to move forward. And while you're waiting for a home or a whare and you are in a motel, you could be learning a lot sitting there in the motel room.
Absolutely.
We just need to know what it is you want to learn, I suppose. Yeah, but you got tamariki, you're stuck in a rut there. There must be some stuff that we can bring to the platform.
Yeah, and if you're watching this and there is anything, just post it on the platform. Eh?
Yeah, let us
Liz
know.
And Liz and Liz.
Liz and Liz. It wasn't supposed to be like that, but
Liz and Liz. We'll follow it up.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just get in touch with us.
Value what you've got to offer. I mean, some of the offerings today are just fantastic.
Yeah, they are. Or Phil, if you see Phil there, send Phil a PM. And he can pass the message on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm open to PMs. I might not answer them very quickly because I'm getting very busy, but I'm very open to people with questions like Deanne.
Yeah.
Yes, Deanne, we can all learn together. That's exactly right. And we're not, the thing I really love about this platform is that it's not about a teacher pushing knowledge into somebody else. We're handing over stuff that we've learned, and you do what you want with it. And then each of you is handing knowledge back to the community. So
we're not coming in as professionals, whānau. I mean, that's why I feel free. If I want to swear, I'm going to swear because that's me. When I'm at work, and I'm working with whānau in that professional capacity, then I've got to pull it in. But man, if I'm on this platform, it's grassroots, eh? We speak the language we all speak.
Likewise.
Yeah. So we're not going to dress it up or dress it down. Yeah, real talk.
Real talk.
So
that's why it's called real talk. Oh, fucking nice.
Yeah. Okay, because it's 10:05. Yeah. So, okay, this is it. Whānau, this is the last session on our little parenting kōrero. And I must say, it's been a bit hard not to interact with everybody. Like, normally, when we're doing this together in a group, there's a lot more that goes on behind the scenes and a lot more face-to-face, and the kōrero is awesome because we get to hear from each other. Hey, morning, Jared. That's my brother. Oh. We get to listen to each other, and you hear what other people are going through, and share ideas and share experiences, and it's just a whole nother level. So online, doing it like this, I feel like it's been good, but it just could be way, way better if only. Yeah, love these, so educational. Oh, thank you. So this last session, we're just going to go over the last 5 weeks, give you a reminder. So I've got my little list up there. You see me looking up above. So we started off at the beginning, looking at the meaning and the importance of your foundation. Hey, morning, Alec. The importance of foundation, both your past and your present. So looking and talking about how you were raised and how you are raising yours, the values, the
Styles.
the styles, the things that you have set in place. What did you take through from your childhood into your children's childhood, and how are you actually doing things? So foundation is really important because that's what stabilises us, isn't it? Or supposed to.
It's supposed to, yeah.
Ground
I guess
us.
coming out of that is the parenting styles.
Yeah.
So there are different foundations, I suppose, or what you call it that.
Yeah,
And we talked about the permissive parent who sort of, oh, well, it's all right.
Yeah.
The authoritarian parent, you always do what I like, do what I want.
Authoritative. Authoritative.
No, authoritarian.
Oh, authoritarian.
Is the bossy bastard.
Oh, yes, Sergeant Major.
That's right.
Yeah.
And finally, the authoritative, which is like kind and firm.
Yeah.
That's the best parenting
Yeah.
style.
Yeah.
So, if you've got a foundation based on permissive parenting or authoritarian parenting, your kids aren't going to, get the best that they can out of being with you. If it's permissive, they're going to be a bit neglected because you didn't teach them rules and boundaries and you let them get away with stuff. If they're authoritarian, they might be abused. They might feel abused. They would have been, punished instead of educated.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Put down a lot, Not good enough, made to feel not good enough.
That's what they end up with. Yeah. I'm not okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then where we want to be, in the authoritative, big words, is like, be firm, but be fair, which works out best. That's where we all want to go. So we spoke about that stuff. We spoke about the first 1,000 days of a baby's life. So that's the first 3 years of baby's life and growing a calm cortex, the relationship stuff when baby is first born, the environment that baby is from the womb that baby is born into. And I have got Nathan Makalio Wallace booked in, but he is in such demand that he is not available for us until I think it's April the 21st, but he's booked and he will come in and do a live for us around that stuff. And it is so important if you've got little children that you actually tune in and watch this stuff. It's amazing once you learn that stuff.
Yeah.
And it'll set the pathway for our babies in the long term. Yeah. So we did a little bit around that stuff. We talked about the importance of play in our babies' lives. Sussing out their little imaginations, letting them go wild, letting them lead their own play. It's the only place that they ever get to be boss, be in charge of things. So it's about us joining in with them and not just your kids piss off outside and play. You've got to get involved so you can figure out who your little person is and how they think, how they function, how they socialise, through play. And then we talked about just kind of like your role as a parent through all of that stuff and self-care, because it's a big job, man. And it's 24/7.
It's not paid.
Don't go away ever.
You're on call.
For the rest of your life.
Unless you turn your phone off.
No, but then they know where you live.
Lock the door.
So it is. It's to be taken serious, parenting. We didn't have this stuff I didn't. I was a mum I was a parent at 15. I actually learnt from my father and my stepmum. Just that the first beginning stages, otherwise, you just don't learn. You learn by your mistakes. Not good for the babies, but that's how it goes. So that was kind of like session 1 in a nutshell. Session 2, we went into temperaments, how to identify your child's temperaments, how to have a think about them, figure out who they are, and just work around those temperaments.
Work with them in terms of don't treat one child like the other child because they're going to be different. So you have to have a unique approach to each child. Within the boundary of, good parenting and rules and regulations. But, you can't usually respond to one child the same as you respond to another. You've got to kind of...
they're all different, eh?
Yeah.
And then we spent quite a bit of time that week in praise. There was a lot to praise. It was quite a big subject.
Right.
Talking about why we need to praise. So again, just a little reminder, that was about growing confidence, growing self-esteem.
Self-worth.
Self-worth.
It was,
all of that positive stuff.
teaching them how to be persistent, to keep at things, don't give up on things, and building that I can do it mentality.
You had a great phrase from that session, which I always forget. It was about looking for something good.
Oh, catch them being good. Catch them being good, because we're so good at catching them being bad. Hey, us parents, we're like, hey, morena, Peter Shepherd. We're so good at catching our babies being bad.
Yeah.
And that's what they feed into, because if it's the only attention they're going to get, they're going to keep being bad. So,
oh look, Mum's noticing me.
Keep the good stuff going, catch them being good.
Catch them being good,
So
and
that was...
not just catch them, but when you do catch them...
praise them. And that don't mean get all fluffy. That means just, acknowledge it, that you're loving what you're seeing. That's all it is.
And think about what sort of feeling that is. What do you feel like when someone praises you, when someone says, gee, you did that well?
Yeah.
You bloody like it, don't you?
Yeah.
But what do you feel like when someone says, well, you fucked that up, you retard? Hey, how do you feel then? You feel really bad.
Yeah.
Really bad.
And you carry that,
you carry it. Goes into your wairua,
Yeah.
So we want to keep giving our kids that first experience of that good feeling.
Yeah, the good stuff.
And you get a circle going where they want more of that. So they do good stuff and they behave and follow the rules, so they get it. And your job is to keep that circle going round.
Yeah.
And once you start it going around, your kids are going to keep doing things that get that good feedback.
Yeah.
They'll stop doing the bad stuff.
Yeah.
Because they'll be getting the other feedback. They'll be getting the other attention.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So, what was that? That was in temperaments. Yep, that was in week 2, the stuff that we covered. Week 3, we spoke about rights and privileges, bribes and rewards. First and then, I wonder if anyone ever actually tried, first you put your bag away and then you'll get your biscuit. I don't know.
Yeah.
I know Amber did, and Amber said she gave it a go on the spot, but it'd be good to hear back. First and then should be magic, First and then, when and then, and offer the choices. You can either have your veggies or you can have your salad. You can wash your hair or I will wash it for you. Those kind of things. That's about being firm and fair.
Yes, that was good. I'm just reading this from Diane.
That's great.
Quite a big thing.
Yeah, I'm sick of telling the bad things. Yeah.
Just off the top of my head, I think that we need to find a place or people to have it, to be able to talk about the bad things and do it enough so that you can leave them behind and not put them in the basement like we talked about, but kind of leave them finished so that they can be put to one side and then you carry on with the good things.
Yeah. You got to unpack shit, eh? If you don't unpack it.
That's right. If you don't unpack it, it sits in the corner stinking.
Yeah.
Rotting.
Yeah. And that doesn't even necessarily mean go to a counsellor or anything like that. You can unpack shit with your girlfriends,
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And if it is too big, then there are people out there that can help.
Yeah.
You can PM Liz or me privately, and we can.
Yeah. Oh, there's Amber. I did and still do use first and then. Yeah, that's cool because it's such a good thing that I live on that.
I hope that's helpful, Diane.
Yeah. So that was session 4, and then we went into session 5, which was about losing the plot, benefits of being calm. That was a really good kōrero last week, yes. Feelings and emotions. We talked briefly about the fight, flight, fright. So that was about the cortex stuff again, and the benefits of having a calming down space.
That was cool.
More than anything else, not time out, but just allowing our babies to learn how to calm their farm, and us too. And we got to role model this stuff. If we can show them we can calm our farm, then they're going to just mirror that from us.
Yeah, and we heard about like kids who are, I think, 8 to 10. Yeah, that age, doing it.
Young Dennis was telling us. There was a name. There was a name for it.
Yeah.
Russell School were teaching their children
calibrate,
how to calibrate. Yeah.
Which also means calm.
Yeah,
coming down.
Yeah. So wherever you can, teach your babies how to do that and give them a space in the house to do that. Because we've got to remember, we have bad days, we have good days, we have bad days. They do too.
Yeah.
We never acknowledge it.
Yeah, and we can't expect them to have a good day every day.
No,
Don't expect
they're
us to.
human.
Yes,
Just
right.
like us.
Like a robot.
Yeah. So it was all of that kind of stuff. And then this is us. Oh, sorry, and just the emotions and the feelings that go with all that kind of stuff as well. Being able to calm down and not lose the plot. Because we did do a talk about where did you learn how to lose the plot from, the behaviour, where did that stem from, and how do you do it? Do you do it well or do you not? You know, because some people like to smash things, throw things around, take it out on other people when you've lost the plot.
Yeah.
We
And that
talked
was
about
all
that.
learnt behaviour from your childhood.
Yeah.
Watching how your parents manage their shit. We call
Yeah.
it, or shit.
Yeah, your shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and where that all stems from. So
Yeah.
that was last week, which was a good kōrero as well.
So can I just say something about today? So if people have got any queries or questions about what we've just gone through in terms of what we've done already, feel free to chuck them up and we'll try and address them.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, we'll carry on with
Session 6.
session 6. Does that sound all right for you?
Yeah, that's us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet.
So today is more about problem solving, and how do we go about teaching our tamariki how to problem solve? Because I don't think we were ever taught how to problem solve.
You just kind of work it out,
Were
don't
you?
you? No,
Were you
not that I
taught?
remember. No.
No. Yeah, I wasn't taught
Yeah. You just
how
sort
to
of pick-
problem solve. But I think when our tamariki go to school, maybe teachers today, I wonder, they must do, surely they must teach kids how to problem solve. But I don't know, have you thought about that, Whanau? Like, yeah, you know, actually taking that as a skill and teaching your children how to actually problem solve. Because I think if you think about kindi kohanga reo age, how do children problem solve? If they want something, they'll go over and just take it, won't they? Won't they? You know, children will snatch, they'll just grab, they have their tantrums and all that kind of thing when they're frustrated and they can't get what they want, when they don't know how to problem solve.
So I guess because that younger age, below 5, it's a time when parents are much more active than they are when it's a bit older.
Yeah.
So you're in there a lot more. You're teaching them this stuff, like how to do it and what to do. What, you know, like identifying what the problem is and then running them through how to solve it, I guess.
Yeah.
And getting them to think about it without giving them the answers. You don't want to bottle feed them.
No, you want them to think about their own actions.
Yeah.
But the other thing that our babies will take in on board will be, how does mum and dad problem solve? You know, if mum and dad hit each other, well, they'll see that as, that's how you problem solve.
Or if you've got a problem with your wife, you bash her.
Yeah, you bash her, and that's how you solve the problem. So it's being mindful of, you know, all that kind of stuff and what goes on at home, and what our babies are watching.
So I guess what you're talking about there is, you know, you're teaching them emotional kind of control when they're met with a problem.
Yeah.
Because sometimes my first response is, "Oh, for fuck's sake!"
Yeah.
You know, and then that doesn't work.
That's kind of normal, eh?
Yeah,
for all of
I
us.
think it can be. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like you're saying, don't model that.
Yeah.
Model.
Which is hard.
I know, but this is. I'm learning from this too, like being reminded of all of this. So I go home and practice some of it.
Yeah.
I haven't got kids at home anymore, but you know, some of the ways of being in the world, just
Yeah.
as a human, are the same as being in the world as a good parent. So, like managing frustration, I think that's the first step, maybe, when you're hit with a problem, and we've talked about it before in terms of staying calm.
Yeah.
Like self-regulating, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like that's our job when we see our kids getting arced up or hoo-ha about something.
Yeah.
Then, you know, we can say, "God, you're really angry about that, eh?"
Yep. You
You
teach it from little.
Is
It's
this your mate,
simple.
the
Yes, this
teacher?
is Fran. Yes. Yeah.
Well, I think she should be running this show.
Fran will be. You know, I know Fran. I'm so supposed to ring up Fran, but last week was just out the gate. But I've actually got some time today, so
good.
I'm gonna give Fran a call.
Well, we've got to get her on.
Yeah, but it does. Everything stems right back to the beginning, Whanau? Like all these things we've talked about, if we do this at the beginning, and man, I wish I knew this stuff, but if we do it right back at the beginning, we're going to grow some really neat people, man. It's going to be really cool. Yeah.
And don't despair. Starting now is fine.
Yeah.
How do you know it? It's fine. It can still work. It will still work.
Yeah. It just takes persistence and patience.
Yeah, and commitment.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Which can be hard for us because we want to just get on with the day. You want to get your cooking done, your shopping done, all of that shit you need to get done, but you got to put aside time.
Yeah. I guess you've got to identify whether you, I suppose what you're talking about there is you're sort of resenting your kids, aren't you, for getting in the way of your life.
Yeah. You're
trying to organise my fucking life here. What do you mean you want breakfast? That probably doesn't happen, but I don't know. But you know, what are you getting so shitty about just because you can't open the back door? You can't get your shoes on? Or Stop talking like that, you know? Because we want to get the dishes done or whatever.
Yeah, all that stuff.
But that's parenting, eh? You got to put you got to put yourself aside.
Yeah.
Hey?
It's hard.
Oh, yeah, it's not simple.
It's bloody hard.
Yeah.
You know?
But you got to kind of cast an eye over how you're doing things and whether you're doing them in your children's best interests or your best interests, I suppose.
Yeah. No, that's right. So problem solving is a big deal. But you know what? It's a really good skill. And if you think about everyone you know who can problem solve, like I will gravitate towards problem solvers because they're people that can think on the spot.
Yes.
And get really good outcomes, you know. They're leaders.
They are.
They are leaders.
Get shit done, eh?
Yeah, they get shit done, you know.
Well, they're incredible PAs or assistants.
She was stressed this morning, but there's always more than one way to solve a problem. Yes, absolutely. So, you know, it's really important that we do that. There's so much to it.
Yeah.
But we don't stop to think about it, not for a minute.
No, you're right. I hadn't thought about it myself so much, like as separating it out from parenting, but it's really important. Because otherwise you create dependency. I mean, you might just go in and solve the problem for your child to make life easier. Yeah,
well, easier for you, but we're not teaching them a damn thing.
They're nothing.
Yeah.
You're taking away that learning chance, aren't you?
Yeah. And I think there's a lot more parents these days do that. I'll put it out there, like you said all the time, like they go in to save their children rather than learn from it and teach them what's the skill in there, you know. And just kind of talking about problem solving this morning, I think a problem is a skill waiting to be learned. Hey, a problem is not a problem. It's actually a skill waiting to be learned. People think you're full of problems, but they're actually unlearned skills.
Yeah, or unpracticed skills.
Unpracticed, yeah. So the more you practice something and get better at it, it's no longer a problem.
Yeah.
You know.
It's gone.
It's gone, yeah. So it's a good way to teach your children that you actually, you know, want to upskill them. You want to teach them a new skill rather than tell them they've got a problem and they need to fix it.
Well, I think it's more than a skill. I think it's like a state of mind.
Yeah.
Because you can see kids that they get, they come up against something, like a situation that we could call a problem.
Yeah.
And some of them will just go, I don't know how to do it. I give up. They give up, hey?
Yeah.
They might either give up and withdraw.
Yeah.
Or they get angry and attack.
Yeah.
Neither of which works.
Yeah. Or the tantrums, eh? Yeah.
Yeah, tantrums, definitely.
Tantrums come out of frustration. And then we go off at them for having a tantrum.
So yeah, it's like our job to teach our kids all of those factors in a situation. Like, oh, well, look, you're in a situation where you need to work out what to do next. Not to get all shitty or give up.
Yeah. And if they're older kids and they're at school, you know, you could always talk to them about, you know, well, what do you think you should do? If there's stuff going on, don't go in and save it. Just talk to them about what do you think you could do? Who do you think
you could do with them? You could do sort of what's it called, brainstorming.
Yeah.
You could sit and say, let's all have some ideas about this situation. What are some things we could do?
Yeah.
To help them think about it, but don't save them by saying, well, okay, well, why don't you go back to school, get that guy in the corner and give him a good biff if he keeps bothering you.
Good. Yeah, but that's probably the reality.
Yeah, well, it's not a good example. So,
if the school doesn't do anything about it, most parents will go in there and tackle it from there. Yeah. So I think with our tamariki and problem solving, it's about what is the problem.
Let's define it.
What are some solutions?
Yeah.
You could think about, if you wanted to, what would happen if if they think, well, I'll just go and knock them over. Well, then, what do you think will happen from there?
Consequence.
Think about the consequences.
Yeah.
And just kind of think about, well, what should I do next? And like, what are your actual choices then, I suppose? And play with that, eh?
Yeah, no, that's
play
brilliant.
with what choices have I got for this scenario.
Like I said, brainstorm, so you're mutually thinking about different ideas. Then you're kind of critiquing them to see, well, is that one going to work? Or what's going to happen if I do that one? Then you're left with a list. And then how do I go and do that? Well, then there might be another cycle of blah, blah. I reckon you guys are doing this already.
Yeah.
I reckon we're just giving you a bit of language for it.
Yeah.
And maybe helping you tweak the process a bit. Because every parent does this.
Yeah.
It's just that you don't think about it unless you hear someone like us raving away about it. Hey, it's a human skill. And we do teach our kids how to do things, or they learn despite
Don't
us.
say use your words. You give them the words and help them. Yeah.
Help them out. That's
because they're our babies. So that's right. We help them out with the words, getting the words right. So taking it out of here and putting it out there so they can actually see. We're all actually quite visual, aren't we? Like when you see it out there, like then you see it. I'm visual. I'm a visual learner.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If I can't see it.
It's a good point. I mean, like some of our children are and some aren't, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's a good thing to learn about what your child's learning style is. Is that what it's called? Learning style?
Yeah.
Like visual,
kinetic.
Yeah. What are they?
How they learn.
Seeing, feeling
and doing.
Touching, and doing.
Yeah,
right.
and doing.
Action.
Yeah. And most of us are probably learn by doing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Visual
I don't know.
doing.
I learn by doing. I like doing things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, back to, problem solving. It's us babbling again. It's about taking the time to sit down with your tamariki. If there is a problem, talking to them, getting them to start to think about what the solution could be, what it looks like, what they could do about it, throw the thoughts around and get them to make some good choices and begin to grow them like that rather than to just go and knock somebody out and fix it that way.
Should I run through this? You've got a thing here about natural and logical consequences.
Oh, yeah.
Is that part of today?
Yeah. What have we got there?
So we talked about consequences a while back, or I can't remember what session. Anyway, doesn't matter. But there's just a bit more written about it here. So if you remember, or if you weren't with us, the session, what we talked about was consequences as being a response to action, an action by the child, or basically. Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
So and a consequence is not a punishment; it's a response to help the child learn about what they're doing, so that they change it to be more social, more successful, etc. So, and there's two types of consequences. One, a natural, and this is in terms of a parent sticking their nose in or keeping their nose out, I think. So natural consequences happen by themselves. So they just happen as a result of the situation. So there's some written down here, I'll read them out. So the first one, child breaks a toy when they're angry and then haven't got a toy to play with. You don't have to do anything. They say, well, I haven't got a toy anymore. And you go, yes, I know, you broke it. And they go, well, that's not fair. And you say, well, that's just how it is. That's what happens when you break things. They're not available anymore. So you might want to think about being more careful with your toys.
Yeah.
Clothes not put in the wash out. So your child, who's probably a bit older, hasn't put their clothes out to be washed. They've got no clean clothes. This is probably a teenager.
All teenagers, yeah.
And so the natural consequences, they've got no clean clothes. You don't have to do anything. You don't get involved. It's like, well, when you put the clothes there, I'll wash them. I'm happy to do that. They weren't there. You got no clean clothes. Natural consequence again. You don't have to get into a big argy-bargy about it with your children. Defend yourself or blame them, anything like that.
Yeah.
Nothing. It's not between you and them, it's between them and the natural consequence. Child jumps in puddles will have to wear wet shoes.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Hope you're getting this. If you don't eat at meal time, what happens? You're hungry after dinner.
Oh, wow.
Food's back in the cupboard.
Yeah.
No more food's getting served now. You have to wait till breakfast.
Yeah.
That's mean. Well, you know how you can fix that. Get to the meal time on time. and eat dinner. Forget to take your jacket to school, you get cold.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all of these natural ones are ones that you let happen to your children without interfering. As long as they're not dangerous, obviously. Like a child getting cold at school one day isn't going to hurt them. A child being hungry for one night isn't going to hurt them.
Well, they're going to learn from it, aren't they?
That's the idea.
I better take my jacket.
Yeah.
If they don't, they get cold again.
Yeah, that's right.
So they learn to take their jacket.
And the main thing about this is that they're learning without you being involved. So you're not the person that makes them realise this stuff. They work it out for themselves. That's the result. That's the goal of consequences, that whether they're natural or logical, so that the child gets it. They work it out. They go, oh God, so if I put my clothes in the wash house, I get clean clothes, but I have to take responsibility for putting them in the wash house. But if you, every morning, if you say to your kid when he gets up, if you put your clothes in the wash house, and he might well have forgotten, he'll remember, but only because you've reminded him. So then you become part of his psyche. You become part of his life, and we don't want that. We don't. The goal is for you to get out of his psyche and get him out of home. No, in a loving way.
Independence.
Independence. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then logical consequences. I'll just read these out, because I can't think of them.
Okay.
If you can't keep your crayons on the paper, they'll be taken away. So obviously you've said to your young fella, if you don't, they'll go, and he will test you. This is another thing about once you've set a consequence, the first thing a child will do is test it to see if you mean it. So you have to take those crayons away. And you might have to do it 2 or 3 times before they get it and they learn.
Yeah, then they learn fast.
They do. Child refuses to eat dinner. There's no pudding or snacks. It's another consequence. If you give in, you're being a permissive parent, and it won't work. They won't learn anything about eating dinner. So, but if you do this 2 or 3 times, they will learn. They will start making the decision to eat the food. I don't know. I won't go on. That's enough. Eh?
Well, it's just examples of what those logical
natural and logical.
Yeah, natural and logical. Yeah. Logical is like it fits the crime.
That's important too. Actually.
And natural is just a natural given that you're going to freeze your little butt off now, or you're going to wear wet shoes all day, or you're going to go without.
So you're bringing up that good point that you brought up before we started about the it's not the punishment, but the consequence fits the crime. Make sure the time fits the crime. Always follow through on what you say. Yeah, definitely, friend, because if you don't, that's them testing us, and they know, and that you guys will know this, Whanau. Out of all the kids, they know who they can pull the wool over the eyes with. They know who they can get away with shit from. So not false threats. That's right. No,
you've got to follow through. You got to mean what you're saying and do it.
That's right.
Yeah, and don't pass it on to. Well, you wait till Dad comes home.
Oh,
because that's a big one.
That's a terrible one.
You're handing over your power.
Yeah, and it's It's a threat.
Yeah,
it's punishment.
You wait till your fucking father comes home.
Well, then the young fella just spends the whole day in fear.
Yeah, but also it's not fair to Dad, who's been at work or wherever, and then he comes home and he's got to deal with this shit as well. Like that.
Yeah, and he gets made into the bad guy.
Yeah, I used to do that.
Yeah.
You fellas wait till Dad comes home, man, or bloody drag them all off to the jail for a booth visit. You wait, you got to get it. Set it up. Oh.
Yeah.
The things you do,
isn't it?
Hard case, but it's making sure that the crime fits the time. Don't overdo it when we are, because you got to remember when we're doing this stuff too, we're planting seeds. Everything we are doing is planting seeds. So what you do to your tamariki, they are going to do with theirs. We're setting the scene, we're setting the foundation,
or to themselves. So you plant a seed in their brain, and their parent. And their parent relates to their child. Yeah, so where's our little thingy bobby? Over there, I think. Where can I put it? And we've done a few diagrams about this. But you talk about your inner child. People have talked. Everyone knows that saying, I think. Yeah. Well, you've got an inner parent too, and that inner parent comes from your parent, who plants it in your brain, and then that parent talks to your child, and then your children. So what have we got here? We've got
see that
on this side.
Yeah.
So that's higher up. That's
Yeah.
That's back. This is a timeline, isn't it?
Yeah.
So up here we've got black
Negative
black
talk.
negative talk.
Yeah.
That's a parent.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then down here we've got black and green.
A little bit of green.
A little bit of green.
Yeah, a little bit of green coming
just
through.
undergrow.
Yeah, some positiveness.
Yeah. That's a child maybe.
Yeah.
Are we talking about
So
generations?
you go from the mum down to the
Yeah.
Yeah.
The next generation
Yeah.
down. So this on the way, there's been some new thoughts, new ideas. They might have listened to a kōrero by Liz Makalio on Facebook.
I don't know Liz Makalio.
on Liz Makalio on Facebook. And some ideas start getting planted, some good ones. And then we come down here and we've got a parent or a person who's only got green ideas. So the black ideas, the not useful ideas, have dropped off. And we've got a healthy parent who is being a healthy parent to a young person who is also healthy. Those seeds have been planted and they're away.
Yeah.
So the cycle has been broken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we touched on that back a few weeks back too.
Yeah. And there's a diagram up, that
Yeah.
Liz right.
Young Dennis put up a bit of a poster thingy bobby there. But that kind of like there's not too much to go into when it comes to consequences and problem solving. It's just get in there and do it, whānau. Teach them, again, you're the first teachers, nobody else. It all starts in the home. With the consequences and all that kind of stuff. Make them fair, fair, not F-E-A-R F-A-I-R, and role model that stuff as well, so our young people, our tamariki, learn. And I just wondered if we could just kind of do a quick thing around PAC, transactional analysis, just a quick kōrero around how that fits into parenting.
Sure, yeah.
I suppose, and just those kind of different attitudes or those ego states that whānau can jump into, whether it's a mum and a dad and a child or the children in the household. Yeah.
So both parents, we could talk about that?
Yeah, because everyone's got an ego state, haven't they?
Everyone's in an ego state
Yeah.
at one time.
Yeah.
So the three of them are parent, adult, child.
Yeah.
And another person has also got parent, adult, child. So at any one time, this is based on a model called transactional analysis. So at any one time you are transacting with another person, or when you're with another person, you're having transactions. And they're called, there's a word for them, they're signals. So hello Liz, that's a transaction.
Yeah.
So it's my adult to her adult. And if she says hello back, say hello back.
Hi. Hello,
Hi.
back.
It's adult to adult. It's an adult to adult transaction. If I said to Liz, I don't know, geez Liz, that top sucks.
I'd go, what the fuck?
So I would be in parent. I'd be in what's in TA called critical parent. And I'm talking, or what receives it in Liz is her child. It's technically called adapted child, but we won't worry about that too much. But it's child. And it's the way she responds is from her angry child.
Yeah.
And away we go.
Yeah.
You know? So she'll go, you can get fucked. Talk to me.
Yeah. What you fucking
and I
say
go,
about
well,
my
it sucks. You don't know where you're born in it, but you shouldn't be. So you're stuffed. But in terms of communication and relationship, you're stuffed. So with other adults, the goal is to be in adult to adult, or you might be in parent to parent, as long as they're kind of working together. So I can't be in critical parent, and she can't be in critical parent. So, but we both might be in nurturing parent, talking about our child if we're married. Yeah. That's one bit, and then. Child to child, we're having fun, we're playing together. Yeah. We might be out on a date, or just having a laugh at one of the kids, or something like that.
Because we all move through the ego states, and like you said, we have nights where we're all sitting here, and all our kids are in their 30s, but we'll sit here and we have a big fat laugh, and we mock each other and all that kind of thing. And that's us being in our child ego state, having a good time. But there's times too, where probably more like my sons when they all come home. I love sitting here listening adult to adult, you know, and I could spend hours listening to my boys and hear them talk about whatever's going on. And we do that adult to adult, and it's the best thing ever. But then there are also times where you think, well, actually, that's not a bit right. And then the parent hat will come on.
Yeah.
And it's like, hang on, son, what are you doing? Or, you know, with the girls, you know, and I become the parent and move into that ego state to guide them, to guide them into doing something better or whatever that is. But I know too that, you know, there's a lot of us whānau who live in the child ego state, and you everything is, well, fuck you and fuck this and fuck that, and you're just, and you set each other off so that you're in that state where nobody ever wins, because you're just coming from that child ego state,
right? Like,
you know,
possibly oppositional, or fuck you.
Yeah, you know, well, fuck you, and then they all carry on. But the children are watching this. And that's where they are learning that child ego state, and it continues, rather than, you know, an adult ego state or a parent ego state, and growing that.
So children have got an adult ego state. They are very wise. I mean, you look at some of the kids that are doing the posts on Whanaufluence and talking about stuff.
Yeah,
they're in their adult.
Yes.
You know, it's great to see.
Everybody.
It's wonderful.
Yeah.
And they are speaking, you know, with knowledge, and they're thinking about things, and it's absolutely wonderful. But they're not doing what Liz is talking about, which is, you know, fuck the pigs, the world sucks, teachers are useless, what's the point? You know, that kind of emotive, very angry or despairing or
putting down, you know, that which is quite childish, you know, and you still see, I think, like you still see a lot of, how do you put it, it's like, I don't know, let's just say girls, it's like, I hate her, so you should hate her, or I don't like that bitch, so well, you shouldn't hang out with that bitch, and it's like, that's stuff you do at like college or intermediate, but you see it in the adulthood. Coming through.
Well,
but they're stuck in it.
It's very undeveloped. It's very, what's the word? I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Because there's a lot of whānau that roll like that. But, you know, when you're an adult, you just kind of, you know, that's, like you said, that's the schoolyard stuff. But we do bring it into your adult life.
Yeah.
And it's so unhealthy. It's so unhealthy.
Especially with your kids, because one of the things you do is you create a kind of a them and us picture, don't you?
Yeah, totally.
Like, all those fuckers suck, but we're okay, we're better than them.
That's right,
but you're not, we're all just humans.
That's right, but that's you coming from your child ego state, you know, and it happens to a lot of us where, you know, you might have a whānau member who just, I don't know, just causes division, can't get past it because they've got one small issue and it's just that child ego state. Sorry,
No.
It's a good thing to think about.
It is, like, to think about, well, when I'm feeling bad or angry or, you know, upset about something, what am I teaching my children about how to manage life or how to solve a problem that I might have with someone else?
Yeah.
So I think you're talking about quite a lot of interpersonal stuff.
Yeah. Which ego state are you actually coming from?
Yeah. Are you in your adult?
Yeah. Adult, parent, or are you sitting there in the child one? Yeah, hang on. Oh, my bloody hair is still wet, that's why.
I'll read it. Diane. Oh, it's good.
It's taken me a long time to earn respect from my adult kids. I have now. Wow.
Great.
Yeah, work in progress. Yeah, absolutely. Because are so lucky because they get the best of us, like, because we've made a lot of made mistakes, but the mukus get it all. They do. They're so lucky. But definitely something to take into consideration, whānau, is that transactional analysis model, and think about the parent, the adult and the child, and which ego state do you function in mainly. I suppose we all cross over and have fun and move around, but you know, which is your main ego state when you are addressing problems
or being a parent and all that kind of thing, are those bigger roles.
Yeah.
Which
And it's slightly off topic, but what roles are you and your partner in, or you and the parent, the other parent of your child, whether you live together or whether you're co-parenting? Like you and your angry parent, and you treat them like a child, or vice versa. Like in any relationship, whether it's like living together or co-parenting, or step parenting, if you've got a lot of shit going on, then your kids aren't having the best time that they could. So that's
a big one, co-parenting. You know, and
we might be doing a session on that.
Maybe we should come back, because there's a lot of transference that goes on there too, so we should. But that's just some food for thought. What else haven't we covered?
What's this treat? Summarise 6 weeks check-in. What's the treat?
No, don't worry about that. Okay. That's back at the office.
These are quite good. Why don't we just go through these, because these are quite...
What are those?
Just tips.
Oh yeah, little tips. So I've got that in my own book, haven't I? Yeah, I can see if I put my glasses on.
Oh. Try that.
Okay, so we need to teach our children to remain calm, think happy.
We'll do these a bit at a time.
Yeah.
We'll actually go into them. We've got time.
Okay.
So remain calm. We've talked about this.
Yep.
Teaching them to find a calm space, to calibrate, take some breaths, grounding. You're teaching all this at school now. It's just so cool.
Yeah. It is cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
So to think happy, well, when you remain calm, you're in your happy place. You can think happy.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't let things get to me. I mean, this is things adults should be learning.
Well, this is what you're just talking about.
Yeah.
Don't let it get to me. Don't sort of take on the world and say it's a really bad place.
Yeah.
Change gears.
Change gears.
Change gears.
Get up there. Don't let it get to me. I can handle this mentality, and that's what we're building in our tamariki.
Self-belief.
You got this. I got this.
Yeah.
I'm unbreakable. No, that's a bit.
We don't want grandiosity.
No, I think of Dean Whitcliffe when I think of that.
Oh, okay.
That man is amazing.
They didn't break him.
They didn't break him, not at all.
And he still came out okay, didn't he?
He did. I want to get him on the platform somehow, some way. Anyway, I have other friends who like me. Yep, our tamariki will always have other friends who like them, regardless.
I don't know whether they will.
You reckon?
They will if you brought them up good, or if you're bringing them up good. But there are some kids who don't have friends. Yeah. And that really needs to be attended to. If they haven't. Yeah. Just to go off on a tangent a bit. But I think if kids come home and say, I haven't got any friends, take them seriously. Don't just go, oh, yes you have.
I suppose you figure out why then. Why they think they haven't got any friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just remember something. I was working in an adolescent ward at Porirua, actually, a mental health ward, and there was a young woman there who was at a college in the Wellington region, and she said, I don't have any friends. No one talks to me. A lot of people don't like me. And I said, well, yeah, sounds like you don't. It sounds really horrible. She said, you're the first person that's ever said that to me. Everyone else says, oh, you've got friends, people like you, you're all right. So there's a time for just reassurance and trying to talk someone out of an incorrect idea. But there is a time to sort of go, wow, okay, that must be really bad. Is that how it feels? Or is that,
right,
it might not be right, but is that how that feels? Yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
He didn't do it.
He didn't do it on purpose. Hopefully he didn't. I don't know, just things to throw out there with our tamariki. I'm calm and I'll use my brave talk. That would be for our younger babies. And everyone has parents who get mad at them sometimes. Well, yeah, we all do.
Yeah.
That's a given.
I guess that's talking, or maybe that's talking about it's our job to reconnect with our kids if we've kind of lost it with them. Because when we do, they feel really bad. I mean, we probably don't understand just how bad they feel, but it's like we've broken a connection with them when we get mad. And we're usually getting mad, I think, for not an okay reason. There isn't really a good reason to get mad at a young person. I got really mad at one of my kids once because I was parked on one side of the road picking him up from school. He ran across the road And I just went off at him, but you know, I understand why.
Yeah.
But,
So Fran's just said some children have rejection.
yeah.
So it's talking through, those things and giving
them
them tools to help them. Yeah, exactly.
That's right. So that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, don't just brush it off and say, "I know you've got plenty of friends, but they've been rejected." Yeah. So how are you going to help them deal with that? Or how are you going to have them approach that as a problem that they can solve?
Yeah, and that's what we're saying. If you teach them to remain calm, think happy, don't let it get to them. They've got the I can handle this mentality. I do have other friends who like me. I don't know, all of those things we've just talked about. There'll be things that can help them to kind of build their confidence back up. And talking about our own feelings with our children, you know, it helps children become aware of tension build up, identify situations that end up, you know, emotional explosions. That's a big one. And help them to problem solve and just praise the efforts that have been made, you know, or that they do make. With our babies.
But I like the idea about within limits, talking about our own feelings with our children and age appropriate. So, you know, if it's a 3-year-old, you're saying, "Oh, mum's upset today." Well, I don't know. Maybe not even a 3-year-old. You probably age appropriate, this sort of stuff. But just sort of starting to get them to think about what adults do when they get upset and why they're getting upset, and that you're taking responsibility for your feelings. The parent is. It's like, well, I'm sorry I'm snappy today, but the power's due and I don't quite have enough money to pay the bill, so I'm worried, and so I'm snappy. It's not your fault, sort of thing.
Well, it's not aimed at them, just because you're on a shitty.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't take it out on the kids.
But it's important to let them know that, because like we've talked about, children will take responsibility for that. They'll think, "Oh, it's my fault mum's upset. I've done something wrong."
Yeah.
And they'll believe that.
Yeah.
Unless you tell them otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they actually take it on and start feeling bad.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
they actually take it on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they can't make it better, so they feel even worse. And
it
just gets worse and worse. Poor little things.
Well, we were all in that boat once. So I don't know if there's much more we can talk about on that subject. Like, we've got about 7 minutes left of the session. Basically that was it, Whanau. And like I said earlier, if this was a proper program and we were all in one room together, you would get a hell of a lot more out of it. The conversations would be a lot more deeper, and you'd be sharing so much with each other. That's kind of one of the biggest things here. But, you know, we thought we'll just throw it out there, test the waters, do it live, and try and talk about the subjects as best we can, and hope that some of you, if not most of you, get something out of the kōrero that we have been having over the past 6 weeks. They're there on the page now. If anybody wants to go back and have a look, you can.
Imagine that.